So there I was on a Sunday morning, wondering what am I going to do on a Sunday morning? You know, nobody actually watches YouTube on a Sunday morning. I may be wrong. I may be mistaken. Because I do believe that last night I went out and sang Eric Clapton, Wonderful Tonight, on YouTube. I may be mistaken. Wow. Ye gods. Okay. So, well, if I did sing Eric Clapton, it's because I love singing songs. I love singing karaoke. So, well, we're not going to do karaoke this morning unless a whole lot of people really want to sing. Uh, Apparently, I have zero YouTube people, and I honestly thought that at least Deej show up because Deej is one of those guys like me who just, you know, goes live once in a while. Honestly, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. People don't want to go live once in a while, you know. Sci-Fi Nation. Seriously, dude. Wow, that's interesting. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the StreamYard because I am actually very, very, very curious if we can get along on Sunday morning. I am actually very curious about that. Let's see. Hit the green check mark button. Hit the view on YouTube. And hit the share button on the Twitch. I am curious, honestly. I really am curious. I want to know who people are hanging out with me. YouTubeable. Yeah, I know. Yeah, YouTube people at uh, 4 o'clock in the morning are hanging out with me. I will continue talking because, yeah, I wore a black T-shirt under a maroon shirt, and I did actually wear my leather jacket out to the bar. So yeah, I actually, believe it or not, I actually got a couple of phone numbers. Um, there was a woman at the bar who wanted to come on with me tonight. I was like, yep. And you know, it's kind of cool not having to pretend to have to take somebody home. It was like, yeah, yeah, I'm the guy at the end of the bar. Don't worry about me. You go out and have fun. Go out and have fun. But yeah, I don't have to have fun with me. Well, I do have to have fun with me, but not on StreamYard or anything like that. I think I got that three dot thing wrong. I was trying to pin it. Oh. Nope. Some bitch. I don't know what I did wrong. Okay, well, I'll open a new StreamYard. Or whatever. YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. I'll look at that. Oh, look, it's me. Yay. I got one whole person watching. Yay. Let's see. And I need to StreamYard. 3 dots. Oh, pin message. Well, that was a hell of a lot easier than I thought it was supposed to be. Anyway, yeah, Sci-Fi Nation has had the pin for a while, so make fun of him if he decides to come up on the panel. Oh, look, it's Sci-Fi Nation.
Yeah, go ahead and make fun of me, people. Please,
I told everybody to make fun of you.
heck yeah, that's the way to do it, buddy.
Now, honestly, it is my fault because I didn't realize that it was that easy to pin the damn thing to the top of the chat. So it is my fault, but you are here.
Yes, I am here. Yes. I think I clicked on it before you pinned it, actually. I
You
decided to.
probably did. I have no doubt that you did. I'm sure you did. I give up. I have no idea what sure or doubt or anything means. You know what I'm absolutely sure of? I came back from the bar and there were at least 2 women who wanted to be with me. So I'm pretty happy about that.
But you're sure of the fact you didn't go home with either one.
I didn't go home with either one of the women. Yes, you're correct. Well, maybe 40-year-old women are, more horny than 40-year-old men. I don't know, but that's cool.
Yeah. At least you had the opportunity. You can't say you didn't have the opportunity.
That is true. I love having the opportunity. I've actually got a phone number, believe it or not. She's only 10 years younger than I am. 9 years younger than I am. I think.
No, nothing wrong with that. My missus is 10 years younger, so.
Anyway, wow, Sci-Fi Nation. Seriously, you're on the panel with me. No joke.
Yeah, I am up here.
Why?
Well, long story short, watch like the first 10 minutes of my stream from last night, and you'll understand.
Hmm.
You don't need to watch the whole thing. Just like the first 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes explains it.
Okay.
But you don't have to right now.
I don't believe. Now, I may be mistaken in this. I don't believe I've ever been mistaken or angry with you. I may be mistaken. Don't hold me to that. Just
I don't remember you being angry with me. I know we disagreed a couple times.
We have disagreed. Yes, absolutely. I do remember us disagreeing, but I don't believe I've ever been angry with you.
Yeah,
I may be mistaken.
from my recollection, I don't remember you being angry, and if you were, you didn't say anything about it to me. So, but I do remember disagreements, and the disagreements were over like silly things, right?
So, let me ask you, and this is a serious question. This is a very serious question. Um, your wife, Mrs. Mrs. Sci-Fi, uh, she has multiple sclerosis, right?
No, no, she has Huntington's.
Oh, she has Huntington's. Oh, okay. I
Yes,
can't.
her
I
hers is
don't know. Can I ask you this question or not? I I I'm losing. I'm losing time. I'm losing time. Whether I'm drunk or sober, it doesn't matter. I'm losing time.
losing track of time. You don't know where it's going, that type of thing.
Yeah, like I'll wake up Monday morning and go, "Hmm, wait, what? What? Really?" Because Saturday night does not exist, and Sunday morning does not exist. I'm losing time, and it doesn't matter whether I'm sober or drunk. You know, I'm missing that time, and it. I I hate it.
Yeah, that definitely something you want to talk to your doctor about.
Yeah, because
Oh, serious.
doctors are so smart. Yeah.
Um, I'm just saying, man, that's not good if you're, losing time like that. Like you can't even remember what happened.
It's at that point now. Yeah.
I would definitely have that looked into.
Yeah. I know. I know. I gotta lay on the MRI table again, and I have to go see a neurologist again. Yeah. I'm totally aware of what I'm supposed to do. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do next week.
So you made plans, but you just can't remember.
I, I even have a calendar. Yes.
Did, so did you write down what you were supposed to do?
What would be the point in having a calendar if you didn't write down what you were supposed to do on it?
Right. I get it. Silly question, but
No, you're right, though. You're right. I haven't written down every appointment. I have not.
and
Why write down the appointment if you're not going to remember it?
mm,
Okay, so I have to do a blood test, right? On the
okay.
fuck it, sometime this week. I don't remember if it's Wednesday or Thursday. I have to do a fucking blood test this week. And I have to
You
drive. I have to drive to Flagstaff to take the goddamn blood test. All right, that's a long goddamn drive.
That okay, so that's a long drive from where you're at. What worries me is if you're losing time and you're supposed to go on these long road trips, what happens, if your mind stops keeping track while you're driving?
Well,
I'm worried for
I
you
can
and for everybody else.
I can tell you specifically that they call you the next day and they say you should not have missed your appointment. And you should be feeling really bad about your appointment, and you should be calling your primary care physician in order to reschedule your appointments. And I go, yep. That probably is what I should be doing, and I just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore.
I
I
I
don't give a
understand.
fuck anymore.
I understand how you feel, but I do. But it almost sounds to me like maybe you need to start thinking about having a caregiver there.
I can't afford a caregiver. The VA is not going to give me a caregiver, and the Social Security keeps saying that I'm too young for Social Security, and so. Well, what the fuck do I need with a caregiver for? I've already made my own goddamn wheelchair ramp. I shoveled the fucking snow out of the front of my fucking house. I could drive. I could drive to the goddamn grocery store. I could drive to the hardware store and I could buy whatever the fuck I need to buy while I'm out and about driving my truck. So what the fuck do I need? What do I need? I need someone to come take care of me.
Right?
But
That's all I'm saying.
I don't need anyone to come take care of me because I am I am I'm 100%, and I don't fucking need you. And I don't fucking need you, and I don't need you, and I don't fucking need you, and I don't need you, and fuck you, the VA. I'm 100% permanent and total. And if I go to the goddamn emergency room, they will drive me 45 minutes to fucking Flagstaff, and I'll lay in a fucking bed for, uh, 3, 4 fucking hours. And then I'll just stand up and go, all right, I'm ready to go.
Um,
Why? Because fucking neurology means fucking nothing to these people. Jesus Christ, I was in Iraq for 3 fucking years. Yes, burn pits and fucking jet fuel and all that shit. I'm signed up for all of it. I'm signed up for all of it. All of it I'm signed up for. I'm 100% permanent and total disabled veteran. I'm 100% permanent and total. Do you know what that means? I can't fucking walk. I can't walk. Jesus. I was I I I used to I used to be a triathlete. I was never an Iron Man. I was never an Iron Man. Okay? 1,000 meters of swimming, which was hard. Okay? Ride my bicycle and run. I was a triathlete. God damn it.
It wasn't my.
I can't even walk. I can't even walk 2 miles anymore. I used to run 3 miles. I can't walk 2 miles anymore. Yes, I'm angry. Yes, I'm depressed. Yes, I'm angry. You know what? Fuck you. Not you, Sci-Fi Nation. Not you. Although I've said that to you multiple times, I'm sure. But fuck you, fucking VA. Fuck you. You don't deserve my praise. You don't deserve a goddamn thing, VA. You're not doing anything for me, and you're not doing anything for me and my generation that came back from fucking Iraq. You're not doing anything for us. God damn it.
I didn't mean to get you any more upset than what you were.
It's all right. It's all right. You know what? Sci-Fi Nation, this may be actually a pretty good venue for you. I know it's well, you volunteered, right?
To come up on the panel, yes.
Well, not to come up on the panel. You volunteered to be a soldier, what, Marines, Navy, whatever. You volunteered and you were found unworthy. It's not your fault.
Right. Yeah, I did sign up. I was in the DEP program and doing good until I got in with the wrong people. And then the higher ups decided that even with the HYTA thing, they still didn't want me. So it was a brass decision, basically.
Yeah, paperwork decision, which often happens. And yeah, it is what it is, Well, I honestly I don't know because I was healthy and was able to do 50 push-ups at MEPS, but that was totally something separate from what you had to go through, which was medical.
Yeah, I went to MEPS. I did the whole MEPS thing. I went down there and did that. Did the got the job and you know, the initial
13. I'm sorry, 13 push-ups. I only had to do 13 push-ups. Yeah, sorry about that. I apologize. Go ahead, keep going.
No, you're fine. No, I did. I went down to MEPS and because I took the ASVAB twice in high school, so I didn't have to take it down there. Basically, all I had to do down at MEPS was my physical, get my job, you know, basically sign for my job, sign a contract, get, you know, the temporary sworn in that, you know, because it's going in the DEP program. So,
I'm fully aware. Yeah. Well, that was back in the day. I don't know what the MEPS program they have now is. I assume it's very similar to what you and I went through.
yeah, I can't imagine it'd be much different.
Yeah. A lot of people, a lot of soldiers that I went through basic and AIT with, they said, "Oh, my recruiter promised me this." Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Your recruiter will promise you the world, the stars over the world to get you to sign on that dotted line. When you get to MEPS, it's all based on your skills.
What signs you to get on that dotted line is you have no fucking future unless you sign that dotted line.
Yep.
You have no fucking future if you don't sign that dotted line.
Honestly, with my childhood and not having money for college, it would have been the best bet for me if I would have won. So, you know.
Well, I did sign that dotted line. And you know what? It really was the best thing for me. You know, I have a degree in culinary arts, paid for by the Army, by the way. Now, mind you, 4 deployments I had to go on. Not counting Israel, because Israel was actually kind of a vacation for me, compared to all the 4 deployments I had to go on in Bosnia and Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah. So, yeah, the 5, okay, call it 6 deployments, although I'm not supposed to call Israel a deployment, but 2 out of 6 were not that bad.
So they were just considered overseas. They weren't actual deployments.
Well, there were actual literal deployments with orders and personnel on the manifests and all that stuff. So yeah, 2 out of the 6 were literal deployments. It's just that I'm never ever allowed to talk about them. Ironic.
If it's classified, it's classified.
But the 4 out of the 6 I'm allowed to talk about anytime I want to. And so, you know what? Fuck them. Because you know what? Bosnia, it's my stream, right? It's not your stream. It's my stream.
It is your stream. That is right.
Fuck Muslims! Fuck them! You know, my first deployment was in Bosnia, and would you like to guess what we were doing in Bosnia?
I'm gonna guess that wasn't peacekeeping.
We were stopping Christians from fucking killing Muslims. That's what we were doing. We said, oh, you Christians are not allowed to kill these Muslims. That's what we did in Bosnia. You don't even remember Bosnia, do you?
I remember hearing about it on the news. That's all I heard about it. You know, what the news told us.
So, what did the Sunnis do? Well, the Sunnis went back to fucking Iran because that's where they belonged, right? That's where all the Muslim Sunnis belong, is in Iran. So, what did the Muslims who went to Saudi Arabia do?
No, besides get money from the crown prince.
Why did the Saudi Arabia? Why did the Saudi Arabian Muslims do that? I'll give you two guesses, and one of them doesn't include Sunni. I'll give you a hint. Shia.
Yeah, the Shia. Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. There you have the Sunni and the Shia in Iran and Iraq, and they're fucking each other. They're fucking each other anytime they can fucking fuck each other over. Okay, now those Sunnis in Iraq, what's his name? The guy who was the president of Iraq.
Saddam.
Oh yeah, Hussein, right? Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about as far as other Sunni, royal families are concerned. I have never heard of another Hussein anywhere near the Middle East, because Sunnis are all good and Shia are all bad, and there's no such thing as well, I'm really bad at names. Okay. Oh yeah, the people that got used mustard gas on, which is a weapon of mass destruction, by the way.
Yeah, so you're talking about the Scud missiles that Iraq was using against Kuwait.
Not Kuwait. It was the Shia and the people of northern Iraq that got the mustard gas was actually used on them.
The Sunnis?
No, not Sunnis. Sunnis are in Baghdad, and they're the ones who are in power, and they wield the power. And Saddam Hussein was a Sunni. Okay. I'm trying to think of the name of M. It starts with an M. Mo. It's the three countries. And they deserve a part of those three countries. They actually, they say that Christians are allowed to live in their territory. Sunnis and Shias do not believe that Christians should be allowed to live in their territories. So Sunni and Shia are dumb as fuck. And the third regime, the Kurds. Oh God, I can't believe it took me that long to remember their. Okay. Kurdistan, which we call it in the U.S. Army, by the way, we call it Kurdistan because it's part of southern Turkey, it's part of northern Iraq, and it's part of eastern Iran. Okay, that's Kurdistan. Kurds love Christians, and Kurds are Shia. Because our U.S. government loves Shia for some god awful reason that I still don't understand. They love Shia. Do you know the difference between Shia, Sunni, and Kurd?
Honestly, I haven't studied it enough to know any difference between them. That's just me, though. I was never over
Shia,
there. I never met any, so I don't have that experience.
fair enough. Fair enough. Shia are the most tolerant version of the Kurds are the most tolerant of other religions, and I don't know, I think they fall on the Shia side. I'm pretty sure they do. Shia are very, very tolerant of Christians. The Sunnis are those motherfuckers who are causing all the problems.
Trying to interpret their holy books in the strictest sense.
No, not even that. They use the excuse that their holy men went to Mecca once and they get to interpret that holy book. And I tell you, they get paid. They have to get paid a lot of money for making up the shit that they make up. I'm a Christian. I'm a conservative Christian. Okay, that means I don't even like the holier than thou churches that are ginormous and spend thousands of dollars on stuff. I'm very conservative. I think a congregation should be no more than 80 people maximum. That's a personal choice. Okay, I've gone to a lot of congregations and a lot of services that are bigger than that. And, you know, for the most part, I don't have problems with my fellow Christians.
All right, it's just your personal preference.
Yeah, it's my personal preference. When I have gone to Catholic masses for funerals or weddings, right? It's like, okay, you gotta get on with it. It's taking way too long for this. But it was a Christian thing, and I was Christian, and I am Christian, and I got along with it. It was no problem. And now it's like, really? I can't even watch TV shows where they pretend that they're using Christian symbolism to do something for a minute, and then they I don't know, make out or have sex for 23 minutes of the show. It was like, okay, I could actually watch an actual porno rather than watching something that you think is a Christian show. Fine, whatever. I don't care. I'll just, whatever. I'll just keep watching it. Yeah, and then I just get bored. I do. I honestly get bored. How is it the Christian shows have made people bored?
Well, I think they try to focus too much on the stuff that doesn't matter instead of what does matter. Right? Because when you watch a Christian show, what do you want? You want faith, you want spirituality, you want that good message. And instead, they're too worried about trying to make it into an everyday situation. Well, we deal with everyday situations every day of our life. Okay, when we turn something on, we want to have something good to watch.
I hate to say this, and this is something I did not come up with on my own. Okay, the revelation, the singular revelation of John of Patmos is not the revelations of so many popular shows. They say revelations. It's not the revelations. It's the revelation. The one singular revelation. It absolutely drives me nuts. And I actually laugh when shows get it right. Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, it got it right. It is the revelation. It is not multiple revelations that are all consolidated into a book. It is the revelation of John of Patmos. And it surprises me that so many people don't know that. John of Patmos. I'm sorry. Did I stumble over what you're?
No, you're fine. You're fine, Mr. CCTV. I'm just have been on a really weird sleep thing this last week. I'm awake, but I'm not sure how much I will be for longer.
Okay, no problem. You're welcome to go to sleep anytime you want to.
Yeah, I just need a couple hour nap, and I should be fine. My sleep
Yeah.
schedule is really messed up. Like I said, if you want to know what happened to me this week, listen to the first 10 minutes of my stream from last night. That'll explain
All
everything.
right.
So, I do want to thank you for having me up here, man, and we can have some more, good conversations in the future.
No worries. No worries. And I do have several more beers that I can go through if I choose to. I
It's
can
Sunday,
also
man. Enjoy
choose to.
yourself.
Well, you know what? That's the thing is it's Sunday. I get to do whatever I want.
Yes, it is your weekend. You enjoy yourself.
It's my day off. Thank you.
All right, man.
Although
I'll talk.
I do actually take a lot of days off because I'm retired. So
At least it's the actual weekend, though. That's what counts.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Yeah, it is the weekend. So instead of remodeling my house, I will be drunk on YouTube. There you go.
All right, man. You take it easy, and I'll talk to you in a little while. Okay.
All right, take it off. Take
All
it
right.
off, sci-fi.
I'm going. I'm going.
Get on out of here. Now, with that said, anyone else who would like to come up on the panel, you are absolutely welcome to. The StreamYard is pinned at the top and it is also in the chat. You're welcome to come up and tell me to go to sleep or tell me that my wrinkles on my forehead are way too big. It's up to you. I may actually be a Klingon. I'm not absolutely sure on that one because my wrinkles are, well, I could change my wrinkles so I'm not a Klingon. But I get to say what I want. I may actually put my jacket back on because it's with the fan blowing, and I've covered up the vents in my room so it doesn't get hot in here. How to explain this? The thermostat is in the living room. The return is in the dining room, and my room is right above the heater. And so I literally put aluminum foil over the returns or the registers in my bedroom and my closet so that it's comfortable in here for me when I go to sleep. I could put the blanket over me and be comfortable here. And I know that's strange, okay, but I have to go under the house to fix stuff a lot, and so I've learned where to fix things for myself so that it's comfortable for me to live in my own house. It's so hard to describe. The crawl space under my house is supposed to be 18 inches from the front of the house all the way to the back of the house. And so, yes, it is fairly 18 inches to my bathroom, my master bathroom, which I've worked on. The kitchen, on the other hand, and the utility room are not 18 inches. So this summer, I have to pull up the flooring and dig out get down to 18 inches and actually fix all the funneling for the gas. I live in town. I chose to live in town, so I don't have to live on propane, and I don't have to bring in water or anything like that. Okay, so it's a lot of work. Okay, making this house accessible and livable for everybody who lives here, which was not a problem when my children lived here. Problem now because I am the only adult living here and have to take care of other adults who sometimes pay rent. Sometimes pay rent. I'm really looking forward to the time when he actually pays rent. The other room is available, by the way, if you want to live in a place where it snows, which apparently for some reason I would have bought a house outright and did all the renovations on it with cash if the former Mrs. CCDV actually wanted to live where it snowed, which she did not. And so all of the money that I had leaving the army went to rent instead of mortgage. Well, we can talk about that if you want to, or we can talk about pop culture. I don't really care either way. I just don't want to go to sleep right now. So, the StreamYard link is there in the chat, and it's also pinned at the top. So it's an open panel. If you want to come on and tell me to shut the fuck up, you can do that too. I'm going to keep smoking. I'm going to keep drinking because there ain't nothing open around here on Sundays. And so I get a whole day to detox, which means I get all of Sunday morning to do whatever the hell I want to do, which is kind of odd since I'm like the Christian guy who goes, I'm going to read the Bible at you. And yet, at the same time, I'm the guy who says, I'm going to read the Christian Bible at you. And then you get to interpret it the way you want to. There are, of course, details that need to be read, and I haven't gotten to those details yet. So I will. Well, I might. I don't know. Honestly, if I will or will not. Whew. Good choice, right? Like, why? Why not? Well, I choose the why not. I may be mistaken, of course. Mm. And you know what? One of my highest viewed videos is one of my literal just reading. I read a chapter and I ended up with 700 views. So uh, it may be something that I need to get back into. But, I didn't think reading the Bible would be that popular. I really didn't. I didn't think just reading chapter for chapter out of the Bible would be that popular. I really didn't. I don't have a great voice. I don't. I don't really concentrate so much on how to how to read or what to read. Uh, so whatever, I just posted them and hope for the best. Same thing with the little skits and things that I do. Uh, what's gonna stop a bullet? Yeah. A wadded up piece of tissue is gonna stop a bullet. Sure, why not? Mm. I need to take a break. I need to go to the bathroom. So I will return. And I have no idea why you people would continue watching me while I go to the bathroom. I'm not going to record while I'm going to the bathroom. Just know that I'm not here online. So there are people I'm expecting to show up eventually at some time tonight. Anyway, whatever. I shall return. That is incredible. There's actually one more person watching than there was when I actually left to go to the bathroom and come back with beer. So, wow, impressive. I don't know what to talk about, to be honest with you. Oh, hey, Bird of Prey 5. Holy cow. Holy cow. Wow, Bird of Prey 5. It's amazing. Well, mystery solved. And thank you to all the Brave who are accidentally watching Mr. CCDV, because really, I just want to rant right now. There's nothing good on TV anymore. I have found myself, and I have to be honest with you, 20 years ago, TV should not be better than TV is now. I hesitate to talk about the shows that were on television 20 years ago. Qapla', Bird of Prey 5. I apologize for not saying Qapla'. But 20 years ago, the shows that were on television, now, mind you, of course, we had cable television, right? And so we had multiple channels. We didn't just live with the 5 channels that in the 80s. We had to live with 4 or 5 channels. However, even then, TV shows were better then. I've been rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, or Quantum Leap, not the crap that I'm sorry. Not the Quantum Leap that is on television now. The Quantum Leap that was on television in the early 90s. Okay. That is the Quantum Leap I'm talking about, with Scott Bakula and diamond on his forehead. Dr. Yui in Dune. Come on, chat, help me out. What's his name? Well, anyway, TV shows that had really good actors back in the day. I can't think of a TV show now that has a good actor on it. To be perfectly honest with you, I really don't. I can't think of a good actor. Maybe it may be a problem with our modern society. I suspect that is the problem, because I don't think good And although I like to think that I think good, I don't. However, I do believe that I think better than most of the children coming out of high school and college these days. Now, the reason I say that is because a lot of the children coming out of college and high school these days are not smart. Let's say they are book smart. And so they go into a classroom and they sit in a classroom and the professor says, "Hey, you know what? Ain't nothing real anymore. Okay?" I don't know that for sure. I don't. My child who came out of college and said, there ain't nothing real in this world anymore. I say, you are my child. You should be smarter than that. And then I've got another child who comes out of college and goes, you know, there's a lot of things we need to question now. So, what are we supposed to do? I say, that what we do as human beings, not as parents. I know parents are not usually human beings. I say as people on this planet, I say, I don't know what to do. I really don't. There is a huge dissidence between what we know, what we can do, what we should do, and what our children know and should and would do. And well, I don't think we can bridge that gap. I may be mistaken. I've only got, children 18, 19, 22 categories. I may be completely mistaken on whether we are capable of directing our children after they become adults. Good question. I get asked if you can spare a couple of bucks this month for rent, or can you spare this couple of bucks this month for what I do, what I want to do. Yeah, of course I can. I don't know if that's a good thing. Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing after your children are 18 years old to give them stuff? Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it good to take care of them? is it good to allow them to move back into the house and literally degrade you while you are paying for their education? Well, I don't think it is. It's a personal choice, of course. You may not like it that I smoke. You may not like it that I drink. My children don't like it that I smoke, and my children don't like it that I drink. They are the ones who are benefiting from my disability. And so why are they angry at me? Just a question for thought, honestly. And yeah. Hey, look, if I don't have to drive my truck today for any reason, then breakfast beer is on the menu. And you know what? I like breakfast beer. For some reason, my YouTube feed is all wonky. So I'm going to cut that one. Hit up YouTube and actually see. Wow, no kidding. Yeah, I'm here. Wild. But again, it's wonky. Oh, well, no worries. Just let it go. Either way, the StreamYard is pinned in the chat, and the StreamYard is pinned at the top of the channel. If you would like to join up and make fun of me or just hang out and talk about stuff, I am going to continue to talk about stuff because why not? Yeah, the bed behind me. Yeah. I did not make my bed this morning. Shh, don't tell my drill sergeant. No, I did not make the bed behind me this morning. No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I don't intend to make the bed until I wash the sheets, which will be 3 days from now. Criminy. I can't help myself. I can't stand dirty stuff. And no matter how much remodeling I'm doing in the house, I have to clean up after myself, regardless of the glue that I use to put the vinyl tiles down in the kitchen. I am going to use Goo Off in order to get the vinyl glue off of the surface of my tiles that I put down. It did take me 4 days. 4 days to put that tile down. So shut up. I actually I created a pantry door, and sometime next week I will be creating a cabinet door. I'm not sure. I really want to go out and get I really want to go out and get hardwood countertop for the small counter in the dining room, which I'm going to open up. I'm going to open up the dining room. Thank you, Bird of Prey 5. That was good work. I appreciate that. Yeah. The black and white tile it's my bag. You know, I love the old stuff. So I decided to do black and white tile in my kitchen, and it did actually take me several weeks to actually do it. But thank you, Bird of Prey 5. I appreciate that. And absolutely, good morning. Thank you. And Sci-Fi Nation, of course, you're listening. Fantastic. Anyway, so there I was thinking to myself, I said, you could start making videos now. And then I said to myself, no, now I can't make videos now because I told everybody that I'm going to do the dining room, which is only opening up 2 walls. However, those 2 walls are also the sustaining wall for the bedroom upstairs. Now, I'm thinking to myself, do I want that renter in my bedroom upstairs? Well, you know, I really don't want that renter in my bedrooms upstairs. He hasn't paid rent in a while, and I would just like to get all of this remodeling all done with as soon as I can possibly get it done with. However, I don't want him to actually fall through the floor, so I have to do everything right. Bummer. Eagle Rider!
First thing, take the stupid comment off the screen.
What, live viewer comments?
Yes.
Well, I don't even know how to do that. What is that?
Just click off it. You accidentally clicked on it. You click on it like a comment.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
So you just click it again, or you click somebody's comment or something, it goes away.
Oh. Nope. I think you're wrong.
That should not be on the screen.
Live viewer.
It's showing it highlighted.
StreamYard. Wow, no kidding. Wow. Okay. I'm in comment. I'm in banners. Which
no. Right on the comments. Right on the comments where it shows that blue thing highlighted right at the top above Sci-Fi's comment.
Just I'll be damned. No kidding. Really? Jeez.
Love ya.
I am not good at this whole live streaming thing.
You haven't actually hosted that many, though, considering.
I've actually hosted quite a few.
I'm saying, considering how long you've been here and how long you've been streaming, it's not that many comparatively.
Fair enough. I'll
Plus,
give you that one.
Most of the time I've seen you host them, you're either in pain or drunk. So
that is true, and I'm also both at this right time right now.
Oh, for crap's sakes, Ornery!
What? I'm not. Oh, you're talking about your cat.
Oh. Yeah, I said that's why I said Ornery. That's her name.
Oh,
she's being
Ornery.
a little aggressive for attention.
I actually inherited one called Murder.
Come here, you little fuzzball.
When she was a kitten, she would claw anybody who came near her. And so she got the name Murder, and now her name is Murder.
This one came from my brother's place, and my niece named her. And my niece named her because when she decided she wanted me, she was very, very ornery and mean to everyone else until I came to get her. For crap's sakes, would you not be psycho? She's
Let
like,
me
I'm
ask
being
you.
affectionate.
Let me ask you, Eagle Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am, live on camera,
Yep.
with only 3 people watching. So, like you, me, and like 2 other people. Is smoking offensive to other people? Like just watching people smoke, is that
I don't
offensive?
care if other people are doing it as long as they're not around me or blowing it in my face.
That's what I'm wondering. You know, I when I started smoking, way back in the 1990s, right? It was like you could smoke anywhere and nobody cared. Or maybe people cared.
People cared, we just didn't have a voice to stop it then. Because
Well,
it's been an issue for a lot of people for smoking in public for a long time.
has it really?
Yes.
I don't remember.
No, that's the thing is most people didn't care then. They didn't care that a lot of people never could go into a lot of public places or would actually have medical issues just trying to pay bills and stuff at times because they're allowing smoking everywhere. I mean, it went from literally in the 80s when I was born, they were allowing people to smoke in parts of the hospitals.
Oh, in McDonald's, they had those little the tin ashtrays in McDonald's, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never liked McDonald's.
Even in the 80s, I hated McDonald's. But yeah,
But I mean,
they had those little tin ashtrays in Burger King, McDonald's, whatever the case may be.
It's one of those things where I actually am conflicted on it because I don't like government overreach. However, there's a lot of reasons medically why it shouldn't be allowed in public places that allow children or certain people or stuff, you know?
Which is fine by me. I don't mind not smoking in restaurants. I don't mind not smoking in, well, obviously in Mounts of Elysium. Hey, how you doing, brother? I don't mind not smoking in public places. However, and I have to put the super however on this one. When you are not allowed to smoke in public parks.
Yeah, and you know, I can get them saying don't smoke next to the kids' equipment or stuff like that, but on the benches, away from people, leave them alone. You know,
right? Like, okay, so I'm the new guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the new guy who I've only been smoking for 20 years, right? So I walk away from public places and I go to a place that is isolated and I smoke. Right? There's nobody walking past me. There's nobody wandering around me. So I'm smoking in a place that is, you know, not
secluded.
Yeah. Right? So when someone walks up to me and says, "Do you know how bad that is?"
Yeah, that's just rude and they need to get slapped in the face. And that's speaking of somebody who absolutely detests smoking. Saying that to you.
What's bad? And they say,
people are going to make their own choices.
And I go, yep, I sure am. You know what? I got a beer over there too.
People are going to make their own choices. As long as they're not hurting other people with it, leave them the fuck alone. I get
That's
the
what I'm
reasons.
saying. I understand that uh, in isolated places, in classrooms or whatever the case may be. Okay, fine. Okay, you can't do it in those places. You can't do it in libraries. You can't do it in
Yeah, and
government buildings or whatever the case may be. That's fine. Okay, but don't ever come up to me while I'm sitting in a smoking area outside of a public building and tell me that I'm wrong. Don't
no,
ever do that.
no. The people that piss me off are the ones who think, well, if I don't go all the way inside the door, there's nothing wrong with me standing in the door to a store and smoking. Those people annoy the fucking hell out of me because they're rude.
It's funny.
And you've seen those people, right?
Oh no, I was actually one of those people yesterday at the American Legion because for some reason a private club is not allowed to smoke inside anymore. So
And
do
some
have
of
to
those
actually
are by
step outside.
regulation, and some of those are by club's choices. Because a lot of the
Anyway,
buildings still don't like it either way. But
so
no, I mean, I'm not even talking about private club. I'm talking about like you're trying to run to the store and get fucking food when you're sick, and you can't get in the door because people are standing in the doorway smoking.
I've never run into that situation.
I run into it all the fucking time. These people just stand right by the doorways smoking. And
Well,
I have chemical sensitivities. I have asthma. I can't go through the smoke.
I'm a smoker, so I don't care.
And see, I know a lot of smokers who would never do that. Who just because, they choose and stuff,
Okay, honestly, yesterday, yes, standing in front of the door of the American Legion, it was not a problem for the four of us who were standing there smoking because, well, it's the American Legion, for God's sake. We just.
Yeah, it's a little bit different at a private club that's all. It's a little bit different at a private club where it's all adults and stuff versus blocking entrance to grocery stores and pharmacies smoking. Which, again, most smokers are not the assholes, but the assholes do give you guys a bad name. It's just like every other group. Most people notice the bad behavior over the good. I mean, my brother smokes, but he won't do it anywhere near me or my mom. He doesn't do it around his kid. He doesn't do it in his home because he doesn't want to affect his children. So,
okay, fair enough. I
got nothing against that. I think he's really respectful in that, and I think that's honorable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's respectful and honorable. I own my house, and my children are all over 18. Well, minus one of them. They're not 18 yet, although she acts like it.
Okay, Ornery, yes, I know the world revolves around you, right, Kat?
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. If you had somebody in your family who was going to visit your home who you knew was medically sensitive to smoke and chemicals and stuff, would you work somewhere out to do it while they're there so you're not doing it around them?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I have a back porch.
Exactly.
I have an ashtray on my back porch. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So you're not an asshole. You're not one that's like blocking people from getting from pharmacies. You're not one that's smoking around people who are sensitive. You're respectful.
On the other hand, for the most part, for most of the time, it's my house.
Exactly.
Nobody's visiting me. I get to smoke in my house if I feel like it.
Exactly. And I agree with that. Like I said, most of the people I know who smoke, they're not the assholes. But God,
I
those
mean,
assholes you run into
even
are like, ugh.
even if my family, my brother has asthma, my niece is she actually has to use the breathalyzer thing,
Nebulizer,
nebulizer. Yeah,
I do
she
quite
actually
often.
has
So
to use a
yes.
nebulizer. So if they came and visited me, you know, my my bedroom has two ventilators before it gets to the living room. So even if it were snowing, like blizzard snowing, I would go into my bedroom to smoke instead of in the living
Hmm.
room where I usually smoke. I usually smoke in the living room.
See, and that's respectful. But as you're asking, is it something people should be taking offense to if somebody's smoking as long as they're leaving them alone? No. Should people be going up to people who are smoking where they're allowed to and start yelling at them and telling them it's bad for them? No, fuck off. Leave them alone. You know?
Honestly, the one time that ever happened to me, and it was only one time. Honestly, I know Karens get a whole lot of really bad respect. Okay, I know that Karens get a whole lot of really bad respect. But Karens
Mm.
do a lot of good things for people in society. So I can't say a Karen is doing something bad unless she walks up to me and says, "You should not be smoking," and then I tell her,
You should not be bitching, right?
"Have you cured multiple sclerosis? Because I'm going to die of pneumonia in about 6 years." So Uh, if I'm going to die of pneumonia in 6 years, and it takes about 20 years for my lung cancer to take effect, which would you choose me to do?
It's like the doctors were constantly on my dad about every little thing that his medicines would affect. Well, because you're taking these medicines, you have this condition, you should also do blood pressure meds, and you should do this, and you should do that. It's like, I'm not going to spend my life on 5,000 meds that are just going to turn me into a vegetable so I can maybe live a few years longer as a vegetable.
LDG has showed up. Free the net, LDG. Free the
And
net.
he was right. And they bitched at him constantly. Take this med, take this med. Well, don't you want to live a long time? If I can't really live or I'm just sitting around a vegetable with
Oh,
my muscular dystrophy, fuck no.
exactly. My mother was exactly the same way. She only had pulmonary fibrosis, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
And
it wasn't even about smoking. It was just because it was genetic, right? The fibrosis
mhm,
showed up in her lungs. Like she had no choice, right? Whether she
mhm,
was a smoker or not. She would have had pulmonary fibrosis
mhm.
regardless. And so she said, "You know what? Fuck them." I mean, if she were one of these people, she just would have just done this
So,
for
well,
6 years.
yeah. And what I was getting at
That's
with that was really interesting on that is, so all these years of all these doctors telling him, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. Well, don't ever drink or eat this. It's like, well, he doesn't exactly have a large diet he could have eaten anyways with his medical issues, with all of them. So it's like they wanted to take away half the stuff he had left, and so it's like, no, I'm not doing it. In the end, none of those little things they bitched at him about would have made a damn difference in anything. None of them.
exactly,
In the end,
exactly.
it wasn't even the muscular dystrophy that took him out. It literally, he died from what they defined as the most extreme form of leukemia known to man, which is often caused by the damage from seizure meds that he was on most of his life. So it
Wow,
wouldn't have made a damn fucking difference.
wow,
None of it
wow.
would have, except for it would have made him more miserable in the years he had.
You know what? Look, okay, we've been streaming together now for about 30 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many cigarettes have I smoked?
I have no idea. I'm not paying attention. I don't really care.
I do believe this is like the third cigarette I've smoked, and the fourth beer I've drank with you, Eagle, just in the last 30 minutes.
Okay. See, I didn't even know. I wasn't paying attention. You're in your
And
home. I don't really care, you know?
does it matter? Does it matter? It matters to my pharmacist. It matters to my primary care physician. But why should it matter to anybody else? Anybody else?
The only
Anywhere in the world.
The only time I would care what anybody else is doing is if they're affecting my health with it by not being responsible. That's it. Otherwise, do what the fuck you want.
Well, I went out to the bar tonight and I came back and I had several shots. I had several beers, but I was drinking water the entire time. And so yes, I am that guy who blacks out. I am that guy who blacks out. But today or this morning, I am not that guy who blacks out. So what am I doing wrong? Am I doing anything wrong?
I don't, like I said, unless I see like you're like drunk off your ass trying to drive around town or you're smoking and blowing it in people's faces or stuff, then who the fuck cares what you're doing? You know? I really don't like this culture where everybody feels like they have to tell everyone else what to do. Where people have to sit there and go, well, you're just doing this, or they look at you and go, well, you must eat like this. It's like, no, I don't, but who fucking cares? You're not paying my bills. You're not taking care of me.
Exactly.
Fuck off. You know?
Exactly. You know, if I needed to ask for, if I needed to ask somebody for money, then maybe I would feel responsible for doing something that would make them feel better about giving me money. But I'm not asking anybody for money. I'm not asking anybody for anything.
I get criticisms because of the weight, which is not my control. I multiple metabolic conditions. I barely eat as is, and you know how active I am with my photography and hikes and exploration and stuff.
Yeah.
So even take out the exercises I do at home and everything else, I'm still, there's no way I should be this big with how little I eat and how active I am, you know? So I don't have a control over that anyways because of the medical, and I could drive myself nuts, but in the end, I'm just going to turn myself anorexic and kill myself by starving my organs if I try. So, fuck it. I'm not going to. But everybody sits there and tells me, everyone sits there and tells me, well, you just need to eat less. You just need to eat less. It's like, if I eat any less, I'm not going to eat anything.
Right. Like I lost, what, 80 pounds? I lost 80 pounds just because I couldn't eat. Not because I didn't want to eat. Not because I chose to lose 80 pounds. Okay? It's not anything I chose to do. It just happened. Okay? Not by choice, not by, exercise, because, okay, fair enough. I am rebuilding my house, which is a lot of exercise.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of exercise.
Speaking as the ex-carpenter, yeah, it is.
But it's not by choice. Okay? And so, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Yeah. That is tough. Yeah.
I always have a million people trying to tell me, well, Yes, you have this medical or this medical or this medical or this medical. You shouldn't do this. You should do this. You shouldn't do this. You should do this. It's like, no. When I put all my issues together, I know exactly what I have to do to function and stay alive. If I do different than I've chosen to do, it's not going to work for me. So, this is, I appreciate that you are concerned, but at the same time, here's what I think of those opinions. Take them and shove them up your ass,
Here, I'm actually going to do this on camera so everybody can actually see what I'm doing. Here is my AccuCheck. I don't know if you can see that AccuCheck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to do this on camera because I don't think people believe me that I do this every day. I do this twice a day. But I don't believe people actually believe that I do this. I'm not even sure that my pharmacist believes that I actually do this every day, but I'm going to do it on camera just to prove that I actually do this twice a day. So let's see what my blood sugar is right now. And yes, I'm very, very skinny. Yes, I know. I was in the army for a long, long time, and I know what skinny looks like.
And see, I've never had issues with blood sugar, diabetic traits. I've never had issues with my blood pressure, any of that stuff. As they said, when they test me, other than when I'm truly sick and something's affecting it, I have heart functions of somebody a decade younger and much smaller and healthier than me,
I do know. I know exactly.
Because I do treat my body right. And if I was this weight and this build because I was abusing my body, I would not have that. So I laugh my ass off at that. It's like, I do what I can. When the trolls decide they're going to make cheap shots at me, they go, well, look at you're big. It's like, and you're an ass. What's your fucking point?
I'm only 176 right now. 176 is actually not that bad, believe it or not. For I ate a lot of sugar and drank a lot of beer, and so 176.
I was gonna say it could actually jack a lot higher than that for diabetics if they're drinking that much.
Oh yeah. I'll believe me. I have had that conversation with my my pharmacist several times because, well, if I stopped drinking alcohol and I started drinking or eating vegetables for most of my meals, then I wouldn't be diabetic anymore.
Yes and no. They're starting to find a lot of you need more meats when you're diabetic than they always used to claim. They're finding that, and they've been finding that the last couple of years.
Yeah, that has actually been one of the conversations we had is a lot more protein versus
that's
again. I've not been working out as though I were a triathlete like I used to be. Okay. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not riding my bicycle 10 miles a day or running 5 miles a day or anything like that. But I am actually working on my house, which means I'm carrying heavy loads of stuff up and down stairs, and that is absolutely killing me. I cannot. It is so difficult to walk up and down stairs. I don't know. You probably understand that more than most.
I have
Uh,
very fucked up knees, which is why it's really crazy that I hike and climb as much as I do. Where the fuck did I put my fucking phone?
I've got my
Sorry.
fucking phone right in fucking front of me, so I don't fucking know where your fucking phone is. You
Foul
fucking
mouth, bitch.
crazy woman.
I know. I'm mouthy as fuck.
Really? I just went off on you for like 30 seconds. Like,
No, you just made me giggle. That's all that did.
I know I'm not making you laugh. I'm sure you've heard a way worse, but for YouTube, like fucking a lot of people on YouTube are afraid of saying fucking. And you know what?
Fucking cop gobblers.
I'm not fucking afraid of saying fucking fuck. You know what? You can suck a cock all fucking day long, and I don't give a goddamn shit what you think about it. And I'm a conservative Christian. I'm not even supposed to say words like that.
Is there a reason why you're licking me in the face, Ornery? She's like, yeah, I want attention.
I didn't know pussies were allowed to be lesbians on YouTube.
Oh yeah. Watch this. I'm gonna stroke my pussy on air. And it purrs so when it gets rubbed.
That's it. You're making me horny. I need to go into the other. I need to go into the other room and rub one out.
I mean, I guess that's flexible, right? Able to kiss your own pussy.
You know what? Honestly, I'm one of those long-term guys. I can hold it for a long time because I had a pussy on my lap for about 3 hours this morning, and yeah, I held it in. Yeah.
What is this? You're just really, really pushy this morning, Cat. She's like,
the cat likes me. Well, honestly, pussy likes me. There's nothing wrong with pussy liking me.
I mean, this cat hates everyone. She even hissed at Stig all the time. Poor Stig. Everyone likes Stig Kenobi on streams because he has that soft European accent, and he's and that you remember him. She didn't. And he'd start talking, and she'd turn around and start hissing at the computer and snarling at him. Yes, I told on you.
There you go. See, I'm telling you, pussy likes me. I don't know why pussy likes me so much, but they do.
You need to go back to sleep, Cat. You're getting really wound up. She's like, no, I need to get more attention.
Well, you're giving her.
But I know you. I know you. When you start getting this mushy, you turn playful about 2 minutes later and start biting everything. I know that. So you need to sit and calm down now.
Did I mention that I smoke like a chimney and I drink like fish?
Just every chance you get, every time we stream.
Well, It's a good thing I mentioned it. You know, honestly, though, I do like seeing pussy on screen.
I bet.
There was a time I wasn't allowed to say things like that.
Yeah. I should try to behave some since I am still in my mom's house, but fuck it.
Oh, what the hell? Where's your husband?
At my house.
And you're at your mom's house?
She needed help taking care of her for the winter because she couldn't handle the winter in the mountains alone.
Ah, okay. All right. You know,
Driving me a bit crazy though.
there was a time when I cared about my family. I lived in a garage in Phoenix for a year, and I lived in a mountain in California for a year, and now I choose to fuck yourself. I don't give a goddamn anymore.
I mean, this is mom's first time trying to get through winter without dad. And, it was hard enough with him for them to function out here in the mountains alone because of their disabilities. But without him, her trying to be able to get to and from places and deal with shoveling out when she needs to and deal with propane and heat. And she does not like, she does not like being out here alone if anything goes wrong in the cold.
I get it. I get it. I do. That's like I said. I did everything in my ability to take care of family for 2 years, and it crippled me. And so I choose not to do anything for anyone, anywhere, ever anymore.
I'm always going to be that girl,
I
though.
don't have to.
I like taking care of people. Maybe that's the maternal instinct in me that never got to have kids, or I don't know. I like taking care of people.
That may be the case. That's fine. And I don't have any problem with that. Obviously, I took care of family for 20 years, so
I'm getting close here.
I just choose not to do anything that cripples me anymore.
It's like with the YouTube stuff. How long did you see me struggling to build my channel? Well, every person gave me 5 tons of advice that led me to not wanting to post anything I recorded because it wasn't good enough with my handshakes or my ticks or something, right?
Yeah.
And I decided in the end of November around my husband's birthday, fuck it. I'm just going to start sharing the stuff that I've been recording, that I've been doing, and see how it goes over. And so I started posting all these little animal videos I've recorded and some of these little rants and tirades and clips I've recorded and stuff. And I went from, at that point, I was at about 940 subs at the very end of November to I am at almost 1,540 now.
That is fantastic.
So obviously, I was being more critical of my stuff than other people are.
Fair enough. And you know what? I started doing, well, they didn't make it up to 10-minute videos, so I guess you don't get views for something that's less than 10 minutes. Anyway, whatever. I started doing my scripts and things. Just playing around, goofing off, And I made a video where somebody was shooting somebody else, and it took I was using a handgun, and I was using the sound effect of a rifle, right? A fully automatic rifle. And so I was just laughing. I was laughing my ass off. And so that was actually the second most popular video I've ever done.
See, I'm actually really glad with what I do, with the way I work in nature photography
Oh my
and animal
goodness.
streams and stuff like that.
Hungar the Starvarian.
Okay, never mind.
No, you can tell your story. I just wanted to say hello, Hungar the Starvarian. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he did a like open panel live stream yesterday, but it's been a while. Go ahead,
No,
Eagle Rider.
I don't remember what I was saying though.
Hungar the
It's
Starvarian.
gone.
The StreamYard link is at the top. You're welcome to come on in and hang out.
Are you really this clingy today, Ornery?
Of course, your pussy is that clingy.
I was gonna say, of course, my pussy's just starved for affection. My husband's in another state, but I mean,
You know what? You can hang out with your pussies all you want.
Go on, go wear yourself out.
You know, I close my bedroom door because honestly, I don't want to have a pussy in my bed every night.
Okay, so you don't plan on getting married? Check.
You know, it took 6 years to get the scar off of the finger. Yes, I don't plan on getting married ever again.
I'm sorry, it's just the way you said that. It was just too easy.
It was too easy. It was too easy.
I don't know what's fucking wrong with me.
Thank you. By the way, I actually showed the picture of the tattoo I'm going to get. I am going to get it, by the way. I am going to get that tattoo. I just don't know when. Okay. But I showed the picture to a couple of people yesterday, and they went, "Wow, that's fantastic."
Aww.
So you do good pictures, okay?
No, thank you. Not bad for a crazy chick, right? I mean,
Hey, aren't we all crazy?
well, I know you are. I mean,
I can't even get my mustache to come out straight, right? So, yeah, I'm totes crazy. Totes.
oh god, I hate the totes shit.
I can't help myself. I've still got teenage children, so I have to say totes.
Do you remember
Totes
the
crazy.
old Garfield and Friends show?
I do not remember that. No, that's the one with the gray cat. What's
With
his
Normal
name?
also?
Normal, yes, Normal.
Okay, they did it. Yeah, they did a series for Garfield and Friends, and one of the episodes was Garfield and John dealing with John's niece, who's And they made the episode specifically so they had to have an interpreter for everything she said because she spoke Valley Girl. And it was fucking hilarious. They really made fun of the whole Valley Girl speech. And at one point she said something like, at the
oh my god, are you serious? Like seriously, they did the entire episode seriously talking about a Valley Girl. Oh my god!
Yeah, and at one point they actually had her say something, and the interpreter just went like this, like, "I'm done. I don't know." It was great. I love making fun of Valley Girls. I mean,
Hungar the Barbarian.
I met recently.
Considering that you are a barbarian, I expect that you'll be able to come up on the panel fairly quickly, because I don't expect barbarians to worry too much about loincloths.
In other words, who cares how
loincloths?
Who cares how neat and clean you look? Get your ass up here, in other words, right?
Well, it is Sunday morning after all. Who gives a shit what people look like on Sundays?
I don't give a shit what I look like most days.
Now, honestly, when I was married, it did actually take me an hour to get ready for church. It took me an hour and a half to get ready for myself for church and my children for church.
Is it bad that I can put on a dress and makeup and all that in 15 minutes?
And then I went out to the van and I sat in the van with the children, and the former Mrs. CCDV came out and bitched at me because everybody was ready to go except for her, and I was supposed to be inside the house for some reason. I still do not understand why I was supposed to be inside the house while all the children were in the van, and we were ready to go to church, and she had not prepared herself for church. So please, you are a woman. Please explain to me.
I do not understand the whole taking 5 years to get ready and wanting everyone else to hang around and wait for you myself. I've never understood this, why I don't get along with other women. So no, I can get a dress, nylon, shave, do makeup and everything in 15 minutes and be out the door with the guy.
Nope, don't get it. I mean, I obviously that worked when we were dating, right before we had children.
Well, that's good. That's because the guy wanted he wanted attention, and because, honestly, if the guy's hanging around while you're getting ready, girls, then usually it's because he's trying to either sneak a peek or cop a feel. I'm just saying.
Okay, fair enough. But we were married in a church, and I was the epitome of the church boy. Okay, not the choir boy. I was not the choir boy, but I was a church boy. And so I didn't even have sex till I was 18 years old, which is rare. Even in my generation, it was rare. Okay.
CCDV? Actual full sex? Neither me or my husband had before the wedding.
Really? Wow. That is impressive.
Don't get me wrong, there's things that the ex did to me that crossed into sexual, but he hadn't actually touched that part of me. But that stuff wasn't consensual also, so...
You know what? as long as it's consensual.
But no, I still had that part of me innocent, and he hadn't done that.
Oh no, I had the whole sexual experience with a partner that I enjoyed hanging out with for several months, and it was good. It was good. As a matter of fact, she got really angry at me when I joined the army and went off to Carolina, South Carolina. She was actually very angry at me for joining the army, let alone just going away to the other end of the country. So, yeah, I had the entire experience when I was 18 years old. Right?
I lost the last vestiges of my innocence at my honeymoon, and I was 22 at the time.
That is, you know what? That is fantastic. It really is. They're so rare stories that start with I was 22. I mean, it really is. There's so few stories to start with. I was 22. I mean, I was 18, and I thought I was the oldest guy who ever got laid at at 18, at 18 years old. I really did.
My husband avoided every girl in the school until we started dating. This is the interesting thing. When I first met my husband, the first about 3 months at college there, when we were both in college, we avoided each other like the plague. Because I thought he was a pain in the ass little goody two shoes nerd boy. He was. And he thought that I was a foul mouthed head banging biker bitch. I was. And neither of us thought we wanted to deal with the other one. And then we got sucked in because we had mutual friends, and we got sucked into this long conversation in the basement of the student union. And we decided we wanted to keep talking after that, so we went over to hang out a little in the afternoon over at the dorms, and I spent 3 days in his dorm room just talking. Everything under the sun. Theological, cultural, nerd, everything. We didn't shut up for 3 days. Then we passed out for a little bit, and by that I mean my back locked up because I wasn't sleeping and I was talking for days. So they put me onto the bed, and he passed out on the couch. And when I woke up, he was on Messenger telling one of our friends that I don't know what to do. I've never felt this way about anyone before.
Messenger. So back in the Facebook days.
No, I'm talking actual Yahoo Messenger era.
Oh, Yahoo.
Early 2000s.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you. I'm actually older than that too. So
that was college age, mind you.
I mean, I literally wrote a letter to a girlfriend from Bosnia.
I've done
98
letters and stuff like that. I mean, how old are you again?
I didn't even know what email was. I'm 40. I'm 45 now. Yeah.
You're not that much older. A few years does make a difference though when technology there.
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. And if you're able to harness technology like I am,
Ornery, you're going in the other room. Be right back. She's getting over aggressive now. She's a violent side.
Oh no, I flicked Charlie off of my chair this morning, and she didn't bother me again today. So I totally understand. But again, I'm not a animal person. I don't like dogs. I don't like cats. I don't like having to take care of other people anymore. I choose not to do that. Does that make me bad? I don't. I choose not to take care of anyone else anymore. I'm all done with that. Eagle Rider is out.
I just took a moment. I just had to kick her out. No, the problem is she's part both Mao and Siamese, which are both breeds show affection by biting. So after a while, she gets aggressive and starts biting when she's affectionate.
I understand that. I don't know that much about cat breeds. One of the cats got up on my lap this morning, in which I was cool with that because I wasn't eating or anything like that, and so I was like, okay, fine, I'll pet the pussy. And then this afternoon, while I was eating dinner, she tried to get up in my lap, and I went flick. I mean, literally, just where's the camera? There. I just went flick, and she toppled over. Like she was expecting to come up, and I just went flick, and she toppled over. And it's like, yep. I'll tolerate pussy when I need pussy, but I don't need to tolerate pussy all day long, especially when I'm eating.
That rant sounds Mao in nature. Just saying.
It is a man nature. It is absolutely. What's wrong with being a man?
I didn't say man. I said MGTOW.
MGTOW. What's that?
The men go their own way. It's the anti-feminist movement.
Oh no, God, no.
See, I don't mind those guys. Actually, most of them are actually just they don't want to deal with all the crazy shit anymore.
I don't either. However, I have dated feminists in the past. How do I say this? How do I say it without sounding like a psychotic man who just is just this man who's there all the time? Okay, so I've dated women who had hairy legs. Not a problem. I've dated women who had political opinions. Again, not a problem. For some reason, I can't get a date now. I've been single for 7 years. Okay. Going on the political spectrum, literally. Like, I can dance, I can haiku, I can do. I'm in a fucking band, for God's sake, right? Like I'm like the bass player, like the super guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet I don't know. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, it was a hell of a lot easier to get a woman, even a feminist to go out with you. And now it's like, wow, yeah, okay. Hmm. Here you are. There you are. There you are. And I will forgive the armpit smell. I will forgive the armpit smell if you dance with me. And she won't even dance with me. She's whew, horrible women now.
Is this where I admit that there was a period in my life I was the man-hating feminist?
There's nothing wrong with being a man-hating feminist.
Yes, there is.
I'm a.
Oh my God, yes, there is.
I'm a woman-hating. Well, what do you call a man? No, a man. Okay,
a penis.
It's just like I'd rather not be with a woman. Why would I want to be with a woman now?
That, by the way, is the entire point of the group that I mentioned. It's just that we're tired of how crazy the world's getting, how insane the dating scene is, how angry some of these women are. We don't want to be Me Too'd over ridiculous bullshit, so we're just going to avoid all of it. That's why I said I don't have a problem with them. I kind of understand how they feel, you know?
Now, I am 45 years old. Okay, I'm not hideous. Am I? Am I
No.
hideous or am I fairly good looking? Okay. Now, some women don't like the mustache and the beard. I get that. Okay. Some women don't like the mustache. I get that. Okay. Am I hideous?
No.
Am I hideous?
I've answered like 4 times.
So if I go out to a bar and I find a woman who is interested and wants to come home with me, and she comes home with me, and we have a relationship for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, whatever the case may be, and she says, everything that is yours is mine. And I say, get the fuck out of my house. Am I wrong?
No. I've even seen them openly on like the court shows and stuff sit there and go, what's mine is mine and what's his is mine. It's like, no, fuck you, bitch.
You realize I worked 30 years for this. I worked 30 years for everything I have. You don't get to come in and suck my dick for 30 seconds and then own everything I have. Fuck you. You don't get that.
And I agree with him on this rant. So that's what I said. This is the thing. I've told you a little bit about my ex and some of the shit he did.
Yeah.
I very much went through I hated men in general for a long time. I didn't trust them. Because it wasn't just him. There were several guys that tried to force me in the period of 2 years. And by the time those 2 years ended, I was so angry and violent looking, they didn't really mess with me anymore. Um, so I was very.
The whole dark makeup thing.
It wasn't even just that. It was, trust me, my personality said, "Fuck off, you." No matter how I was dressed, I was very angry for a long time, and I tell people that they wouldn't recognize me now. I may be mouthy and opinionated and a bit angry at times now, but they would not recognize me. I was angry. I was vicious. I was nasty. I just was. And the one thing I learned from it is that none of those fellow feminists ever gave a shit about actually helping me heal from what I went through. What they gave a shit about
Oh,
was
no.
using it to
Yeah.
better their
Exactly.
causes and and they didn't care they were destroying me. They didn't care that they were hurting me more.
I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. I you know I don't have anything wrong with the feminist movement. Okay,
I do.
absolutely. I am one of those guys. I am one of those guys who abused women, not physically but mentally. I abused women, absolutely, in order to get sex. Absolutely, I was one of those guys. I am. Well, I'm not one of those guys now, but I was one of those guys. Absolutely. So I get that. However, using it for okay, so you and I went out on a
Hmm.
date, and you and I decided that we were going to have sex that night, and we did have sex. Okay, and then uh, the next day, you decided that you didn't like the idea that you chose to have sex with me. How I'm sorry. I know your situation is different. But I'm just putting it out a thing like a standard situation. Usually, what happens with most people. How is that my fault?
It's not. That's the thing is you're adults. You make your own choices. You do your own things. That's not something to hold against somebody.
I mean, if you're taking advantage of someone, okay, I get that you're taking advantage of someone, and uh, oh wow, this is.
No, I get what you're saying. Actually, there's a level of respect in how you have to interact with people, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there who don't care.
That
And
is true.
it's not just an issue of what's done to women. I know so many male survivors who don't tell
Oh,
anybody because of the
there's
crap
a
they're
lot
put
of
through.
men. There's a lot of men. You know, and this is something that is not ever talked about. Is there are a lot of men who are survivors of uh, 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 sexual misconduct. Something's going wrong with my internet.
All I can say is I know a lot of men who've been very, very sexually abused by women.
Oh, not just women, by other men as well. Uh,
And by the way, according to federal statistics over the last 2 years, which group has the highest rate of sexual abuse and domestic abuse?
men,
No,
actually,
lesbian women.
lesbian women, really?
They are the highest rate for domestically abusing each other.
Ah, okay. For domestic domestically abusing each other.
Domestically abusing people, sexually abusing, and being sexually abused and domestically abused. It's lesbian right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Which does tell you something about the fact that women are a lot more abusive than people let on.
Oh, I've known that for a long time. The thing is, you're not allowed to say that women abuse you. You're not allowed to say that. As a man, you're not allowed to say that women abuse you.
I've had a problem with the way society treats male victims and female predators for a long time. It's one of the things that me and my mom actually are very passionate about fighting, because there's no reason men should have to be silent about what they've been put through.
I need to actually wake up my second monitor. We've been on for 2.5 hours. Holy cow.
Well, I've been on for just over an hour, but because it was a little over an hour that I got here.
I need to wake up my second monitor though. It's turned black and gone all sleepy on me, which annoys the shit out of me. I don't care how long we're going to be on. We can be on for all day, as far as I'm concerned. But it drives me nuts that the monitors. Oh, see, there you go. It still won't wake up. Oh my goodness! Holy crap, Grandpa Geek!
Oh fuck, this is dead. I mean,
don't fight me. You were talking to me yesterday.
Really? Really, Eagle? Really? I want to hear Grandpa Geek's opinion.
I don't know the topic. I just got here.
we were kind of bitching about women that are abusive, so you might want to jump right in.
Oh God.
I know this guy's history enough. I know his opinion on this topic. That's why I said dive right in.
11.
It kind of meandered onto the topic, but you know what? It is a topic that needs to be discussed. And
Okay, 11 years. From the time I was 15 to the time I was 26, when my divorce was finally finalized. And even that wasn't the end of it. Okay, well, let me tell you, the worst kind of fucking thing is being a man in the 80s and 90s and being told all the time, no matter what, you can't touch a woman, you can't lay your hands on them, no matter what. Doesn't matter. And that's where we got into this line where you will see on TV shows throughout God knows where, a woman just openly slapping the shit out of a guy or hitting a guy, nothing happens. Guy does it.
Right.
Yep.
Guy does it the other way, everybody is going to fucking jump him. Doesn't matter if she landed 6 hard-ass blows on him, was clawing his eyes out. The point is, they're going to go after him. And
a few years back, there was actually this experiment that this group did. They faked these setups where women were just jumping and attacking and sexually and physically abusing men in public to see how the public would react. And over 40 locations, they did this. Only one location did anyone even say anything positive for the man. In over 30 locations, they either cheered her on as she was beating on him or tried to help her beat him.
Yeah, I think I know the videos you're talking about. But when they showed the man doing it, everybody would come over and start attacking the men. It's like, whoa, we're just, they'd eventually get over there because these men were going to get their asses beat.
Uh-huh.
One of the worst things is you live in a family like mine where you are told, don't talk about shit outside the family. Don't talk about anything outside the family. You keep it in the family. When you do finally talk about it, being a male, being abused by a female, the words you normally hear would be, what did you do? You probably deserved it.
She couldn't hurt you that bad.
Hurt you that
Oh
bad.
yeah, she couldn't
You're a
hurt you
man.
that bad.
You're a man.
That's the
You're a man,
biggest
you can
thing.
take it. You're a man, you can take it. 4 things I heard regularly. So I gave up because it was always my fault. I mean, I'm getting physically abused, mentally abused, verbally abused, and no one about it. So yeah, it boxed me in a fucking corner and turned me into a person I took a long time to get away from. Even after the divorce, it wasn't good enough because I got custody of the kid. Well, guess what? When you call CPS, you don't get to know who called CPS on you, even when you know who the hell it is, and they have to show up no matter what. So they show up at your kid's daycare, your kid's school, and then your house, and they've done all that before they've even gotten to see you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm 100% fully aware of that. Yes.
Okay, I actually have a story for that one.
I had custody of my 16-year-old, and yes, I did.
I have a story for that
I
one.
had to go through that whole process. So yes, I'm fully aware of what you're talking about, and it is a pain in the ass.
I have a story for that actually. One sec.
Especially when you are a single white male.
Actually, as I was trying to say there, I actually have a story about that, and that goes even deeper because false calls to CPS is one of the biggest ways that people harass and abuse parents. It actually really is. And my parents went through, we actually literally had to move to stop it, where these people who really didn't like my mixed family decided they were going to deal with it by false reporting my parents, constantly trying to break up the family.
Yeah.
And they would not leave them alone, to the point where even CPS is going, we can't do anything legally about stopping them. You need to get away from these people. They don't care, and they want to destroy you.
Yeah, we had a similar problem with the lady who. Okay, so my ex-wife was in St. Louis at the time. We were in Tampa, Florida, and it was call after call after call. The same fucking lady came out, and you know what she said to us the 3rd or 4th time? You know, she said to us, she goes, I know your kids aren't abused. I know they're not malnourished. I've seen abused kids. I know what an abused kid looks like. These are not abused kids. When she came by the 3rd or 4th time, she's like, I am so sorry. It's like, I can't leave. I have to legally, I'm obligated to tell her where I live until I'm 18. I'm like, what the hell can we do? You can't tell me who it is. I know who it is. Everybody knows who the fuck it is. Well, I don't know if they said something to her, but we never got a call after that again. After my daughter turned 18, she had me change her phone number. She got her own apartment, told me never give that to her mother, which never was. The only thing my ex-wife now has, since we moved to South Carolina, I have made it very clear to people, I rarely give anybody my address because I'm like, I know too many people who I'm like, if I give you my address, you better make sure Cindy never finds it. Because this is the first time in my life that woman has no fucking clue where I live. And I want it stayed that way. Anytime I go to fucking St. Louis or go into the area of Granite City to visit my daughter and my grandson, I am terrified that I'm going to fucking see that woman. I mean, if I could put the scars on my body, mental scars on my body, my entire body would be covered in scars.
I believe you.
And
that's the biggest problem I had with my children's mother. I'm apparently I'm not allowed to call her my ex-wife. The biggest problem I had with my children's mother was the mental scars. It was not. It was not physical scars. Obviously, I'm larger. I'm larger. I'm physically stronger. And I have always been, and I will always be, physically and stronger than she is. So anything that I did to her, which I've never laid a physical hand on her, would be considered abuse. However, the words that she has said to me, even before we had children, the words she said to me were worse than
Yeah,
any
the mental
physical.
abuse.
Well,
abuse.
that's one sec. I was actually trying to say, that's actually part of the problem with this is that while physical marks are more often left by the male abusers, just because female abusers usually are not as strong as the males, doesn't mean they're not damaging them. It doesn't mean they don't beat people to death. It doesn't mean they don't stab them and other shit. But I mean, statistically speaking, women are much better at the manipulation, at the gaslighting, at the making you feel everything that happens to you is your fault than men
Oh,
are.
yeah. Oh yeah.
When
By the
we
way,
went
when it comes to physical wounds, my stab wound back from like 2004 or 5, and what I do, I lied. I lied on my report to the military. I lied on my medical report. I
Well,
said
of
I accidentally
course.
stabbed myself. I didn't say that my wife stabbed me.
Yeah, of course. Because
Because
it's not just
I was worried I was going to go to jail, even though I didn't do anything.
it's just not it's not just mental, okay? There is a huge component of mental, but the physical is like how dare you? How what I'm a man, and
And the thing is,
you hurt me.
there's something here to what you guys are talking about because female abusers tend to specifically go after military men and veterans for a few reasons. A, because once they get disabled, they're easier to torment. If they have PTSD or mental issues, they're easier to make them feel guilty for it. It's also because most military men are raised hardcore with the never strike a woman thing, and most of them won't fight back even when she's flat out beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, saw a lot of that.
And they specifically go after
Yeah.
military men and veterans.
Because
I've
they know
seen,
because they also know that we'll get fucked we'll get fucked both ways. We'll get fucked by the civvies and we'll get fucked by the military. You know that as well as I do, CCDV.
No, I never got physically abused.
Yeah.
No,
by-
you know that the military would, if she called about it. You gotta
Oh
deal
yeah,
with it.
absolutely. I would be the one on the carpet. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was the one who was always arrested. It didn't matter what happened. She could say whatever she wanted. There could be nothing physical on her, and I'm the guy in the handcuffs every time the cops show up. So what was the point of me trying to call the cops?
And that's the thing is I know so many men who have taken it in silence because they had no voice for it. Because if they tried to fight it, they would be the ones to pay for it. It's like, okay, I can use my brother as an example. His ex-wife was psycho at that time. She was psycho at that time. He had to call the cops because she would not stop hitting and slapping him for hours. They show up and they saw him get hit by her over and over and over again. Finally, he smacked her back and he gets arrested.
Mine was always psychological abuse.
Now, mine was psychological and physical. But I'll tell you what, the one fucking time my ex-wife got arrested and I didn't was because we had a couple of people living with us because they had lost their apartment and they were waiting to get paid to get their new apartment. They just needed to get
done that, yeah.
They had to get the deposit first month, last month, the routine. So they needed to save up the money. Well, Cindy, my ex, for whatever reason, lost her shit about the laundry. I don't know what the hell it was. I was doing laundry, and she lost her shit because I was doing the laundry.
No,
and
hold on. You were the one doing the laundry. I'm assuming you were the one doing the dishes. I'm assuming
No. Yes, I had to do the dishes because I wasn't allowed to cook. A few times I did cook, like I'd come home and she'd be asleep with our daughter. I'd go ahead and do the cooking. She'd wake up, smell the food, and I think she'd be happy for my attempt. Nope.
I'm
How dare I
sorry.
get out? How dare I step out of my place? That is
I'm
literally
sorry, Grandpa Geek. I need to tell this story again. I know you've heard this story before. I would come home from Fort Irwin, right? I would leave at 4:00 in the morning to get to Fort Irwin on time, and I would get home about 7:00. And that the woman I was married to at the time was sitting on the couch watching Dr. Phil, or I don't know, the Bachelor, or whatever the hell she was
one of
watching.
those shit shows.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the show was that she was watching, but she was watching that instead of making dinner or making sure the kids were ready for bed or anything like that. So I got home after 4:00 in the morning, get up and go to work, and then come home at 7:00, and I would have to make dinner. I would have to make dinner at 7:00 at night.
Oh yeah, it
At
would be
7:00 at night, and
yeah,
make dinner for the kids, and then make sure that they brushed their teeth and got into bed on
Yeah.
time, so that they could get up for school in the morning.
and
So
this
that
was
I
all
could
your
get up at 4:00 in the morning and go back to work.
Yeah.
I was the one who was doing all of that,
Your fault
and
for getting
she
up early
sat
anyway.
on the couch and watched TV.
Yeah, and it
And
was
yet-
your fault.
And yet I have these days when my medical gets bad, when I can't stand up, when I can't do things. I feel like shit if I can't help out more. I want to do more for him.
There's nothing wrong with having a medical condition. I have multiple sclerosis, for God's sake. If I don't feel like working on my house, I don't work on my house.
Well, that's
But
what I'm getting at.
Jesus Christ, she has no medical conditions.
That's what I'm getting at here. You know, I can't always help, and it kills me because I want to do more for him. And yet these women that sit there and leech off him and just do nothing, they fucking piss me off because I would give anything to have the ability to help more and do more.
NB Geeks, explain what a dependopotamus is.
You don't have to.
I know we all know what a dependopotamus is. Yeah.
That's the thing is I am so sick of these kinds of women.
Here was what happened to me. My ex-wife grabbed the piece off the stove, because this was a gas stove. So she grabbed the cast iron piece off the stove, started beating the shit out of me with it. Brought my daughter came in. She told my daughter to start beating on me. And finally, and the people who were in our house were freaking out, like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, call the police. And they backed me up. They said, dude, he didn't do anything wrong. She was beating the shit out of him. And that was the only time she went to jail. You know what she went to jail for? 12 hours.
Dark
Weekends,
Helmet.
She
Dark
went out on a
Helmet.
Friday night, was supposed to get out on Sunday. She was supposed to do 3 weekends. I pick
I'm
her up
sorry.
Friday night. I drop her off Friday night. I pick her up Saturday morning each time.
NB Geek, I'm gonna interrupt you. Dark Helmet, no, I never sleep.
That's one of the things. You guys know I work with and deal with victims a lot, so this is stuff I've dealt with.
God, we got Hungar the Starvarian.
So
Now I'm ready.
I'm not even kidding on this. I literally know a case where she beat her husband to death with a cast iron skillet, and she got the only thing they charged her for was accidental homicide thing where she got a few months and then got custody of the kid back that reported her for doing it.
Jesus, that judge didn't know a fucking ass from a hole in the ground.
Punkar, I like your vape choice. That's a good one.
And I know so many cases like this where the women did egregious, horrible, horrific shit and got nothing for punishments.
Well, remember that case years ago with the mom who allegedly killed her daughter and made all the headlines, and she got a not guilty verdict? And everybody's like, how did this fucking happen? If this had been a man, his ass would have been life in prison.
I'm not going to say allegedly. No, there's no fucking way it was allegedly. They even had the blood and body parts in the trunk.
I know. You get where I'm going with this. You know what
I know. Yeah, I know.
All right. I'm already fed up with honestly now, no offense to you, Eagle Rider, but I'm fucking fed up with women in my life. Okay, so I just need to stop on this subject, and we need to talk about something that's fun.
That's fine. And no, I absolutely understand why you're tired of it. It's the same. I rant because this is something I care about, and you know that.
I do know about that. Yes, absolutely. And if we didn't have a couple of other panelists, and I know you've been abused, Grandpa Geek. So I get
and
that.
I have, and that's the thing is, there's an atone. Well. There's an atonement for me because I did buy all the feminist shit against men for so long.
It's not fair. It's not fair to say that I don't want to talk about male abuse. It's not fair to say that.
No, it's understandable, dude. We know. Look, there isn't a DV hotline for male victims. There just really isn't. We are very hardwired not to talk about that. I'm one of the few exceptions now because I'm extroverted, and that's how I've been coping with it my whole life since then. It was like, okay, I can't hold this shit in anymore because it's killing me.
That to me is the reason why CCDV, when you mentioned some of the stuff you got put through, I had to say something because I care. I'm tired of men not having any voice.
We're not supposed to have a voice. We're just supposed to.
We're supposed to shut up and take it.
Yeah, man up.
Yeah, exactly. We're just supposed to shut up and take it.
It's like,
and unfortunately, that is how a lot of us are raised, and we're kind of like, this is why some people regularly hear me say, okay, you have the cycle my grandfather had, you have the cycle my dad had, you have the cycle my family had, and I'm like, I'm trying to break that cycle for my kids. It's not going to be broken for me, but I don't want it for them.
We men are not abused. We are not abused. We accept a punch from a woman, right? But if we punch that woman back, and then we call the police, we men call the police, and the police show up, who gets shackled?
Well, I'm a feminist. I believe in equal opportunity. If a bitch hits me, I'm hitting her back. I don't give a shit.
To be fair, equal opportunity is never what feminism actually means. It's not even what the word means. The word is actually, if you break down in Latin, the flip side of the word chauvinist.
Yeah, feminism, according to Webster's, means equal rights for all humans. So
but it doesn't.
With that. So if a woman hits me, I feel as, a modern man, it's my duty to treat her just like I would anybody else. Bitch, I'm getting on the boat first. I don't care. It's like, I want to be fair to them. They want it. They got it. If I go out with a chick, if we're not going to smash,
whatever first wave feminism was, third wave feminism has totally destroyed it.
No, I got news for you. The average person following feminism may have been okay in the early waves. The feminist leadership was always what the third waves were. It always
I-
was. The
I
literature even
choose-
was.
I choose not to say that the last sexual liaison I had, I choked her twice. She asked me to. However, she tried to use that against me a few days later.
Oh, for fuck's
Because-
sakes.
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, no, you choked me twice." And I was like, "No, you tried to take my house. Fuck you."
I had a girl who was actually into that kind of stuff, and I think that's pretty much why our relationship didn't work, because there were certain kinks she was into that I'm just kind of like, you know what, I'm not comfortable with this. And putting my hands around a woman's neck was not something I was comfortable with as a sexual thing.
You know, and I may like it rough. I don't want my neck touched, and that actually has to do with the ex.
Thank
can believe
you.
it.
Thank you, Dark Helmet. I appreciate that. I did actually get my cigarette lit. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, don't forget it. Yeah. Forget about
I've
it.
only put my hands around somebody's neck a couple of times, and they were mainly reasons for I was fighting for my life. So now it's one of those things like I'll tell my kids, and I'll tell their
Honestly,
I'm like,
and Eagle Rider will back me up on this. It's actually pretty. It's pretty cool if it's consensual, and it was consensual when I was doing it, and so it was
hey,
okay.
man, everybody,
but-
to each their own kinks. That's
I
I
just
will
not-
be back.
You know,
I'll see you
2
guys in a
days
bit.
later, I could have gotten really hammered if she had chosen to do, if she had chosen to press charges or anything like that. But she knew it was consensual, and I knew it was consensual, and it was okay.
See, I don't think anybody should get into false flagging consensual anything, but I don't know.
Like I said, everybody's got their kink. You just got to know. You just got to deal with the fact that some people may not like it. That is one area of kink. I'm like, nope, not for me.
It's
And
usually
putting
not.
my
It's
hand around
usually not
somebody's
for me either.
Yeah,
she
but putting
actually,
my hand around somebody's neck brings up feelings for me that I don't want to ever remember again.
I understand that. It was consensual. It was. She asked me to do it. And
So was the girl. So was the girl I was with. I still was uncomfortable as hell with it. I told her afterwards. I was like, "Yeah, I can never do that again." It's like I'm not into that kind of thing.
The only way to have a rough sex relationship is to actually have an adult conversation about it before you ever get into the sexual. You have to sit down and discuss everyone's limits and interests and figure out exactly what you want in this relationship before you even begin, and you know how to do it safely with each other's bodies.
I would agree.
It's a major trust issue, and you cannot do it lightheartedly. And that's the problem that people have is, as much as people want to talk free sexuality and stuff like that, I'm sorry, when you dip into the BDSM stuff, it is not something for casual relationships because it is too easy to go wrong if you don't understand each other.
No, there are rules to it. You have to really pay attention to the rules. If you get what I mean by when I say rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally understand that, and we did actually have that conversation.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was in the shower while we were having the conversation, but we did have that conversation, and she, I honestly believe she only brought it up because of the fact that I didn't want to see her anymore. So I said, you need to leave. She was the one that was thinking that my house was her house. I was like, no, this is not your house. This
See-
is my house.
Dark-
I did everything in this house. This is my house. You don't get to just come in and play with me and then say it's your house. It's not your house. It's my house.
Yeah. And to what Dark Helmet said, that's actually kind of sad that we're in a situation in society where that has to be treated that way for now. There's two sides of that issue. One, which is those who are submissive are often preyed upon because it's an easy mark to predators, and B, those who want to try to set somebody up to take a fall for things will pretend to be subs to try to get attention. And so the actual subs, we don't have much voice, and the voice we have in society is usually, if anything's done to us, we're told we deserve it. Literally.
You know what? Honestly, you are absolutely correct. And as okay, as a sub, yes, I can pretend to be the dom, but I am usually the sub, and so you know that, and so yes, it is a difficult situation, and unfortunately, that is a situation I got myself into, and we did have the conversation. We did have the
I did kind of comment in private.
Yeah. Well, we had the word, you know, and when I said the word, she did not respect it, and that was the end. That was the end, you know.
That's why I don't get into casual stuff at all. I don't trust it.
I don't know if I don't know if it's I don't know if it's casual or if it's just the way people think of. You know, I thought I knew her. It wasn't like it was like it wasn't like the first night I met her. Okay, it was several weeks of learning about her and learning about her and being with her, and then it ended because she well, right, maybe I'm more of a dom than a sub than I thought I was, but I just wouldn't I would not let her do I would not let her do to me what she thought she deserved.
Or maybe you just knew that she was full of shit.
Well, one or the other, yeah.
All I can say is people need to understand more before they start screwing around with shit.
I've had many relationships that have started and ended in different positions. No problem at all.
All I can say is my experiences outside of my husband have all been holy shit, stay away from me, people.
Really?
So
okay.
I basically dated every scuzzball I could find. I swear, I had a type, and most of them tried to push me into things I didn't want to do.
Okay.
So I'm kind of glad I got the man I've got now.
Yeah, I'm glad you got the man you got you now right, as well. You know,
because holy shit, I had bad taste in men for a while. Maybe that made it easier for me not to rush into sexual stuff because holy shit, I didn't want those bastards touching me.
I've had taste. I've had really bad taste in women for a while myself. So, uh, well, fair enough. I was in a bad. Well, I was in a difficult relationship for 12 years, and the last 3 years I just went, I'm fucking done with you. So uh it wasn't a dom sub relationship. It was just a regular marriage, as far as anyone else would know. And as far as I was concerned, it was I was fine with the relationship that we had. But apparently, when I got back from my fourth deployment, she she didn't she she didn't want to be with me. I don't know if she had an affair. I don't know. I don't know. I can only assume that she had an affair because she didn't want to be with me when I got back from. Uh, anyway, that's a whole different topic.
So how about we dip into music or something? How's that sound?
Why not? Why not?
So your musical taste is what?
Well, currently, something I can sing, which means oldies or um, Diana Krall. Let say a jazz trio. Diana Krall, Nora Jones. Yeah.
I have no idea if I actually could sing right now. I've been sick for weeks.
Well, you don't have to sing.
No, but I'm saying, but that tends to be. It's kind of odd because my taste goes all over the place. But because I tend to like to sing along, I do tend to listen more often to female singers, you know?
I can't seem to get my second monitor to work. I will just not care right now. I know I'm hosting a show, and a show is supposed to be entertaining, but I really don't care if I can't get my second monitor to work. So I need to turn off my computer and turn it back on, but I can't do that right now since I'm hosting. And so I don't care if you can sing or not.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I'm saying compared to now to normal, I do sing all the time, and that's what plays a major part in my music selection often, is if I can at least sing along. But right now, I don't think I could carry a tune to save my life because I've been sick as a dog for fucking weeks.
As someone that has lived a swinger's lifestyle for many years, but out of it now, I learned fast avoid anything involving pain or BDSM because someone could easily turn it on you if you make them mad. Now, I wonder about that because I well, I'm single. I'm white and male, which means I probably won't get a date anytime soon. But the BDSM do you honestly, do you really believe that that is a thing? Like, if Eagle Rider, you were a swinger, if you were a swinger, do you believe that that would be a problem for you?
Um, I
Because
don't know if I don't
yeah,
know if I
be
could because I don't
for
trust most people to have control like that.
if anyone is out there and reading the chat and watching the stream, uh, they need to understand that BDSM and the swinger culture are absolutely, totally, completely different.
They are. They sometimes overlap, but they're usually very different.
Usually
Most
very different.
most
Yes,
of the time in
absolutely. Yes.
BDSM, it's not usually casual because this is it.
BDSM,
The nature
B,
of it tends to be to really understand and work each other's bodies. You have to know each
it
other,
requires super trust.
and it also requires a really good understanding of each other's bodies and minds.
Yeah, I mean, I depends on how deep you get into it, right? I mean, uh, should I admit this? Well, I'm not married anymore. It doesn't matter. Um, fish hooks, fish hooks in the scapula, the area right behind the, you know, you know, put fish hooks in there and then hang. I can't even describe it right, you know. It just is, right? Like, okay, so the fish hooks go in there, right? And then you are lifted off the ground, and it is, oh my god, it is exceptional. It is one of the most exceptional feelings.
And
If
see,
you,
with my back issues and with my chest, that would be hell on earth.
I'm sorry, but
So that's the thing is that's why I said it's usually very much you need to know each other's issues and what you can do.
right, right, yeah. It's just it's just, oh wow, it's just a feeling of being so vulnerable, you know. It wow, that's something I haven't thought about in a long time.
Vulnerability, submitting yourself to somebody else, trusting that person with every inch of you is both frightening and beautiful at the same time.
which is which is why I'm not married. That honestly, no joke. That is why I'm not married. I've I've been married. I was married for 15 years, but I will not. I just I cannot submit myself to that kind of that kind of being ever again. I can't submit myself. to being vulnerable like that again. It hurt too much. It hurt too much to end the relationship. It hurt too much. So I won't do it again.
I know a lot of people joke about me being the pathetically married one, as some say, or the obsessively married, or the can't you get out of the honeymoon phase, or any kind of person and stuff. And I get in conversations and people go, "You're married, you don't count in this conversation." It's like, but seriously, I waited on a lot of things. Yeah, I was really jumpy and modest, but a lot of that was because of the ex. And yeah, I'm married, but being married almost 17 years, being with him in some form or another, very close to 20 years now, I've given a lot of my heart and soul to this relationship. And that is an experience that's worth talking about when it comes to this stuff. Because if I had continued down the road I was going, I probably would have ended up dead with those kinds of guys.
No, that's not good. Yeah. I oh.
And this is part of also why I'm so defensive of the male victims, because at least as a woman, I can say that most people will take it seriously. Men don't have that outlet. They don't have the ability just to speak up about what they went through, because most people won't listen to them.
You know what? I think you're right on that. Is now the abuse I went through was mostly mental. I would say mental, because I am religious. I am still religious. However, she used religion against me. And that did not go over well. I don't know what else to say other than, going into super detail about. Okay, you know what? I will say this. She, while I was in Iraq, she went to a prosperity church. I don't know if
Oh,
you know
God.
what that means.
My reaction should tell you I do.
Yeah, Grandpa Geek knows. Yeah, okay.
I have really hate the prosperity and word of faith churches and the crap that they try to claim as biblical. Really, really hate that. Especially since these are the ones that tell you, if you're disabled and poor, it's because you don't have enough faith.
Yes. And you should give more money to the
that you don't
pastor.
have to a pastor who's going to tell you, yeah, the reason you're disabled is because God's punishing you for not having enough faith.
And
fuck you.
He's wearing $300 jeans and driving a Mercedes, and you can barely limp to the chapel, and you're supposed to give more money.
I've dealt with a few of those guys, and they always tell me that it's my fault that I had all these things happen to me medically as a kid. It's my fault that the ex did stuff to me because God punishes you for your lack of faith. It's not a lack of faith. People are shitty. God is not telling us. It's the same way I respond to people who always, if you tell them about something really horrible you went through, it's, everything happens for a reason. God intended it. It's like, God did not intend me to get tormented, molested, and beaten. I refuse to fucking believe that was God's will.
That is absolutely not God's will.
Exactly.
You know what? I grew up in a Pentecostal church. Okay. And that's the church where people are dancing in the aisles and praying, in tongues and things like that, right? Like,
Mhm.
okay, I've been in eight different countries. Okay, I've been to church in 8 different countries. Trust me, that little local church that you go to that is telling you that you are wrong and that you have been sinning for decades, that's not the church you need to be going to. You need to be going to a church that teaches the Bible, not the doctrine of
We went
whatever.
we went to a church that my husband had been going to for all. Okay, the original church that him and his dad were in split because they were too big for the building, right? So
Okay.
they split into two buildings and opened one on the other side of town. This isn't uncommon. That alone is not usually a red flag, right?
It's not rare. It's not rare.
And that was fine, but the church got weirder and weirder, and after a while they changed their name so they didn't match the other church anymore. And
That is more common, actually, than you would believe.
and that's when you start getting concerns. He was still going there, and they printed a really good game about caring about all these people and stuff. And they talked about, well, we're raising all these funds to help people. We're raising all these funds to help people. We have all this savings that we're going to use to do all this charity work. My husband, my at that time friend, took me to them to talk to him because I was literally in and out of the hospital for 2 months, and I was going to lose my apartment because I couldn't work for those 2 months. I couldn't pay bills, and I had all these things happening to me. And their response was, "Oh no, we don't help people pay bills. We just tell you how to be more responsible with your money." It's like,
Oh, right, yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
wait. You have this massive savings to help people in need. You're looking at somebody who's not irresponsible, not out partying, not wasting their money, but is literally trying to pay bills and can't because of medical issues. And you're going, no, we won't help you. We'll just tell you you're irresponsible and you need to spend less.
Right.
You're not Christian. Good. The level of we don't care and we won't help. It's like, that's not Christian.
I am a Christian conservative. And I am smoking and I am drinking. And you know what? I help more people than are detracted by the fact that I smoke and drink.
I am a woman of faith, and I am also an open submissive. I am also open about sexuality and stuff, and I don't care. There's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with me being wild and crazy sexually for my husband. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with being submissive. I am a submissive. Yes, you are correct. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a submissive for your husband. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I don't understand why our faith puts a stigma on us.
I was told so many times that people like me were just dirty, perverse, all these different things, and to the point where I was afraid to tell anybody what I was into. Well, the thing is, when you do that, that's what opens you up to predators. That's what opens you up to not being able to get help. I was so terrified of anybody knowing my proclivities that I buried it. deep. I didn't speak out. I didn't defend myself. And I buried the memories instead of trying to tell people because I was ashamed of it.
I am so glad now, Eagle Rider, that
Hmm.
you are not ashamed.
Not at all
You
anymore.
you are not ashamed of what happened to you in the past, how you feel now, especially because it's with your husband. I mean, that is the dogma of Christianity. It is with the person you love.
There are too many people in the church who claim to be Christian and blame the victims and say that it changes you and changes how pure you are and all this shit. That tell you if somebody's done this or that to you, you're not pure anymore. It's bullshit.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Have you met me? Like, I'm
I'm not
Mister.
saying you. I'm not saying you,
I'm
but I'm saying
Mister
this is stuff I've had.
CCDV. I'm conservative Christian disabled veteran. I am that guy, and I'm smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer at 4 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit! It's 7:30 in the morning.
I've sat there and gone into these chats, and what I have seen recently, and this is really concerning, is the ultra conservative Puritans, the ones that always try to shame everybody for
Oh
anything,
yeah, I love the
are
Puritans.
are
Yeah.
joining forces now with the fucking fourth wave Gen Zers to harass and threaten sex crime victims, submissives, and other stuff and tell them they deserve it. And this isn't an outlier experience. This is thousands and thousands of these people joining forces and going through people's accounts and finding these comments and telling them you deserved it, you did this, and you're this, and it's like insane
Okay.
shit.
Honestly, seriously, check this out.
This
Yeah,
could go
baby.
so bad. I mean,
Oh, oh, I deserve it. I deserve it. Come on. I don't even lock my doors. I don't even lock my doors at night. I don't. My home is open. I mean, literally, my back door is unlocked. My front door is unlocked. I leave the front porch light on. Seriously, come in. Come into my house. My house is open. So if you think you can come in and I know Eagle Rider, I
mhm,
know you've had you've had you've had problems, okay? I
mhm.
get it. I was trying to make a joke with showing my abs, okay?
I know.
I
I'm
get it.
just laughing at you.
But
But
yeah,
this is it's so crazy that they're sitting there and they're finding these people who've been through this stuff and they're literally hunting down their accounts to harass them and tell them they deserved it.
Oh yeah, that's
Anytime,
all.
anytime you have ultra Puritans joining forces with the fucking Gen Z or fourth wave feminists, you know it's going to be shit what they do.
that is a very bad problem these days. Actually, it really is because I like okay, I am a Puritan. Okay, now have I done wrong? Well, that depends on your point of view, doesn't it?
Hmm.
I believe myself as a Puritan. I believe myself as a conservative Christian. However, I don't agree with a lot of the things that my sect is doing these days.
You mean like the thousands of them that were spamming my account for weeks, telling me that I had no right in speaking out as a victim because I was a submissive, I deserved it, and I have no rights to be choosy with who touches me?
Those people are
That they literally said
they are insane.
that they literally said submissives have no choice who they sleep with because they've already given up their choice of their body.
Really?
That's
Yes.
not how a sub and dominatrix work, and we all
No, but this is what they're doing. They're gaining numbers daily doing this shit, and that's what's scary.
Okay, so if I went out there and I challenged them because I am submissive. I know I'm a sub. If I found a dom anywhere in my neighborhood who would, help me with my, it's not a thing that you want to get done one time. It's something you are. I am a sub. I know I'm a sub.
I have seen, and this comes from both sides, they're pushing this literature now where they're acting. I've literally seen this phrase repeatedly. Well, the dom chooses if you sleep with someone else or not. It's like, no, that's not a thing.
No,
that's not a fucking thing. You don't give up your rights of your body.
It's not. Look, okay. So what I was saying is, I am a sub. I know I'm a sub. I am fully aware that I am a sub. I can kick your ass in a heartbeat. I could break your neck within 3 seconds of a fight. I am not a pussy. I am not a pussy. I am a sub. Do you know the difference? You know the difference, obviously, Eagle Rider. You know the difference. Grandpa Geek, do you know the difference? You know the difference. You're a Marine.
Yeah, well, I know.
You can kill a man in 3 seconds.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I've had to get with people when they ask me why I didn't become a cop. I'm like, because I'm trained completely differently than a cop is. And I said I do not.
It's not about being a wussy. It's about being submissive.
And actually, usually the subs have the greater power in it because when you're a sub, everything that's being done is at your discretion. It's not, if they violate what you say you're willing to do, that is huge. And the subs are the ones with the real power of the relationship because they're the ones who choose ultimately what you're willing to do and not do.
They're the ones who set. I mean, the rules are set
and
ahead of time.
Most subs, we may be docile as hell to our dom. We will rip you the fuck apart if you're not our dom and you try to raise a hand to us.
Hell apart. Yeah, absolutely.
That is the big mistake people make about subs is they think the dom is the one who holds all the power. It's like, you ever seen a sub go ape shit on somebody else that ain't their dom? Your life is going to be really painful for a few days.
We are not docile shit. We respect our dom. We respect our master. We do not take other people's shit, and we tend to be very strong-willed and very aggressive people.
Yeah. See, we know these cultures because unlike these assholes, we've actually known people, experienced some of these cultures, and have actually seen what goes on behind the scenes. Unlike these assholes, who their information is what they see on Pornhub when they don't really.
Let me use my relationship as an example here. My husband is an avionic engineer. Senior avionic engineer, training now in applied robotics and technology for AI. But He is a nerd boy. He is a quiet church boy. He is softly spoken. He does not sit there and brag out that he's got this chick. He does these things for him and stuff because he doesn't have to. Because a real alpha doesn't have to brag it
That's
because he
right.
just is strong.
That's right.
You know, it's interesting
But-
you bring that up.
but-
You bring that up, Rosetta.
Mhm.
After I'll wait until you're done, though.
But let's be honest here. If it came down to somebody messing with us, which one of us do you think is stronger in fighting, and which one of us do you think would kill the fucker?
He's probably stronger, and you'd kill him.
I can beat him if I want to.
No, the point is if somebody came up on them,
Yeah,
like
he would
okay.
be the one to beat the shit out of him. Rosetta would be the one.
Eagle Rider is in handcuffs, right? But she's still gonna kick the shit out of that motherfucker who came up on them.
Now, I could see how it would go like this. Her husband would get a few licks in. She'd jump in, start beating the motherfucker's ass. Like, you wish my fucking husband was still beating on your ass.
Exactly.
My husband. Okay, I gotta use one example here real quick, and then I'll go to what MB was trying to say to me. But we had this construction crew that decided they were going to get aggressive with me. So they started yelling at me. I was in the entrance of the house, and they were not doing what they were supposed to. They were blocking the driveway, and I was very vocally telling them what to do. And they decided to try to tell me to go inside the house and shut up. And about the time they said that, Steve let go of me from behind and ran across the house the other direction. He went to call their supervisor to keep me from killing them. But the second I said that, it was interesting because it's just like his hands let go and he ran the other way. And the door shut behind me as I started yelling. It's like, yeah, okay. And it was a couple weeks after that their supervisor told my husband, my crew's afraid to work when she's around. Can you see if she'd give them a little more space to work during the day? It's like,
Anyway, what did you say a minute ago that said you brought up a good point?
it was about I was mentioning the strength of it, and my husband, yeah, he's this little quiet engineer and all that.
Yeah, exactly. One of those things is, when someone is, quiet like that, one of the things is when you have, and, people would be like, wait a minute, if people saw, the way you've talked about your husband and the way you are, people would automatically assume you're the dom, he's the sub.
But it's usually the reverse. Doms are usually quietly spoken.
Yes, because it goes generally the other way around.
That
It
is
is an
true.
outlet for people to let go of what they normally are and
Mm-hmm.
have a little fantasy going on. Let's be honest. Listen, I know I don't talk big about my sex life, but I'm not gonna lie and say role playing doesn't get involved. Shit, you got to keep the stuff spiced.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, it gets boring. You got to have some fun with it.
Yeah.
I can definitely say my sex life isn't boring. Painful at times. Injuries at times.
Now,
We're
I
not
can't
talking
talking
boring.
we're
Now I
not
get to
talking
Jack.
about broken thumbs. All right, we're
No,
not
I'm
talking
starting to
about
say
broken
Daxton
thumbs.
Wharf. All of a sudden, I'm thinking Daxton Wharf.
Thumbs, toes, wrist, knee. Yeah, that's the only things I've broken during it so far.
Heads, probably.
I was talking about body, but
I stick to the much more mundane stuff. Honestly, I know. I know.
says the guy who said he likes fish hooks in his back.
Well, mundane now that I'm in my 40s. Okay.
I'll tell you, I'm going to be honest. Back when I was younger, one time I was getting done with PT and I had to I was in the gym room taking my shirt off there in the locker room. And one of the guys was like, Reed, what happened to your back? I'm like, my wife. And he goes, dude, what does she do? I'm like, exactly what I wanted.
You know what? same situation, right? Same situation. I took my shirt off in the gym, and the dude was like, what happened to you, Chris? And I was like, yeah, it was this stripper.
Hey, no, Mark.
I mean,
Well, it was like when people would ask me, it's like, you got your nipples pierced? I'm like, because at that time I did. I only took them out about a year ago. And they were like, why'd you get your nipples pierced? I'm like, well, there was this girl. And he's like, never mind.
no, see, I would never get them pierced. Clamps, yes. Pierced, no. I mean,
Hey. I had those
you know
for like
what?
15
That's-
years. They were pretty cool.
That's why I asked Eagle Rider to make my tattoo, because I intend to get to tattoo. I will get the tattoo. I don't know, like 2-3 years from now. I will get the tattoo. But you know, I knew, she knew that I knew that she knew that I knew.
mhm.
So I was like, okay, you know exactly what I want, and as she made the exact perfect picture. I just need to find the right artist to put it on my arm.
I got 3
So-
tattoos. I got 3 tattoos I'm going to eventually get. But the one I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put is my grandson's name. Because I'm not sure how I want to do that one. I have all my kids' names. I have my kids' names here, and I have all their birth dates, times, and the state they were born in here.
I am so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you. I've got 3 children who are over 18, and none of them have given me grandchildren yet.
I've got one, and according to my daughter, he's going to be the only one because she wants no more kids after that. And I was like, okay, I understand that. My daughter, well, she's 12 and she doesn't want to have kids. And I'm like, okay, you don't need kids right
You
now.
know, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm still waiting for my 16-year-old to actually pop out a baby.
I was actually surprised my my oldest didn't have a child for as long as she did. She liked to play the field. Look, hey, I love my daughter, but I wasn't stupid and I knew what she was doing.
When she
Well,
was,
maybe not all the details, thank God, right?
right. Well,
No. There have been times my wife and I have literally had to tell her, it's like, Trisha, we don't need to know the details. Okay, we get it. We can fill in the blanks. We don't need to know.
I am a single white male, so
Yeah, but here
maybe
Okay,
I should not be allowing my 14-year-old to tell me exactly what she's doing, but you know, whatever.
now my whole thing is just this. It's like you're probably not doing anything I didn't do, and if you are doing something I didn't do, it's probably pretty bad. You shouldn't do it. Because when I was her age, actually, she's doing She's doing somewhat better than I was because she's about to be 22 this year in November, and she's somewhat a little less when I was 21 and she was born. Because not too long after she was born, we had a little misunderstanding with a country in Afghanistan, and
I've heard of that conflict.
yeah, it was we had a very long conversation with them during our military careers, Chris, you know.
I don't actually because my children the adopted children are old enough to understand what had happened while I was deployed. However, my natural born children did not, and we did not adopt our children until after well, after 2005.
Oh, there is something I cannot stand when people are like, well, have you adopted any children? I'm like, do you know what the fucking red tape process to adopt a child in this country is, you fucking moron?
It takes a lot of. It takes a lot. You actually have to go to court and actually stand
Prove
in
you're a
front of a
fit parent.
judge.
And prove you're fit. Doesn't matter if you already have kids. You have to prove you're financially fit and stable.
That is correct. Yes. And I
Whereas
had to do that
you don't have
twice.
to do that. You don't have to do that when you just get somebody pregnant and you knock them up. You don't have to worry about that shit. But when you adopt a kid, man,
I'm sorry. I
they-
should not have said.
I mean, they cost me thousands of dollars just to get through the process.
I should not have
Oh,
said
fucking
I
hell.
had to do it twice. I got to do it twice. Okay. My daughter, my two daughters are my girls. My girls. I love them, and they were both over the age of adoption. Most people like, oh, we can't adopt a child that's not an infant. Both of my daughters are over the age of what they consider adoptable. So,
Oh, fucks.
What's going on, Rosetta?
I should not pick up my phone and look at what's been going on with the stuff Parrot had posted to me while I was asleep.
Oh, shit. What a parrot head.
Parrot head. Right on.
Let's see.
It's funny as hell.
Very expressions. It sounds pretty bad.
It's just interesting. Here, I'll just send them over to your Facebook.
Oh, I should probably just open Twitter because I'm sure.
These are the things he sent me. First one is this guy Jonesy. It says, met my daughter's teacher tonight. It was heartbreaking. She was working at her second job. Teachers are the most underpaid, underappreciated, most valuable people in the world. So anyway, I gave her $50 for a lap dance, so I'm doing my part.
Hey man, they started as strippers just to get through college. Now they got to stay strippers just to make it through school.
And then there's one that says, "Aye, she be a whale, but the hour be late and her blowhole be wet."
Arr. That's it. I give up. Parrot Head used to send me everything, but he doesn't send me anything anymore.
He doesn't send half the shit to people anymore. He just posts it in the few groups he's in anymore. You should be in my meme group because they were dank as fuck with the shit we say and doing it.
I can't. You know what? I just look at them and I go, okay, fine.
You looking at the stuff I sent you from him?
I like the last one. Hi, you sure smell great. What do you have on? I have a hard on, but I didn't know you could smell it.
I like the cleavage one.
Yeah, the cleavage one was good too.
My mother just died. Me. Just shows focused on the cleavage for a while. Looks up. Oh no, her pissed off. Back to the cleavage.
That's not exactly the picture you should put up when you want to post something tragic. I mean, that's like you doing that, Rosetta. We all know you have cleavage.
Oh yeah, I show it off quite often. And I am not ashamed of that.
Nobody ever said you were or should be.
But no, I have a really fucked up meme group where we share this kind of shit with each other all the time. I mean, one of the ones he posted overnight, it's just a gravestone that says Waldo, and it says, "I always wanted to find you, Waldo, but not like this. Not like this."
Yep.
I don't know why you'd want to look like a young transgender Hitler, but okay.
What?
I'm not shitting you. I'm not there. I'm not fucking shitting you.
That's it. Share it. Go ahead. Share it.
I haven't even listened to it. I'm just looking.
Oh my God. Really?
What the fucking fuck?
What the fuck?
Okay, I want the sound just
Seriously.
to know how fucked up this person is.
This is the wow.
I don't
Just-
think you shared
no,
sound
just-
because I'm not
just-
hearing anything.
Wow. It doesn't matter what she's saying.
My curiosity. Send me that fucking link. My curiosity is the better of me right now.
You
Wow.
got
That
it.
is
Yeah.
wow.
give me
What-
just a
just
second. I'm sending
Which
it
did you
over.
send it to?
I'm gonna send it to you on Twitter.
Thank you.
oh my God.
Give me a second.
Okay.
My curiosity. I'm sorry. It's like
I'm kind of curious to what is said too.
you know you have that little part of you that goes. It's a train wreck. I shouldn't look. A part of you is going.
I'll share it again. I'll share it again
Oh,
because
fuck.
that
I mean,
was
I can put the
absolutely
volume- I mean, I
the
can put
most
the volume
insane
on.
thing. Wow.
Why am I not surprised
That
that
is
you got
just-
it from
wow.
him?
From Black Spider-Man.
Okay.
I'm actually I'm actually
Read it now.
wondering why so okay you and me, Grandpa Geek, we get along great. Eagle Rider, a lot of people don't like you so much in the community, so
They don't-
Thanks.
well, I'm just wondering, you know, if we did this and said, invite everybody that we know, would it go poorly?
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, look, I don't get along with certain people that I used to. You have the ambassadorial wing who is very pissed at me.
I haven't
well,
talked
I
to the
actually
I haven't talked to the ambassadorial wing in like
I
a year.
do not look. I've told people up front from the beginning. I do have mental issues. I have brain scars. I cannot always control what I say or do. I have tics and spasms and sometimes act like I have Tourette's. I warn them up front. If they don't like me because of it, that's their tough problems. They can go fuck a light socket.
I think the reason why the three of us can get along so well is because we're all kind of fucked up in our own way. And, you know, if Rosetta and I can come to terms after my fucking screw up, you know, there's really nothing nobody can come back.
I have to give you credit that you were the first person to actually make me scream like that on a stream.
I deserved it.
The point was, though, that I was screaming "shut the fuck up" several times. Didn't matter.
Did you deserve it though?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. The most
I don't know.
I had-
I don't
what
know what the
happened was
circumstances.
I was in the middle of a Razor Edge breakdown, and I ended up on Rosetta's stream thinking I would get calmed down. Instead, I got hyped up even more. Not her fault. Nothing to do with her. It happened. And
So
Yeah.
what is
I
what
made
is
I made an ass of myself. Let's just put it that way.
Like
What
when you
is,
threatened Hunky Chunky for using the word "dude."
Yeah, that was kind of okay. There is a lot of backstory behind why I hate being called dude.
Yeah, but threatening somebody, threatening a disabled guy that you're going to come beat him up for saying that word is unhinged.
I
Oh,
used
Yeah, well, you can definitely say I was unhinged.
Yeah.
I used the N-word.
So what? It's just a fucking word.
Well, it matters to a lot of people, apparently.
Fuck 'em. I don't give a shit.
I've been banned from a lot of channels for
I do not use any slurs, and I don't have them on my channel, but I don't care if you guys say I'm on yours.
however
You're-
I even though I've been trying not to use any words that are banned in our community. I have been what do you call that? Not welcomed on other people's channels.
Ostracized.
There you go.
Ostracized. I have been ostracized. Thank you, Eagle Rider.
Well, I had an interesting thing happen to me about this time last week. I came across something in Twitter, and it had, and I'm not afraid of the word. Out of respect for you, I'm not going to say the word on your channel.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the video had the word nigger in it. Okay, first off, I'm not afraid to say the word. I don't give a shit. It's just a fucking word. And I'm like, okay, I got a 7-day suspension for saying that word in another context. And then, so I posted, I said, so why is the word nigger allowed to be said on this video, but my last post got me a 7-day suspension for it? Well, lo and behold, I get a 7-day suspension again. I appeal it, and the next day, I'm back on Twitter.
Naturally.
You know, a few months ago, I woke up and it said my entire account was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And they appealed that quickly. And literally, they claimed that the reason I got yeeted on that was because they were claiming that I was being offensive because I was calling out the edgelords that were threatening me.
See, I don't understand why, because I'm such a small person, right? Like I'm small on Twitter, I'm small on YouTube, which means I basically get away with anything I want to say. I don't understand it. It's like, you know, really, the small channels are the ones you should be banning, or the large channels are the ones you should be banning. I don't know. I get away with everything.
I never get away with anything.
No, Rosetta,
But,
you never get away with shit.
Everyone harps on me for every little thing, even if it's bullshit and nothing major.
I mean,
All right, here you go.
even if I got banned, for 3 months, it wouldn't matter to me. I'd be like, okay, fine, whatever.
Well, my whole
I'm
thing.
banned for 3 months, whatever.
Now, my whole thing with being banned or suspended is fine for the most part, except for the DM parts, because unlike Rosetta and certain other people I have allowed, here you go, Rosetta. This is for you. Thought you'd like this.
Okay.
Pussy.
And boom. That's what happens when my mom tries to get up on things with how short she is. I mean, can somebody send me that video so I can use it with my tormenting mom about how short she is?
Honestly,
I'll tag you in it, Rosetta.
I have never seen it. I've never seen a pussy on her back before.
No, I mean, okay. I've been tormenting my mom just a little bit about how tall she isn't. We had
your mom
technically about 5'3", but which makes her about 5 inches shorter than me.
You do know my wife is 4'8", right?
No, but I mean, I know a lot of short people. I just make fun of them for fun.
Oh yeah, well, trust me, my wife knows.
Not allowed to.
Okay, two things, NB.
Not allowed to be in the Air Force at 4'8".
I'm between 5'8" and 5'9". My husband is 5'7". He's shorter than I am. One of my best friends I talk with online all the time here, which you met the day you went nuts, Lydian, is a little Asian guy who's 5'3".
Okay, well, he's Asian. I can kind of understand that. Sorry, but, you know, it's the truth.
No, you're not allowed to be racist.
I'm not being racist. I'm just
You're being
Okay.
totally racist.
I posted
Yep.
this to Mom and told her that this is her. An accurate representation of what it's like to be short.
Puppies falling over makes sense. Cats falling over, I don't
the cat
understand
tried to make
cats
the
falling
jump and
over.
failed. That's the
Wait,
difference.
it gets better. So my mom responds going, "What do you know about it?" I said, "Just the joys of watching you rattle around, shorty." So she responds telling me, "I know where you sleep." Yes, but you would need a stepladder to go after me. Followed by, "Think you're clever, do you? Now I'd be watching my back if I were you. You are in my house after all. Don't worry, I will watch my ankles."
I will wash my ankles.
Tell me you got your
I like that. I love that. Oh,
Now,
that's
do I
not
torture
bad.
you guys more or do I torture my mom more?
I think you torture your mom more. Yeah.
I don't think that's torture. I think that's just how they talk to each other.
Bit of both at times.
You gads. You gads.
You know, I have had people message me literally asking if my mom was racially harassing me because of all her Indian bowling ball head and native chick jokes she makes at me. I will literally get messages going, "Is she racial?" No, let me finish. Let me finish real quick, please.
I cannot let you finish because you are not explaining all the racial jokes.
I will in a sec, but I'll get into that. Most of it comes down to Mom makes a lot of jokes about how big my Indian bowling ball head was and how hard it is to give birth to somebody like you, and look at that fat Indian head and stuff like that constantly. To the point where I get messages going, "Is she racially harassing you?" It's like, well, yeah, but she kind of gave birth to me, so I guess she's entitled.
Eastland Burkholder. Hello, Eastland Burkholder. And by the way, Eagle Rider is going to tell us all about the racial jokes that she's just said.
Look, I mean, my mom and dad called each other Chief and Snowflake, if that gives you any indication about the biracial relationship they had there. Williams and Ree is a comedy team known as the Indian and the White Guy. They had what was my dad's favorite joke, which was where he's talking about, well, as we say on the reservation, when do the checks get here? No, it's chicks. What, you're after government chicks? No, it's when do the white chicks get here? Well, what if the chicks bounce? Then they get to stay longer. This was Dad's favorite joke, and every time they did this joke or played this joke, he'd be reaching over, grabbing Mom, going, "That's right, I love my white chick."
Oh my God, Eastland Burkholder, seriously, wow, okay. Hey, we're going there today. We're going there this morning. We can get my channel banned.
Well, I mean, it's better to bite the ankles than something else. It's better to bite the ankles than something else. I'm just going to say.
There's something on.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm the host, and I am responsible for everything that you guys say.
Okay, Eastland, that little conversation about being told I know where you sleep and watch, that's okay, you need a stepladder, was a little fucking Facebook conversation with my mother.
I don't give a damn what look.
It was funny as hell.
I'm actually curious. I'm actually curious. Honestly, what it would take to get a 300 sub. I'm a sub. What it would take
whip, baby.
What it would take to get a 300 sub banned from YouTube.
Just remember.
I'm curious.
Well, let's start with this one. Just remember, we Redskins did not invent scalping. We just perfected it on you fuckers. I mean,
hey, now you're going to take credit for something we started.
Yes, because you guys tell us all the time that we were the ones doing the scalping. That was started by the fucking French fur trappers.
You know what? You dog eaters. You can eat
nothing wrong with puppy soup.
Want.
Nothing wrong with puppy soup.
What are you saying? You didn't try the dog when you were ever in South Korea?
No, I gotta say, he says dog eater, and it goes right back to Williams and Reed because I'm hearing Williams going, "How much is that doggy in the window? I'm really quite hungry, you see. Is that a Pomeranian or a pit bull? A real Indian delicacy. Yum, yum."
I like the
Oh,
one I like when I used to
wow.
see. Did you ever think?
Are we actually going to get are we actually going to get well, me, I guess I should say, am me going to get subbed or not subbed
Strike?
striked, yeah,
I don't know.
strike,
Um,
yeah.
Okay,
We can
okay,
keep
let's
trying.
go there.
We can keep
What's
trying.
what's a 7-course meal on the reservation? A 6-pack and a puppy.
Hey, one of my favorite songs I heard years ago. Did you ever think when you eat Chinese, it ain't pork or chicken, but a fat Siamese, but the food tastes great, so you don't complain? But that's not chicken in the chicken chow mein. I think I ordered sweet and sour pork, but there's a hairball on my fork. There's a hairball on my fork.
I have not heard that one. I have not heard that one.
Let me see if I can find it.
There's the other one that he always says, which is, what do you call an Indian with an IQ of 100? A tribe.
What, man. Oh, a tribe. Oh my god.
I still remember my sister's ex-husband is very much a cowboy and very much an Indian. He's part of the tribe too, and he always said that he loved it growing up because he could play cowboys and Indians by himself and just scalp himself.
And Eastland Burkholder says, a little context makes them stories more comprehensible.
Okay,
Well,
a little context.
I love you, Eastland. I do. I love you, Eastland, but no.
A little
No.
context. No matter how pale I look, remember I am Lakota. I am making fun of my own people here.
I wish I could say I was Blackfoot, but unfortunately, the Blackfoots are the ones who are always lying, and the Whitefoots are the ones who are always telling the truth. So, how do you tell the difference? That's right. There's no answer to that question.
You know, there's days. There's days I could do so many things, but no, I absolutely agree with Williams and Reed that the best way to make everyone the same racially is to make fun of every race until we're all equalized in the gutter.
Unfortunately, and I'm saying this seriously. I know we're talking jokes right now, okay? But honestly, seriously, like a man who cannot shave his own face is a fucking moron, okay? A man who cannot mow the lawn is a fucking moron. A man who cannot put up a porch for his house is a fucking moron. Okay?
A woman who cannot suck a cock is a fucking moron.
Fair enough. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
No,
But
I mean,
honestly,
I remember when I went and met Jeremy and them, and they're sitting around asking, "So what about you and your upbringing?" And I went and looked at them, and I said, "Well, I had the kind of poor ass upbringing where when family members give you mystery packages of meat that are unlabeled, you don't question it because food is food." And the whole table stopped for a minute, and they looked. And finally, Jeremy went, "It's okay. I'm from Arkansas. I understand." I was like, "Fuck." I think they were all at that point where they're looking at me like, how the fuck do we respond to that?
What are you showing us here?
Dear, that song I was talking about.
Okay.
Did you ever think when you eat Chinese, it ain't pork or chicken but a fat Chinese? Yet the food tastes great so you don't complain. But that's not chicken in your chicken chow mein. Seems to me I ordered sweet and sour pork, but Garfield's on my fork. He's purring here on my fork. There's a cat in the kettle at the Peking Moon, the place that I eat every day at noon. They can feed your cat and you'll never know. Once they wrap it up in dough, boy, they fry it real crisp in dough.
Wow.
I accept that.
If he was dialing up his buddy at the old pet store, I said, not today, I lost my appetite. There's two cats in my belly and they want to fight. I was sucking on a Rolling and a Tums or two. Well, I swear I heard it new, boy, and that is when I knew. There's a cat in the kettle at the Peking Moon. I think I gotta stop eating there at noon. They say that it's beef or fish or pork, but it's purring there on my fork. There's a hairball on my fork.
They're on the fork. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
I'm trying to remember which one it was. One of the beloved Chinese restaurants at the Stars a few years ago was busted for serving rat meat to them.
Okay, what's the big deal?
What's
It
the
was
big
good enough
deal?
for Stallone in Demolition Man.
Rat is actually pretty lean meat. I don't know why anybody would be complaining about it.
Probably because it wasn't labeled right.
Oh no, I wouldn't eat rat. That's one place I draw a line.
That's good for Stallone.
Eastland Burkholder says, I stick to crocodile and pork. That's all right. Yeah.
I've
I'll
never
go
had
with crocodile and pork sauces. Yeah.
I've never had crocodile and I've never had alligator.
I've had snake.
Oh, you have? That's one I haven't had either.
Oh, snake is actually really good.
Rabbit needs a lot of fucking seasoning. I will say that.
Yeah, rabbit.
well-
As much as people talk about loving rabbit meat, I couldn't get into it.
Are you a Hollywood Marine?
Yes, I'm a Hollywood Marine.
You're a Hollywood Marine. Okay.
I told you that several times.
You've never actually had to glove a rabbit yourself by
I
by
went
any
to
chance.
MCT, thank you very much, and I went to mountain warfare training. Thank you very much. At least I am a Marine. Soldier
Well,
boy.
fair enough. Okay.
Well,
fair
what
enough.
Marines are the cran eaters? What you fucking bragging about that?
We're the what?
Cran eaters.
No, that's the Army.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the Army are the guys right
No, I know these stereotypes very well, thank you. You could try to invert it, but it's not the Army that's called that all the time.
We inverted crayon on the Army because we didn't like it in the Marines. We can't read. We can't draw, for God's sake.
Literally, if I type in cran eater, the first thing that comes up with is cran eater Marines.
Oh, that's
So there I was at Ramstein Air Base.
I'm not kidding, by the way. Cran eater Marines is the first thing it pulls up.
Hey, we got. Hey, at least I can name the greatest hero in the Marine Corps.
I'm just going to focus on that. That is fucking epic. I'm going to screenshot that, in fact.
Okay, the greatest Marine is Chesty Pullard. You are correct.
Everybody brings up Chesty
Now,
Pullard.
can you name the two other famous Marines, the only two who got 2 Medals of Honor? I can.
I cannot.
Smedley Butler and Dan Daly. Do you know what's interesting? I found out Dan Daly actually, for what he's most famous for, is the Battle of Belleau Wood, and he was actually nominated for a third Medal of Honor for that, and they just didn't give it to him.
Really?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, because he is famous for. Okay, have you guys seen Starship Troopers?
Yes.
Okay, remember when Michael Ironside says, "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever"?
It came from the Marine Corps. I know that.
That was Dan Daly's battle cry at Belleau Wood in a play on words where he said to his Marines, "Come on, you sons of bitches, you want to live forever." And they went and they won the day.
That came from Dan Daly?
Came from Sergeant Major Dan Daly. He was a tech.
Wow.
He was
I
He
did
was
not
either a
know that.
staff
I
sergeant-
did not know that.
he was either a staff sergeant or I don't think
Okay.
he was a gun at the time, but it was one of those, unless we had tech sergeant back then in the Marine Corps, but I don't remember. But yeah,
NB, I swear I'm not being too bitchy with what I tagged you in.
where am I supposed to be looking?
Twitter.
I know that from Robert Heinlein. Robert Heinlein, of course, is unfortunately Navy.
Never again volunteer yourself.
No, I have to say, with Starship Troopers, I got through it once. It to me was a little creepy and surreal watching. Let me finish real quick. I'll explain this. To me, it was a little creepy and surreal watching this whole war movie when it was filmed in the Badlands, where I do a lot of my hiking.
You watched the movie, okay?
Because he asked if you'd watched it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've seen the movie, and I've read the book, and the book.
The books are good. The book's good.
The book is amazing.
The book is incredible.
The book is so different.
I'm going to say with Heinlein's writing, I like Starship Troopers, okay, but I much prefer Star Beast and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Oh, the moon is. Oh God, the moon is a harsh mistress. Yes. Oh, I love you so much.
For knowing
love
the
you
actual
so much.
libertarian book instead of the libertine books from Ayn Rand, you mean?
Yes, you have no idea how much I love you for just mentioning the moon is a harsh mistress. Just God, I love you so much for that. just for knowing, just for knowing the title. I mean, regardless of whether you read the book or not, I obviously
I
read
have,
the book.
yeah.
But just knowing the title, oh my God,
Oh my God, Foley!
I'm so in love with you.
I open up my Facebook and the first thing I see is fucking Captain Foley from Track Yards. His last post he put up, it says, "Is butt cheeks one word or should I spread them apart?"
What is this book you guys are talking about? I'm not familiar with it.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress is the quintessential libertarian book written by Robert Heinlein. You need to read it.
Shoot me the name of it so I don't forget, and I will take a look at it. Do you guys want to know something? I actually saw a movie that came out in 1977, and I've never said this before about a science fiction movie, but I think this was the absolute masterpiece of science fiction.
Wait for it.
Logan's Run. Really, I think that was an absolute masterpiece of science fiction.
I'm still focusing on Cran Eater bringing up Marines.
I am fully aware that you were intending to fool me with Star Wars, but yes, Logan's Run is one of the best science fiction movies I've ever seen.
Now, look, okay, Star Wars is Great. Don't get me wrong. Star Trek
Well,
is
you
great.
said 1977. I'm fully aware that you were trying to fool me.
No, I wasn't even thinking about Star Wars at that moment, but I get where you were going with that. But Logan's Run, the miniatures of the city, the landscape were absolutely beautiful. The beautiful ignorance of this utopia on simple words like beloved husband, beloved wife. They don't know what those mean. They don't understand so many concepts. I'm like, this is fucking perfectly written. They don't understand these words because they make no sense.
Well, you know, what drives me absolutely crazy is the references to the 1970s science fiction movies, right? Like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I think it was season 2 maybe, they talked about Soylent Green, right? Like it wasn't even a plot point. It wasn't even a plot point. It was
1540.
Nice. Good for you, girl.
It was just a thing that they said in the cafeteria, Soylent Green. And how many people actually know what Soylent Green is? I mean, it's been a reference for 40 years, right? But how many people actually know what Soylent Green is?
Actually, I'm going to be honest. I'm in the dark on that one. I'm not going to lie and say I know what it means.
Soylent Green is people.
Soylent Green is people. The
Really?
oldies, the 60 somethings that just decided they didn't want to live any longer, they would go into a conveyor belt, and it was you know, a silent death. Okay, they were fine, but Soylent was the grain and protein and etc. chips that people received every day. Soylent Green was a full protein pack, and so only rich people could get Soylent Green.
Oh, I've heard of this book. No, not that book. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the cover for The Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Oh yeah.
No,
You know
I-
what's scary is that Soylent Green was supposed to take place in 22, and last year the fucking company actually named themselves Soylent and actually released one of the labels as green.
Really?
I think I actually have this book downloaded on my server. Unfortunately, I screwed up, and I was supposed to be trying to order a NAS chassis. I ended up ordering a DAS chassis, which one is for the server, one is a RAID backup. And don't ask me to go into details. If you really want to know them, talk to he who will not be named.
I
I'll leave
choose
jail.
not to. I choose not to go into details.
No, it's just one is basically a backup. The other one is what I wanted. But look, I haven't been doing IT for 3 years. I'm a little out of the loop on certain things. So
the moon is a harsh the moon is a harsh mistress is a great novel. It is a fantastic novel. It's basically the beginning of the future history that Robert Heinlein wrote.
I've got to believe that. No, I'm almost certain because I downloaded a bunch of Robert Heinlein on my server. I'm almost certain I have this book in digital.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Most of his more famous novels are not well received by fans.
I still tell people You need to read Star Beast because you will find out how much fucking stuff Roddenberry actually ripped off from other people to create Star Trek. Because there's so much, including the United Federation of Planets and everything else, are in Star Beast.
Everybody ripped off somebody else.
Even the
Yes.
Keep Earth Human League they used
You're
in the
right.
novels that
Yeah, I
Roddenberry
know.
told them to work in
Well,
was in that book.
you know, the original the trilogy of Star Wars writers were Robert Heinlein, Isaac Asimov, and
Asimov.
yes, Asimov, yes, and Arthur C. Clarke. So,
But no,
you can say that Roddenberry ripped off basically everything from those three
yeah, and the reason that I have a problem with it is not that we don't borrow from each other or use ideas other people came up with. It's that he used direct names and information from these books and didn't credit them. That's the problem I have with it.
Okay, that is a fair point. That is absolutely a fair point.
And I'm a big Star Trek fan. I'm a big Roddenberry fan, but he was a shameless plagiarizer, and that is a bit of a problem to me.
He was, yes.
Oh, he was a womanizer too.
Yeah, but that I kind of don't really care, honestly. They all knew what they were getting into. Look, his wife knew that he cheated from the beginning. All of the women on set knew he was sleeping around with everybody. The fact that
yeah, but they all knew it, so nobody really cared.
That's what I'm saying. The fact that Nichelle and Majel got into a fight at one point because they were trying to see who could steal him from his wife first, and that's actually documented that it happened on set. We know who won that fight, but I mean,
it was the fucking 60s, you know? And this is the thing I'm a little tired of. Okay, and maybe you'll agree with me, maybe you won't. I'm so sick of everybody trying to take modern thought of how we see things now and be like, oh, well, this is what should have happened. This is what should have happened. It's like, dude, they didn't think like that back then in the 60s or the 50s or the 1800s.
look, me and my mom got bored with modern stuff. We said rewatch old stuff. We've been rewatching All in the Family and laughing at how racist both sides were in it.
Yeah, and didn't that also, wasn't that the
That's what Jefferson spun off of, yes.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was going for, the Jefferson. And the whole point was he's supposed to be a racist, and here's this black guy, and they literally have great chemistry together.
Also, Mr. Jefferson was just as racist.
Yeah, he was.
In fact, there's a point in one of the episodes where Jefferson's son goes to stay with Archie and Edith because he's sick and tired of Jefferson harassing his mixed race girlfriend and calling her a zebra and a mutt and stuff. Yeah.
Zebra? Really?
It's one of the slurs used for mixed white and black kids.
Hey,
I'm fully aware.
buddy, my buddy in the Marine, my buddy in the Marine Corps, he was white, married to a black woman. They had a daughter. Can you guess what he nicknamed his daughter?
Oreo.
Exactly. That is exactly what her nickname was.
I can't tell you the amount of people who slurringly called my goddaughter a mocha girl because of being mixed. So yeah, these slurs in the black community towards mixed race kids really do exist. The bigotry towards mixed race kids in the black community really is a real thing. And the fact that they openly showed it on Jefferson's and All in the Family, actually, I give a lot of credit because a lot of people try to deny that.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Eagle. Honestly, I think that these TV shows show the racism, and I do believe that most people, and I'm not joking about this, most people took it to heart and stopped being racist in that way on these TV shows. Because now
here's
listen.
I wanted to say.
I grew up I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. Okay, a white boy with blonde hair, growing up in South Central Los Angeles, and I know Polly is gonna kick my ass for this, but is not a safe thing to be. Okay, I got pistols and shotguns and rifles pulled on, not rifles, shotguns, pistols and shotguns pulled on me because I was white. Because I was white, I got thrown stones at my head. Okay, because I was white.
Mhm.
Yeah, SoCal.
NB, how much do you see even online here? Harassment do I take for being albino and a minority that's pale?
On Twitter, like daily, they all assume you're a white chick when it's like, and you've seen me respond.
It's not just that; it's the people who know that I am
No,
native, the people who know I'm mixed, and still send me these harassing comments all the time.
Yeah, you're not red enough, which makes no sense. I don't know what that term is supposed to mean. You're not red enough. And that's where I was going with this, because I was watching this clip that popped up from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and it was when Will and Carl were trying to go to a fraternity, and they took Will in, but they weren't going to take Carlton, because, he was, uptight, dressed nice, did this, and just black enough. And then he goes home,
he was too white.
They have to, he tells Carlton, he's like, "Hey, I didn't get in." And then he goes and confronts the guy, and the guy's like, "No, he's in, you're not, because you just ain't black, and basically ain't black enough for us." And then he's like, "Oh, because I applied myself, I'm a sellout." This guy was very jealous, and you could kind of see where it's like they don't generally like each other a lot of times, the black community and their own race. And I'm sorry, but it's just. And then he gets home, and their dad is like, Uncle Carl is like, "I worked very hard to make a good life for my family, and there's a punishment for being successful." And then he tells his son, "I'm sorry you had to go through that." And I'm thinking, yeah, because they're being attacked not by the white people, but by their own race for being and achieving a dream that is a sellout.
We saw that in the military.
Yeah.
We saw that in the military.
I see it all the time. I'm not accepted on any side. I'm not accepted by half of the people that deal with the native communities because I'm too pale and too white. I'm not accepted in other minority groups. I'm not accepted by a lot of the white side because I'm too much the minority girl. And as much as I want to say that racism isn't a real issue, and I do think we made strides in my childhood, we're going backwards on it right now.
Oh, we are going back.
I'm wondering, why are we going backwards on it? Why? No. Here's the thing. Why are we going backwards on it right now?
I don't know. That's the crazy thing, because I said this very plainly on Twitter a few times. I said, you really should stop telling white people they're not white, or reminding us we're white, because we stopped caring about that a long time ago. That was the whole point of civil rights, was to move past color. But the race that really wanted that, colorblindness, has not gone colorblind.
Well,
here's
the thing. You have the university teachers, right? And they're all thank you for using that gesture properly. The university teachers are all telling all of the students that go to university that, oh, you're being oppressed.
Yeah, I know. I see the same article. Rosetta, you okay, sweetheart?
I'm just still sick, so every so often I'm having a little trouble.
Is it from the side effects of the meds or the condition?
That and getting sick on top of it and everything else, it just was blah.
Mm,
Okay.
I totally get that. I totally get that. Yeah.
I'll be
With,
fine. I just clear my head a little.
You know, one of the nice things about not ever worrying about multiple sclerosis is that I get to say whatever the fuck I want to say.
One thing I wanted to say to you,
And
Rosetta,
my guests get to say what the fuck they want to say.
Rosetta, I want to say this. I get where you're coming from in the whole you don't get, you're not white enough, you're not red enough, you're not feminist enough. You know what you are, though? You're part of the geek community, and I know we have our factions that have kind of broken off at times, but
Yeah.
I think you guys, like CCDV, you, me, and a few others,
Mm-hmm.
so we're those ones who are like, yeah, people fuck up, people suck, but damn it, we still want to be together as a family in some way.
You know what?
If
I
that makes
believe
sense.
that I made the mistake when it came to breaking up the community that Eagle Rider, myself, and a few others were in. I believe I made the mistake.
Oh,
I don't know how. I don't know when. I let's see. How far back do you want to go?
go for it. Tell me what you think you did wrong.
Well, I'm going to mute because this is a story I don't know.
I drink a lot. Okay.
Yes.
What it is? 8:40 in the morning, and I'm drinking a beer. Okay.
A
Now,
beer?
well,
You have had more beer than that.
I have had multiple beers. Okay. However, there is research that says that with multiple sclerosis, if you have lesions on the spine or on the brain, alcohol actually helps alleviate the symptoms. And so I know it sounds like an excuse. And okay, sometimes it is an excuse because
I was going to say, sometimes with you it is. I know you.
sometimes I like to drink a lot, okay? I like to get drunk, okay?
Oh, I'm shocked. I didn't know this at all. I continue.
However, for the most part, if you drink up to a 6-pack a day, it actually helps to calm the nerve damage in your spine and in your brain. Now, I have gone overboard. I do go overboard a lot. Okay.
No shit. I mean, continue.
CCDV. Seriously, dude. Move to a fucking state where you can get weed legally because that would help you a lot better.
I have tried. I thank you, by the way, Grandpa Geek, for saying that. I have. I actually live in a state where weed is legal.
then why aren't you fucking getting that? Why are you drinking? You know one is not helping the other. You could be like me just now. I just took a hit off of my weed. Okay, I'm barely drinking. I'm drinking beer at 10:42, but I'm not going anywhere doing anything today, and I'm not in pain. I'm mostly enjoying my weed.
I
So
would
you live
I
in a
would
state
love
where
to
it's legal.
say
Why aren't you doing that? Because that's better for you.
I would love to say that would work for me. I really would.
Well, have you tried it yet?
I've tried it multiple times with multiple different variations. You can tell me that the the stuff that makes you fall asleep, or the stuff that makes you happy, or the stuff that makes you whatever. I've done it all. I have. You honestly don't believe that I've tried everything for the last 5 years?
I'm gonna have to take you at your word, bud. I've only known you for a short time.
I've known him, 3+ years now?
I think I've known him a year. I mean, look, I'm not questioning you. What I'm saying is, fuck, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I'm worried about you, and I know.
I appreciate that. I do. Honestly, I really do appreciate that. I love the fact that you guys love me. I really do. I mean, there's no joke. There's no joke in that. Okay, I love that you guys love me. I love it. Okay. There's no joke in that. I love that you love me.
If we could have a convention where we all hung out together, and I could make it, I'd love to. Rosetta, I think you went to one of Jeremy's.
I went to a get together with him and Drunk and them down in Florida years ago.
How was that?
That was fun, actually. It was weird at times. I did chase Gilkey around a parking lot, but I mean.
Now I'm going to assume drunk, you mean drunk 3PO, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you got to meet them. That's cool.
And I got to hang out with Mexican Iron Man and with Loki and a bunch of people from that community. Right. So I got to do that too.
Well, that's cool.
Right.
I got to. I thought I was going to get to meet Mexican Iron Man because he was moving from California to Charleston, South Carolina, and I was like, "Oh shit, dude! I'm not that far away. I'll be able to come say hi, can have some coffee or something." And that was after. And then shortly after that, my wife's family came down. She was like, "What do you think about moving back to the Midwest?" Something that I always wanted to do. And so, like, literally, he was over there a few months after I had already moved to Indiana.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I was like,
work.
No, I remember telling him. I was like, oh, man, this is the one thing that sucks about this move. I'm not going to get to have coffee with you and maybe do a live stream for fun. A missed opportunity. So I'm glad some of you guys have gotten to actually meet, some of the people we've gotten to know and care about here.
First person I went and met in person from the community was actually Tom from Midnight's Edge.
Really? You met Tom?
A couple times. I actually took him a cooler full of meat and stuff for his son last time, to share with his son.
Right.
If I could meet anyone from Midnight's Edge, I gotta be honest, I'd love to have coffee with Andre.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I gotta be honest, I'm not a big fan of Andre. I don't know why. He just doesn't.
Eastland Berkholder.
It's nothing he's done. It's not. a hateful
Yes.
thing or anything like that. It's just not my style at all.
Really, I love his narration.
Guests
that
get
he
to
does.
say whatever they like. So, question. I want to make a real life person a comic book villain. Is that morally right?
I
Are-
don't think so, generally speaking. However, if you do, I would at least change the name.
Well, obviously, you wouldn't want to have the villain be
But-
Eastland Burkholder, but
But bear in mind
Maybe.
that that is actually what they did in the early Superman comics. Is they intentionally made Tesla a villain to build up Edison's name, and that's actually documented.
I was actually wondering
here we
if
go.
a villain, a really good villain would be.
I'm not getting into
Eagle
it
Rider.
fully. Oh, come on. I wouldn't be a villain.
Oh man.
You would be a fantastic villain.
Oh, Rosetta, you know what? Everybody wants to play the villain. You know why? Because the villain always gets the cool shit.
That is true. And she gets to wear the best costumes.
Yes. And you know what? You know what I loved about some of the best femme fatales? The whole thing was they did what you would expect a woman to do. That's why women would make great spies. Because they can
Use sex to manipulate men. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
Wait. Let's talk about one of the characters I've been wanting to create in comics. I do want to create a character that would be based on me back when I was a wrestler and skinnier, which would be a vigilante kind of chaotic neutral girl who would go around and smother bad guys to death in her cleavage.
Ooh, nice. Well,
Biggie
what do you
boobs.
call that? Death by motorboat?
Well, one
Nope.
of my friends said I should call it the Mammary Murders or something like that, motorboat murders and stuff like that.
No, Biggie boobs. That would be the best.
But come on, wouldn't that be fun?
I
It
don't
would
know.
Be, yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
I mean, put it out there and let's see. No, not like that. That's not what I meant. You know what? The other thing.
He suffocated, but he had a smile on his face while he did it.
Pause. Go to commercial. Ah!
You know some of the guys would be like, sure, just kill me. Just put me in the cleavage. If I die, I die.
If he dies, he dies.
Die with a smile on your face, right?
Bodhies, thank you very much for. You can actually say anything you want to in my chat. You can say anything you want to. Yes, absolutely, you can say anything you want to.
That case specifically, Eastland, definitely change the name and wait for them to try to complain that you're going after them, because then they out themselves.
Yeah, I mean, what is the payoff to go after people like you? I've seen those fighters, and oh my god, they're weak as hell, and their arguments are shit. And it's kind of like, I
Yeah,
can't
can I get better trolls that aren't such pussies, please?
I would hope so, because I'm like, I've seen, what they say and then what you say, and it's kind of like, yeah, I got nothing to add to this, because I'm like, they're too easy. You got this. I mean, they're not even bringing their A game.
I get friends come
I-
into these conversations and they don't jump the other guys half the time. They just sit there and go, "Where do you find these losers and insane head cases?" It's like, they find me.
I'm honestly hoping for a troll at some point in my YouTube career. I'm still waiting for a troll. Like, I haven't gotten one yet.
I'm going to point out that there was a certain troll that shall remain nameless who the last thing he was saying publicly before he went in the hospital and died is that he was going to make sure I was the next person to die. So karma's a bitch.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about Triangle Head.
No, I was just going to say it's kind of funny. Karma's a bitch.
Okay, this is definitely something I know nothing about.
Be glad.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I can put two and two together. I don't need to know the details or care.
But yeah, though I was just saying, karma's a bitch, so I don't worry too much about what these idiots say
Yeah,
because I don't have to do a thing. I just have to wait for karma to go, you're a piece of shit, and smite the person.
Smite me, oh smiter. You know, I'm not.
You are not Bruce.
Well, I sure shit ain't Morgan Freeman.
You know what? Honestly,
No shit.
there had been. I don't know if they're still just hanging around and waiting for their chance, but there were people who would have made very good comic book villains in the comics community and regular community.
There are people in the internet community that are even supposedly in our friends or acquaintances circles who, I'm just saying, I wouldn't cry one bit if they got something dropped on their head from a high distance or.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's how this all kind of came to be. You got to remember, this is all in its infancy stage. Back before, COVID and everything, even with social media, we all kind of, our cultures, we stuck to, people that we engaged with physically. And no, I don't mean sexually. I just mean we engaged with. Physically, we saw them regularly and we talked to them.
Well, I didn't, but I'm a social pariah.
Okay, well, God, why do you gotta always be the ad liar?
It's not intentional. It's just the situation.
So we literally lost all kind of contact with the outside world. So we kind of got here and well, I mean, it's been 3-4 years. We've all kind of tested the waters, and I think we've all kind of figured out where we're comfortable being at.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's the problem I have right now, is that everybody's comfortable with the little pool they're in. I've
Hold on a second. Is it Rosetta? Rosetta,
Mm-hmm.
you okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm
Comfortable in our pools. Well, I mean, I'd like to expand more, but I get the blackball everywhere because people are afraid of my tics or my issues. So I can't really do much with that.
It's not so much how many people you end up online with or community or I should say on a panel with. Okay, like I'm not invited on many panels myself, which is weird because I'm smart and funny and drunk all the time
And crazy as fuck. I mean,
but
well, the difference between me and him is we're about the same in a lot of areas, except for one thing. He doesn't really have a temper. I'm the one with the temper issue.
yeah, don't go there.
What was that night that you went off on sci-fi when we were on the stream with Jedi Bill?
Sci-Fi still does not come on streams with me. I sometimes
He,
go on
he
streams
keeps
with
going
him.
on streams with me, and every time we stream together, almost I end up yelling at him and telling him off, and then he comes back the next day going, "Love you, girl." I'm like, I swear, for somebody who's supposedly a dom, he loves taking a beating. I swear.
He one-upped me.
Oh, he's definitely a one-upper. Oh, he's definitely a
Wait a
one-upper.
minute, you one-upped me?
No, he's never actually gotten me that shrill as you have.
Oh, okay.
There's a cross point. I yell at him and I boot him off the channel, and then we'll talk next day.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, it's like
She loves being a no. She loves the fact that we can now joke about this.
But anyway,
Well,
what were you saying, CC?
That's the thing is, we can go on each other's channels and we can have fun with one another, okay? And it's not a matter of, well, you did this to me back in the day. It was like 2 years ago, dude. Just let it go, okay?
Oh, I could think of some people who won't let go differences they had with me 3 years ago.
Oh God! You know what? I couldn't figure out. I could not believe how many males, and I could name them, but I'm not going to because I'm not going to be a dick. That are holding grudges. I'm like, okay, I expect this from chicks, not from dudes. I mean, really, we're the ones who are supposed to get over this stuff.
Yeah, we women are supposed to be the ones holding grudges. Don't usurp our jobs, you fuckers.
Exactly.
Again, I bring up the Sci-Fi Nation thing, okay? He and I do not get along because he is a one-upper. It's like, okay, I will start telling a story about, when I was in the Army, 25 years ago, and he'll start bringing up a story about how he was in the ROTC 25 years ago, and how he was the best ROTC, whatever he was, okay, I can get away with that. I can deal with that.
Yeah, I had one of my trainers at the job I was fired from this week.
But yeah, that one night was just CC was having a bad night. Sci-Fi was hitting every nerve in CC's body, and CC blew up so bad it even chased me off the channel.
I did. I yelled at both of you.
He yelled at me, and I was just the one bullshitting.
I was so angry at both of you.
And then the next day you came. The next day you're messaging me going, "I don't know why I yelled at you for that, or why I was mad at you. You didn't even do it." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck it."
That's what I'm saying. You said, not too long ago, like, I can't believe I'm asking this. Do you want to come on the stream? And I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, Rosetta, like I said, we're kind of that maybe that's why we have problems with some of the other people. We're just on that fringe area, and we get it better than the other people do. I don't know. I could be completely fucking off.
I mean, I won't name names, but you both know that I've had issues with a certain woman.
So, Eastland says,
it's frustrating.
After being smeared and in person made the pariah, how do you rebuild a social network? Well, just the way we're doing it now. I mean, literally, I yelled at Eagle Rider. I've yelled at Grandpa Geek. They were both on the soup, mind you. It's not my channel, but it's someone else's channel, and we've all been mad at him. But
for different reasons.
There's
that's
there's a
the whole thing.
certain
is-
person, actually two certain people, I won't have much of anything to do with anymore because they both openly told me on air that they weren't just arguing with me, that they were intentionally trying to talk over me to trigger my tics so I couldn't argue against their point.
Mm,
Okay, after what happened between you and me and your panel and how bad that went, did not everybody go to your defense? And what did I do for the next year?
Basically, we didn't really talk.
But when we did, what did I do?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This.
And
well, what else is there to say? I mean,
Mhm.
okay,
the whole
yes,
point is we were able to rebuild. That's why I was joking about the fact when she said she sent me that link, she's like, I can't believe this. Do you want to come on? And it was kind of like I got the joke that she was saying there because I know her humor, but it was also something like, okay, I've gotten over the bullshit that happened and I accept your apology. That's how I took it.
That Eastland. First of all, well, I do sometimes technically interrupt because I have tics. I have spasms. I say things when I don't want to, so that's unintentional. But I have had multiple times where I start to say something. I'm several words in, and people start talking over me. And 6 people later, I'm trying to get what I was saying out, and they're all telling me, "Well, you're just interrupting. You're just interrupting." I was saying this first, fucking bitches.
I will agree with her. She is 100% correct. I've seen this many times. And it's kind of a similar thing with me. If I don't get what I'm thinking about, like, remember, Rosetta, I had to ask you, you said, okay, going back to what I was going to say, it's like, oh shit, I need you to remind me because I lost my train of thought.
You had one?
now,
Well, it's kind of crooked and broken, but you know, hey.
And limp? I mean,
It might be soft, but
giving
it's got a long, hard,
giving
throat.
Eastland Burkholder the benefit of the doubt. Okay, now, Bird of Prey 5 actually has a show that he is required to do. Okay, now he's not required to do the show, but he does the show daily. Okay, and so you cannot go on his show and go blah 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 and just keep running your mouth. Okay, so yes, there are reasons that certain people are not allowed on his show. Me personally, for some reason, I'm still allowed on his show. I don't understand.
I was gonna say I've never had an issue with Bird of Prey. He's always liked me around. But I think that's because he likes making senseless jokes at my boobs.
Well, that's a good reason. Yeah.
I'm missing. You just answered your own fucking question.
Yes, one conversation does not equal the worst of all possible things that have ever happened.
Okay, look, Bird of Prey 5 and I were on Captain MKG's channel, and he took something and said, this happened just after I had a big falling out with certain people that we all knew. And we got into a huge fucking fight on somebody else's stream, Captain MKG's, where I was like, you know, Captain, do you want me to leave? I was like, because I will leave. But things got heated, angry. I mean, Bird was just pissing me off in so many ways. And I was like, you know what? I'm fucking done. I'm out. Because what happened there and what I did is what I should have done when it came to Rosetta when I lost my shit. I think I understood really where that could have gone differently. And then the next day, I went on Captain MKG's, and then I got there a little late. So I backed up, and turned out Bird of Prey really let out a heartfelt apology. I mean, he really said, I'm sorry. He researched what he was talking about. He let two other things that were non-factors play in, kind of thing. But he apologized. And I showed up on the stream, and it was like, I said, Bird, I heard what you said. I accept your apology. We've moved on since. And it's never come up again because that's what we're supposed to do.
That's exactly what we're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's like once we say we're sorry, we shouldn't be bringing this shit up again. Now, for guys, when we wrong a woman, like I wronged you, yeah,
You're gonna hear about it for years. Sorry, that's just how it works with women. I mean,
now I'm going to be also apologizing for the next decade or so because that's just how men are.
well, there is something ingrained in men that when a woman gets either really pissed or really upset, there's this part of man going, fix, woman, anger, woman, tears, must fix. There is.
It
There
depends. It depends on how long you've had to do that before. Because now I will tell you to fuck right off, Eagle Rider. Just fuck right off. Because I don't need your shit.
Well, in this case, I wasn't the one at fault.
True.
That plays a part in the issue.
It does play a part. However, my part is I'm the man and I'm right and you're wrong and fuck right off.
Yeah, that ain't never gonna happen on my channel. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I will admit when I'm wrong, but I'm not gonna go into you're the woman, so you're wrong shit either. It's like fuck that. No, fuck that.
You don't have to let me on your channel anytime you don't want to let me on your channel. But yes, I totally understand that. It's just I had a really bad divorce. Okay, shut up.
You know what? You're just jealous because, unlike the two of us, she nailed it out of the park with her first marriage.
Fair enough. I will give her
And
that.
thank God I didn't marry the ex, or I would have had a lot worse.
Exactly.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
But you and I wish we could have pulled off. So don't be hating.
Hey, you know what? I was supposed to have the perfect marriage. I met her in church. We married in church. We were the churchy couple. Okay? I mean, we are I am still literally a member of the Southern Baptist Convention.
Oh God, that explains a lot. I mean, I'm sorry, that explains so much. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I've had more issues with the whole Southern Baptist thing, so that explains so much. I mean,
we were supposed to be the perfect couple. And
Southern Baptist
you know what? I walked away. I am the one who walked away. I gave all of my disability and all of my child support and everything to her.
Whoa.
2 years. 2 years I gave everything to her. I walked away, and so I was responsible for keeping the household together for 2 years. And then she got married, and now she's pissed at me because all of my children are over 18 and I don't give her any money anymore.
Well,
guess what this means?
Hey, my ex-wife, the month after my last spousal paycheck, I had to do my last alimony, which, mind you, I got custody of the child, but I could not get child support because she didn't work, but I had to pay her alimony. And
Yeah.
I got my alimony request denied when I went there and said, look, she can't pay child support. Can I go ahead and get my alimony stopped so I can have that money and forego, trying to go after her child support because she doesn't have a fucking job? I got denied.
I have no idea what
I
you're
had
talking
to
about.
pay that fucking bitch while I was raising our kid.
I had 2 of the 3 children, and she did not pay me $1 for that entire year that I had 2 of the 3 children, and she did not pay me $1. And now it's like, oh, I gave you $10,000, and now you're bitching at me because I don't give you $600 a month? Really? So
My ex texted me and she goes, look, I know you don't have to pay your daughter's mom any more money because the alimony is expired, but I would really like it if you would keep paying me money. I told my girlfriend that, who is now my wife, and it was like, yeah, what'd you say? I was like, I didn't say a goddamn thing.
I honestly don't even remember what we were talking about 15 minutes ago. So I think it was something about,
We were talking about how cool Rosetta's hair is.
repairing relationships on YouTube, I think is what we were talking about.
I will repair most relationships if there's a fight. If I think there's something worth salvaging. There are a few people I will never fucking talk to again. Most of them are women.
Why is
It's a
that?
good thing I don't have big boobs anymore.
No, you don't understand, but my wife and I we've talked about this a lot of times. Our worst bosses were women.
I'm going to tell you one thing, NB. When you had your meltdown, your wife messaged me an apology. I'm not kidding.
I shall choose not to get into this conversation.
I didn't know if she told you or not.
Oh yeah.
Literally, basically, what she said is, "I don't know what's wrong with him. He's being a flaming dickhead lately." Basically,
I will say
it was kind of a rough time going on.
I will say that my last year in the Army, I was a sergeant first class, and that comes with a bit of clout. It comes with a bit of clout, right? Like E7. It takes a congressional hearing to actually get your rank for E7. It actually takes an act of Congress. So
basically, like trying to get my medical records. I mean,
I was at E7.
Are you sure about that? Because I thought that was only for E8 and 9. Because only 3% of our service
E7.
can be. No, only 3% of our service can be. 2% can be E8, and only 1% can be E9. I mean, that's been pretty much established.
That may be Air Force. I just know that I had to be congressionally approved for E7. So I can show you the paperwork if you really need to see it. Just saying, I got approved to be E7 when I was 17 years in service. It took a long time. Anyway, what I was saying is I used to go into my supervisor's office, and I was an E7 at the time. I used to go into my supervisor's office, and then I would be dismissed from the supervisor's office, and I would get close to the door, and she would say, "Oh, hey, hold on. I need you to do something else as well." Every time. Every time. Not like, oh, once in a while, I would leave her office and she would say, "I need you to do something." No, it was every single time I got near the office door and she would say, "Oh, wait, I need you to do something." That is a power play. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. It's a power play, and I fucking hate it.
I get that. I had a boss back when I was doing management for food service. So we had the office. We had to do the counts and the money and work and all that stuff in, right? And so everybody in the office could put so much stuff up on this little bulletin for our memoirs to help us while we're doing counts and stuff, focus, right? This woman pissed me off and drove me crazy so much. I literally went on that board and I took one. Do you remember the Happy Bunnies? The little demented bunnies with the twisted sayings on them? I got one that said, "It's okay if you want to drop dead." And I actually aimed it so he was pointing at her picture. And she didn't get it.
Of course.
And I had that thing up there for months while I was working. Every time she pissed me off, I'd sit there and look at it and then look at her picture and go, ah.
I had a master sergeant, E7, and she was like, there were two of us that were staff sergeants in the office. There was me, Reed, and Gonzalez. You know, not hard to get the names confused, right? Every time this Master Sergeant Harris would try to call for us, she would always get his name. She's like, "Sergeant Gonzalez." Me, it was Sergeant Reed, Sergeant and even after he left, she still always, it was Sergeant I'm like, one day I finally lost it. I was like, "Can you not remember my fucking name?"
That
like,
well, you are forgettable. I mean,
I'm like, every time you
no,
try to call me,
I'm sorry.
I'm giving him shit. Just let me be.
I know you're giving him shit, and that's funny. Ha ha. But seriously, that is fucking disrespectful.
No, it was.
That is serious fucking disrespectful right there. Like if a colonel said Sergeant Christopher, or I'm sorry, if a colonel said Sergeant Christopher, I would stop him. I would say, "Colonel, my name is Sergeant Christopher, not Christopher. Please do not pronounce it wrong again."
Oh, I had a time where a gunny who I told flat out I would not kiss his ass to get a promotion. He said I would never make corporal while he was there. Well, he fucking left. I made corporal. Next time I saw his ass, I said, "Gunny Hoopy?" He goes, "Lance Corporal Reed." I was like, "It's Corporal Reed, Gunny." And I had every right to correct him, and we all
absolutely. I did that. I did that to a master sergeant. As a matter of fact, a master sergeant said Private Christopher, and I said Specialist Christopher.
Yeah, damn right you should.
I mean, honestly, it's not an NCO rank, but honestly,
no, but
E4,
you're not a private anymore.
I'm not a private.
Yeah,
I'm not Private Christopher. I'm Specialist Christopher. And when that colonel said the same thing, Christopher, I said, sir, it's Sergeant First Class Christopher, because he was giving out assignments. So he didn't think he
They
needed
should
to give
say
me
your
my
rank, and they should say your rank. You know that.
absolutely. He was giving out assignments. I was like, sir, it's Sergeant First Class Christopher. I'm not a private. Just don't just use my name. I call you sir. I salute you. I give you the proper.
No, I got you, bud. I totally get it.
You should do the same for me. I am Sergeant First Class Christopher, not just.
When I made corporal, oh my God, it was right before we went on a 2-month training exercise and got my blood stripes, and it just the whole world changed when I got that NCO rank.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't know the difference really between a specialist and a corporal in the
There's
Army. One is
the only difference is that the corporal is the NCO. The specialist is just the guy who knows everything.
Oh, that would have been what they call back in the Air Force had senior airmen, and then you got promoted as staff sergeant. But what they had before that was you had senior airmen, and then you had sergeant, which was the E4 rank, and it was just a little difference in.
That really was confusing doing joint operations with
you
the
know
Air
what I'm
Force.
talking about. You were old enough to know Eagle or USC.
That really was confusing.
Well, they got rid of it after I joined. But it was interesting because being a senior airman, I didn't stop being a corporal. And I had some low-ranking people give me the lip. And I'm like, who the fuck do you think you are talking to me that way? Like, you're a senior airman? I said, goddamn right I'm a senior airman. You're an A1C, bitch.
I suspect you had a whole lot of problems with your chain of command while you were adjusting, because yes, Marines.
Let's put it this way: everybody I ever talked to who came from another branch, but mostly the Marines, we all kind of said, I met a chief master sergeant who was in the Marines first, and we were, just talking. And I said, I met a lot of us, and I said, it takes us really 2 years to acclimate as much as we're going to, because they said, and he goes, really, why do you think that? And I was like, because we're never not going to be Marines at certain points. That's going to come out. He goes, yeah, you're right.
Fair enough.
And he told me, he's like, yeah, it's about that 2-year mark. That's when you finally get about as comfortable as you're going to get.
It was actually a lot easier for us going through contracting school at Lackland Air Force Base because, well, besides the fact that I didn't get honor graduate because I was smoking in the parking lot.
Yes, and I told you were an idiot for
that. Well, you know what? Honor graduate means exactly what now?
Well, it apparently a lot, because your ass is still bitching about it.
I still bitch about it, yes, because I deserved that goddamn rank.
And
I didn't get it.
Whose fault was it?
Fuck off, Air Force. Army gets to smoke. Fuck Air Force. You fucking cunts. Woo.
Boo fucking who. You should have learned how to round robin that shit like I did. What, you think we didn't smoke during lunch break?
I did everything right. I went out to my own truck. That instructor did not want me to be honor graduate because I was Army. That instructor did not want me to be Army honor graduate in an Air Force school. That's what was the problem. Because he knew I smoked. He knew I smoked. I went out to my own truck and I smoked in my own truck in the parking lot. And he caught me.
Got caught.
No.
That's it.
Bullshit. The Air Force did not want an Army guy to have the highest score in the school. Guess what? I had the highest score in the school. I just couldn't be honor graduate. That's what they wanted. They wanted one of their own fucking blue blazer fucking wearing cocksuckers to be the honor graduate. Because I wore green, I was not allowed to be honor graduate. That's why.
I'm just laughing because it was so easy for him to get you tirading. It was so easy.
That's because the
We
Air
love
Force
you.
sucks.
Hey, when I'm good, I'm real good.
You know, it may have taken you more than 2 years, but you got real good at the Air Force shit.
Hey, man, I had to survive. I needed a pension. Dude, I lost my job after 3 weeks, my first civilian job in 3 years, over $5.09. I mean, seriously. I could have gone out to my fucking truck and paid that back up.
You know,
I mean, I would have thought a reprimand. I mean, I would have totally understood a write-up and, you know, pay the damages. I would have totally understood that. That would have made fucking sense to me. But terminating me for $5.09? I mean, really? Oh, well.
I think the termination isn't the money difference. It's the fact that what those things, if it comes out incorrect, they can get busted if they don't think the ID was properly checked and sold because of regulations.
I know all about the ID check. I had to be taught that. That was the biggest thing that taught me. It had nothing to do with that. This guy
No.
It turns out that everybody who came in and bought alcohol was born in 1969. Every single person was born in 1969. That's weird.
No, I was saying because of those regulations, they may actually get fined and stuff if it goes out without being properly sold.
I understand that, and that's the thing.
I'm not saying it's still not crap that they fired you over something so little. I'm saying I can kind of see those two things make it a little bit bigger deal to them.
But this was a regular, and the regular time came out.
I'm going to let you two argue this out because I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'm going to try and find a pack of cigarettes. If I can't find a pack of cigarettes, this conversation is over. So figure it out in the next 5 minutes.
Quit whining and get a job.
You're just jealous because I don't have to work.
I don't have to.
You know, Rosetta, the Jessica look really works for you. It's a little disturbing.
I did a mashup of Jessica and Morticia Adams and then went, wait, as the mashup, she almost kind of looks like me.
Yeah, I know. That's what's disturbing.
I totally need to do it as a costume someday. With the hair and makeup and all.
Oh, please don't. I don't.
Why?
want that.
Ah, what's the matter?
Oh, you really want me to state the obvious?
Yes,
No, I'm not gonna say it.
big baby.
I'm a married man. Thank you very much.
I still want to do it as a cosplay.
Ooh, that could be fun. Oh, never mind. Bad man. Bad man.
It could be real fun for my husband after I'm done showing off too.
I can believe that. Actually, I can see your husband watching me taking bets and going for seeing who wants the over or the under.
I'm not bad. I'm just bound that way. I mean,
Ah,
I'm a terrible, terrible woman. What do you want? And this I'm getting sick of.
nah, I don't think you're a terrible person. I think you're actually one of the people I, really relate to. Weird enough. But I've never exactly been, in the cool crowd. They're too fucked up.
Is this when I say I actually made prom court? I still don't know how the fuck that happened.
Say that again?
I actually made prom court.
Prom court.
In other words, the top voted students in prom. Still don't know how.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I actually was second under the queen. I could have broken her leg so easily and taken her place. I mean,
Oh, come on. Sometimes it's better to be the queen maker. The power line around like you're doing right now.
I don't mind one bit being the little wife serving the husband either. Not one bit.
Yeah, I'm sure he's missing you right now.
So many inappropriate jokes, so little time.
Oh, trust me. I'm sure he's waiting on it. I'm sure he's waiting with bated breath for you to get back.
It's Sunday. Sunday was usually the day when everything would be crazy for us. We'd have our day out together doing stuff and a lot of private time. I'm sure he's missing me.
A lot of private time.
I'm sitting here thinking, and it's going to sound really horrible. I don't know if my husband knows what it's like going to church without getting nookie first. That's terrible.
No, I'm trying to find out that I'm finding it very hard to believe that you're not a screamer.
I don't think I ever said anything about whether I scream or not.
No, you haven't. I just think you are. You sound like you do not have to confirm or deny that.
I'm just going to giggle nonsensically about the fact that part of your brain is curious. I'm a terrible person.
I would disagree with I like you, and I don't like terrible people. So no, you're not a terrible person.
I like. Never mind that. I shouldn't say that on air.
I'm alive.
Oh God, he's back.
Shut up, Rosetta.
We're all fucked. We're all fucked. He came back. I mean,
Well, somebody had to come back.
somebody has to come. I
Dude.
mean,
That is
Yeah.
a pipe. That's
Yeah, bro.
that's not a marijuana pipe.
You know what? I'm not going to
Pipe.
say that because that would be
$80
really,
rosewood
really
pipe.
Oh,
I've
fantastic,
had that
dude!
since I was like 21, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll leave it right here, dude.
Well,
You
you
come
just-
back for it.
Yeah, don't worry, bro.
Right on. I've got the pipe tobacco over there. I did.
Apparently I'll be
honestly
back. I need
expected
drink.
Like a
weed
little,
pipe?
yeah, a little weed pipe. You
No,
know,
man, I got a pipe.
that's a pipe. Right on, dude. That was my roommate. Sorry. I didn't expect him to have a pipe. I expected him to have one of those little rubber, marijuana pipes. Because they work for pipe tobacco too, right? Like that's why they sell them in the tobacco stores, because they're literally made for pipe tobacco. I didn't expect them to have an actual rosewood pipe with an actual stem that has the thing that, wow, that's, wow. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Talking about you two sucking so much. Eastland Burkholder is the smartest person on the panel. And she's not even on the panel. Fantastic. Yep. And you backed out. Glad to have you back. Thank you very much, Eastland Burkholder. I know I'm running into a whole bunch of other people's panels now at this point. But you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm actually wondering how long I can go on and keep talking about myself, because I'm important and you guys aren't. Oh wait, no, no, I'm important and you guys are also important. Clever of me, isn't it, to say that, right? Oh, no, wait, it's not clever of me to actually lay it out. Damn it. Okay. I smoke and you don't, and you suck. Oh, nope. That's also bad. Okay, hold on. Wait for it. You guys are all great. And yes, I love everybody who actually subscribes to my channel. Yay. I said it right this time. I love everybody that subscribes to my channel. I don't know why Grandpa Geek and Eagle Rider stopped talking. And you know what? To be honest with you, I don't really care. It's not nice to say. It's really not. But I know that when Grandpa Geek and I started talking Army, everybody was like, "Oh no, I talk Army." He talks some kind of weird combination of Marine Air Force thing. I'm not absolutely sure what he is. Anyway, yeah, so More about me. Thank you, Eastland Burkholder. Yes. Okay. More about Mr. CCDV. So, Mr. CCDV grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I don't know if you'd prefer to. You are welcome to pull up a map of South Central Los Angeles. But let me give you a little bit of the original. I grew up in Paramount, California. Paramount, California is not the movie studio. Okay? So the movie.
What the fuck? MD
studio-
run away?
Yes, NB Geek ran away.
Tell him he's a big pussy.
Well, he's a Marine. What are you going to do?
Give him some crayon seed.
Give him some crayons to eat. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I grew up in Paramount, California, which is, and a lot of people don't know this, it's not a movie studio. It's an actual city in California.
Okay.
So the LA River was literally like behind the trailer park where I grew up. Yes, I grew up in a trailer park.
So
I-
that's an up. That is that's a step up or 3 from what I grew up in. So I'm not gonna say anything.
all right, I'll give you that. All right.
I'm a broke ass girl. I grew up in the sticks, living on near the res in the third world shit.
So right across the river was Dominguez High School, and I'm not joking about this. I'm not joking about this. I'm telling this as a serious story. When I went to Iraq in 2003 with my platoon leader. He was a lieutenant at the time. I believe he's a colonel now.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. He was a lieutenant at the time. We had gone to high school at the same time. He went to Dominguez High School. I went to Paramount High School. And he remembered the game that we, Paramount High School, got shot at. I'm not joking. Shot at. A football game. A high school football game. We got shot at. Mind you, I'm white. I'm in the band. I'm playing Barry saxophone. Not even tuba. I'm playing Barry saxophone. Okay? In the band in Compton. And we got shot at. And he remembered that game. We were in Iraq. We were in fucking Iraq. And he remembered that game. And I said, holy shit. I was in the band. And he said, oh yeah, you guys ran. I was like, fuck yeah, we ran.
What did they expect you to just sit there and have the bullets hit you?
Fuck yeah, we ran. That is when I got respect in my squad, which is weird because I was a really good squad leader. But I got respect in the squad when Lieutenant Rhodes, shit. I told everybody I would not use their names. I'm so sorry. I said I would not ever use my platoon mates' names. So don't clip that, okay? Don't.
Private this after. You should be fine. Most of the people who follow you have a little more respect than that.
Just,
Oh wow, Eastland, that's holy shit.
Yes. No, actually, we actually went to a state. I know everybody goes. Oh, the state marching band. You know what? We actually got third place that year, and we got second place the following year. And one of the anyway, yeah. So yes, actually, the band was really good. However, that was not what caused the shooting. I'm pretty sure it was the Bloods and the Crips that caused the shooting. It may have been Dog Patch. Oh shit. Yes, it was. It was the Crips and the Dog Patch. Or the Bloods. No, it was the Crips. They were wearing blue. Okay. The Crips and the Dog Patch that were doing the shooting, and the band just happened to be in the middle.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. It's not like I liked living in a gang territory.
I got news for you. Those gangs had shoot-offs all over the country. It wasn't just in the coast where it happened.
You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Eagle Rider. You know what? I apologize for thinking that my high school experience.
No. I'm not saying that it wasn't important what happened or anything. I'm saying, so those of us in other places, we can still understand what you went through.
Okay, that's fine. That's I you know what? I yes, I was going to be sarcastic, and I was going to be angry and mean, and I choose not to. I choose not to be angry and mean and sarcastic. I do.
It's all in how you interpret things. And what I was saying is that a lot of us have seen and heard enough stuff. Even if we didn't have the exact same experience, we can understand and empathize.
I'm wondering when your neighborhood got burned to the ground.
My home did.
Did it? Okay.
No, I mean, I'm not saying I had the same experience or I went through as much. I'm saying that a lot of us know about those rivalries. We saw them happen in our own towns in smaller scales. So it's not unknown to us.
So why is the movie so popular? Why is the movie so good? Why do people praise these gang members, these assholes?
I don't know. I don't get that either. We had a friend.
I don't praise them. I moved out of California because of them.
I get that. My sister and me had a friend who actually was attacked by the woman the girl that was leading one of the offshoot gangs in the city we were in, and she was attacked in our doorway and had her arm and face clawed to pieces by literally, she had blades built into her nails. I mean, I've seen some of this shit. I have. And I'm really sorry you went through it. I really am.
a water polo player. I was a very good swimmer. I actually had offers to go to Loyola Marymount University as a sophomore. Not, of course, I would have had to graduated high school and actually gone to college if I wanted to go to Loyola Marymount. But I was a surfer. I used to ride my bicycle. I was a triathlete, so
Mhm.
I rode my bicycle down to Long Beach Harbor. I got beat up actually, and my bicycle got stolen in Long Beach. So I had to walk home, which sucked.
Yeah. So I know you've had to deal with a lot of people who will try to one up you and downplay what you went through. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to let you know that I can understand it because I've seen enough of it that I understand what you're talking about, and I'm sorry you went through it. That's all I wanted to tell you.
Okay. The biggest problem, well, honestly, and I will be honest with you. My family, my mother and my father and the four kids, we all went to stay in Chino during the riots. And so I wasn't actually there during the riots. I just had to go back to school after the riots, and half of the town was burned down.
See, I didn't have somebody else burn the home down, but I still been through fire and flood and that, so I can't imagine knowing somebody else. My mom can imagine. Here's the weird thing. My mom actually almost got killed in an arson fire when she was pregnant with me.
That is wild. That is wild.
So, I mean, there's a lot of things that when I tell people I understand, I empathize, all I want people to understand is because of my upbringing, and yeah, it's completely different struggles when you're dealing with living in the inner cities versus living in rural res shit and stuff like that. But trust me, the struggles are still there. They're just different. You know?
Unfortunately, I have to tell Eastland Burkholder, you would not want to live anywhere near a beach in California. Well, maybe now, but not in the early 90s. You would not want to live anywhere near a beach in California. It doesn't matter what beach you would end up in California. Maybe Malibu would be nice. I don't know. I didn't surf all the beaches in California. I surfed at Huntington and Redondo. So maybe you could get away with Malibu, but the waves there sucked anyway. So, but anyway, yeah, you would not actually want to be anywhere near a beach that actually had good waves in California.
See, yeah,
back in the 90s.
The areas you're talking about, I don't understand the city stuff, but I understand the native stuff. I understand being in constant fear of the traffickers trying to get the girls on the res, dealing with the poverty, the res dogs attacking shit, the lack of resources, the lack of power and water.
Wow, I haven't heard res dogs in a long time. You're talking about really, like, you literally lived on a res?
I lived a few miles from it, so I still was in the poverty of it. I just wasn't technically on it. And that was my young years. And I spent a lot of my life dealing with the res and dealing with that. A lot of my medical came from a tainted shot through IHS on the res.
Hold on a second.
So It's the differences in
Nope.
backgrounds,
There you go.
but they also give us places we can find common ground too, because we all go through different traumas, but in the end, we're all human.
Well, I wonder because you are a unique situation, right? You're too white. You're too white to be Indian, and you're too dark to be white.
Well,
So
it's not even dark. It's I'm too Indian to be considered white. I'm too rural and all this. And to be fair, Eastland, I mean, even rural struggles because I've lived in rural communities, I've lived in mountain communities, and I've lived very, very close to the res where I dealt with a lot of the res stuff. None of those had the same struggles. And I live in a smaller but not small city now where I do a lot of work with the inner city and outreach to the black community and stuff. And the struggles that
yeah,
involved in that are different than I grew up with too.
you need to get the last statement there. Uh, yeah, yeah, scrubby woods to go through and get mushrooms. Fair enough. I'll give you that. Anybody who can find the right mushrooms are the right people for me.
And yeah, none of those places I ever lived were there not their own unique struggles and issues. And I think that's what I'm trying to apply to this conversation is it doesn't matter where we all came from, we all have struggles now. I will grant you, when you talk about dealing with the resin, where I lived was very, very close to the edge of Pine Ridge. I grew up dealing with the poorest reservation in the country, and trust me, what they deal with there is far worse than what a lot of the other reservations deal with.
I
And
honestly wouldn't know. My deals with the reservation all dealt with the Navajo, right?
and
So
the Navajo are
Hopi,
in the poorer
they
range,
have they are in the poor range.
but they are nowhere near as poor as some of the others. And it depends actually because the Navajo have several reses and two of them are very poor and the others aren't.
Right, and the ones I've dealt with for the most part, not dealt with like government contracting or anything like that, but the just going through the reses. Honestly, it's a lot more like going through a rural trailer park.
See, and that's what you'll get on a lot of the main roads if you're going through a lot of the reservations. When you go further in and get off the main roads, it gets a lot worse. It really does. And I tell people about this stuff and tell you don't know people's experiences based on their state they're from or their race or stuff. Well, my dad was very native. My mom is very not. Guess which one of them lived on several reses? Yeah. So we don't know.
Yeah, Eastland Burkholder. I get what you're saying. I do.
But the trafficking issue that's so underreported to the media about what happens on the reses to Native kids and women is I mention it and everyone goes, well, there's trafficking issues growing more popular and more common everywhere. It's like,
no,
yeah, and there are,
mostly well, yeah, of course they
but
are naturally, but
the targeting of the res is over 10 times higher than any other group.
Is it really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
It is epidemic. It is Native women going missing by large numbers every day.
I did not know that. No.
And I have lost people to it.
So, now, mind you, I was in high school, so I was a, horny boy. Well, I'm a horny man now, but I usually try to find women who are closer to my own age.
Yeah.
However, when I was in high school, well, again, 25 years ago is a whole different subject, or damn near 30 years ago.
You're gonna make yourself feel old if you keep this up.
I know. But 30 years ago, I didn't even know about trafficking. Okay, 30 years ago, so maybe it was easier to cover up. But
I unfortunately did know about it very young because it has been a huge issue to the reses since basically a Supreme Court ruling in the 70s where they made it next to impossible for tribal police to stop violent criminals that come onto the res and attack the people. Ever since then, it's been really epidemic, and it's getting worse and worse. And it's not just the poverty and isolation. It is the combination of the loopholes that people can maneuver to control. It is the government tying the hands of tribal police. It is an obsession with Native women being looked at as alluring, exotic, and rare because of how small our population is. So they're specifically racially targeted.
I had never heard that. Mind you, I was involved in the Native population in California and also involved in the Navajo Hopi population in Arizona. So I'd never heard anything like that.
It's not something that's talked about often. And back in the 90s, especially, most of the tribes weren't even talking about it because nobody would believe us anyways. And we didn't want to basically encourage more people to do it. So we just didn't talk about it. And that was a mistake. It was an absolute mistake. It just helped it breed more, but it still happened.
I don't know if it would have been considered a mistake 30 years ago.
I think the not talking about it has always been a mistake, but I don't think they understood then. You know, they were doing the best with what they understood at the time.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. Absolutely. Because honestly, well, again, I had never heard of it. I mean, I dated a Native American woman, a Navajo woman, after I turned 18, and we just had fun together.
Which is why you know the term res dogs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because
but yeah, it's just, you know, we had fun together, and of course, we have this whole thing with white Native American culture who goes, "Oh yeah, I have a little bit of Indian in me."
Yeah, and that makes it harder for people like me who really are significantly and still come out pale for one reason or another, because there are all these people who, well, I have like a tiniest percent. I might have, fucking Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
Where I might have a small percent, so I'm going to say I'm Native and stuff, and I'm going to try to use it to get away with shit. And that stuff pisses me off like nobody's.
Well, that's the thing, is my grandmother was actually on the roll of the tribe.
Yeah.
So she was allowed to go to all of the things. And now, mind you, it's diluted, of course. A couple of generations diluted, coming down to me. And so, even though I don't grow facial hair very well, it's like, yeah, okay, obviously you're well, I don't grow hair on my head either, so shut the fuck up. I'm just this white guy who's bald and can barely grow facial hair. Okay, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter if I'm 1/64th. You know.
See, and I don't have a problem with those who, yeah, maybe a small percent, but your family's very culturally native, you were raised in it and stuff. It's still who you are. It's the people who have like a tiny minutia. They're not eligible under any system to try to be on the rolls. They don't know the culture. They've never lived in the culture. But that fact that I have a relative distantly that was native means I'm a native and give me attention as a native. It's like, no, that's, you may be part native, but that's not who you are.
Right.
You know?
And you know what? Even though I know that my grandmother was on the roll of the Siksika, okay, the Siksika. They're not called Blackfoot, you motherfuckers. They're Siksika.
Well, I mean, technically
Okay.
speaking, if we want to get into it, Ojibwe. I'm not the Sioux and Lakota and those terms came from the French, and they were actually insults. But we still use the terms
Yes.
often in counting and
That's
information.
That's why the Blackfoot in Kansas, the
But-
Blackfoot in Kansas have such a bad reputation. Okay, but they're
But-
Siksika. They're
I
not
will say
fucking
one
Blackfoot.
thing.
Okay.
I will say one thing about what they've labeled as Blackfoot or Blackfeet, which are not, by the way, the same tribe. They are actually known that they trace back to an African tribe.
You know what? I never traced the tribe. It never bothered me.
And
Okay.
this isn't a bother, and this isn't a saying that they're not a native tribe because they've been here a long time. They've mixed with the natives here so long. Trust me, there's still native blood in them. But their origins and their religion come from an African tribe.
You know what? I cannot be any whiter. I cannot be any whiter. My last name comes from the Saxons. Okay, I'm literally the whitest person you could ever possibly meet.
How much you want to bet my skin tone's actually paler than yours?
And yet, you know, I tan like a champ. Okay, if I go out in the sun for half an hour, I'll have a tan that would rival anything that any Hollywood guy could ever want to be. Okay, I tan like a champ. Okay, that is my heritage from my grandmother's heritage is I tan like a champ, but I'm a white boy with blonde hair. Well, mind you, it's all shaved now, but I'm a white boy with blonde hair. All right, I come from a Viking lineage. Even though I do have obviously the Native American in me because I can't shave still to this day.
You know what's ironic is that my dad actually grew facial hair because of the seizure meds.
Really?
So he actually had a beard as a native guy.
See?
Mhm.
Look. Bald, right? I shave, obviously. I have that little patch right in the front and all that stuff around the crown. And it takes me 8 months. 8 months it's taken me to grow this. Okay?
Mhm.
I was bald faced in May. It took me 8 months to grow this. So yeah, I'm fully aware of my heritage, but I still call myself a Viking American instead of a Native American because even though I was born in California, I grew up in California, I am a Native American. I can't call myself a Native American because I'm white. I'm so white.
See, I quit caring about that, but again, I've got an albinism issue. I've got albino issues. I'm pale as fuck. I'm paler than my white mother and way paler than my native dad was, you know? And that's not
Well,
that's not my
you got red
culture and my
hair too.
race.
You
Yeah.
got red hair too.
Well, to be fair, my mom's side is largely Irish, so that came out when
Actually,
everything got
you know
paler.
what? Honestly, the Irish and the natives,
Have a lot of cultural similarities
yes,
and a lot of places where they intermingled with each other.
exactly, exactly. And so it's not surprising that you are extremely white with red hair. It is not surprising at all.
It's medical, but it's kind of funny because you know, global population wise, Native American culture, the race that's considered Native American, Native South American, we are actually only just over 1% of the globe.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. Yeah.
So you take that percent down, and then you break to being albino, and then you break to being a natural redhead within that and stuff. And I come out to be like about one in about 106 million or something at that rate.
That's why I just keep saying, you know what? I'm Viking American. I'm Viking American. It doesn't matter if I've got some indigenous American genes, you
And
know, because half of them, half of the population is Spanish anyway.
oh, and don't get me
Because
wrong.
the Spanish murdered most of the indigenous population.
Down in South America, absolutely. And in parts of the West, yes. And that's why I always get into when these people do, when the West was Mexico's, I'm like, you mean when Mexico was the first European group to invade and start mass killing and raping and pillaging before the rest of Europe arrived?
Spanish, yeah. When they were Spanish instead of American.
It's like, you know, the whole argument that the West was Mexico's, you know what that's like? That's like, okay, two burglars break into somebody's home and tie them up and then start fighting over who has the rights to the house more.
You know, if you go back in history and you see let's say the 10th century, right? 950, okay? You're talking about Saxons who came from I say came from. I'm not actually English, okay? But you can tell from my accent.
No shit, Sherlock, anyway.
Yeah. They came from the Netherlands, okay? They came from Daneland, right? And they came into England, and they became English. And then the English decided to go to America. And then America became what? American, okay? And it's like, okay, fine. So we've got 200-300 years of history here on this continent that the Europeans came up with. The 200 or 300 years of history that we have here. And then, but go back 1,000 years. What are we? We're fucking Swedish. Does
My
it matter?
husband, if we actually track down the stuff my husband is, he has a little bit of Cherokee mixed in him and a little bit of Mexican mixed in him. But the majority of what my husband is Scotch, Irish, Swede. He is the descendant line. He is the descendant line of the adopted son of Henry Morgan.
Would you care to know my great grandfather's name?
Oh, go for it.
Adolf Gustafsson.
I've learned a long time ago that we're so much more than people realize we are. And there's so many stereotypes that aren't right. There's so many ways people have boxed us into little groups. And the thing is that we have so much more than that as a people, as a species. Look, there's no such thing as a full blood of any race. There's been too much historical mingling that we
of
can't
course
track.
not.
There's no such fucking
Look,
thing.
could
We're all
Could
mongrels.
you imagine any Swedish monarch going to my tribe, my name, Christopher, and saying, "Oh, by the way, you were born from a Gustafson a few generations ago, which means that you're actually you're royal." Like, okay, fine. I'm royal from how many generations ago? 4 generations just in America. Can you imagine how many generations I would have to go back?
I have royal blood. Doesn't mean shit. I mean,
Like 400 years I would have to go back for Gustafson to actually make sense to anybody. Please. Come on now. Okay. You know what? I'm going to drink a beer and smoke a cigarette. Or actually, I'm going to smoke a pipe because I'm apparently out of cigarettes.
oh, trust me, there's nothing privileged in how I grew up there, sweetie. But yeah, I mean, that's the things. All this talk is we all have these cultural differences. We all have these weird things we've been, we come from. I have royal blood. I'm also related to fucking Billy the Kid and Jesse James. What's your point? Oh, let's go into. I have gunslingers and outlaws and Old West in my blood. I mean,
I can actually guarantee, because I've seen the stone that my great grandfather put his marking on. He was a stonemason. He put the marking on the stone that is at Fort Riley, Kansas. Okay, so I can go back 4 generations. 4. I know for a fact that my great grandfather put a marking on a stone at Fort Riley, Kansas. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you. He came from Sweden, obviously.
I can track my mother's family directly to the fucking Mayflower.
That cat.
Which to me means nothing. I would never join the daughters of the whatever they call themselves, the Mayflower
The
women.
daughters of the revolution.
Because there are a bunch of
the daughters of the revolution.
No. It's a different one. It's specifically to being the descendants of the Mayflower.
Really?
I would never fucking join the community because they're a bunch of fucking snobs. They are absolutely horrible
Of course
bitches.
they are, yeah.
But I can prove it. I could track myself there and go there. Oh God, can you imagine those little stodgy bitches having a native woman join their ranks?
No. No.
Oh my God.
They wouldn't let you in.
They'd find a reason, right? It'd be like, we don't want this bitch.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So I mean, to me, it's just a part of our history. It's just what we learn from, what we grow from. None of us are going to be perfect. We can take the lessons of our ancestors and become better with it. And it's hilarious to me because people get so hung up on blood and lineage. It's like, I am descendant from kings and queens. I am descendant from chieftains. I am descendant from the medicine healers and the great warriors of the tribe and the guardians of the spiritual land. And I'm a broke ass nobody, you know? Being descendant of those people doesn't change me. I know that sounds kind of like a weird tirade, but it's
What were you
real.
saying?
I was pointing out the differences and stuff because you get these groups that they're really proud of every person they're related to, you know.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's like
Right.
I'm descendant of kings and queens. I'm descendant of nobility. I'm descendant of chieftains, sacred honored warriors, medicine men, and other
Sure you
stuff.
are. Sure
So
you
fucking
are.
what, you know? I'm a broke
because
ass nobody now.
The Gustafsons were absolutely descended from Gustav Adolf the third. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, I'm fully aware of that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm totally royalty because somebody said so.
Oh, the thing is that unfortunately, I actually do have the tracking on this. I know it, but to me, it means basically jack shit. It's not who I am now. It even if I was to go fight to take the title from it, what would it give me? Like 1 in 20,000 down the line of some nobility that I don't want to be anyways.
Like,
what's the fucking point?
You know what? If I married the princess of Sweden right now, if I married the princess of Sweden right now, would that mean anything? Would that actually mean anything?
No.
It would mean absolutely nothing because I'm just an American. I'm just an American. Okay, so my grandfather had the name Gustafson. Okay, fine. I'm a Gustafson. Well, how many Gustafsons are there? Well, there's at least 80 Gustafsons.
And that's just it there.
I'm smoking a pipe.
And yes, it's the Daughters of the Mayflower. That's right. I was hoping they would have at least somewhat more creative name than that, but you're right. It is that. Fuck's sake. I mean, I don't care. I don't care about titles. I don't care about trying to win the appeal of some other stuff. I went through about a year ago when I did my birthday stream with my anime group, and when we started the stream, we started it, and fucking Crazy Horse at the museum. I started the group by walking them through my family ties to the museum and the documentation of it. So I showed them my dad's great uncle's paintings, all the freaking wing they have dedicated to him at the museum, the ties I have to the chief. I showed them the ties I have to the double agents of the Trail of Tears that ran all the rescues, all this stuff. This is my direct family. And I showed them the documentation on it. I showed them the people who look like me and are part of me who are in the pictures of it. It doesn't mean shit.
No,
unless
really
I can live
doesn't.
up to it. Unless I can live up to it, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's the thing is, it's like, have you read Grapes of Wrath?
Long ago.
Long ago. Okay. In high school, I assume. Okay.
Before that.
Oh, before high school. Wow.
I read most of the most known beloved novels back between the age of 5 and 8.
Well, you're one of me then. Okay. Yeah, I read Grapes of Wrath before I went to high school. I didn't even know what it meant. I did not know what it meant.
I got it, but I don't think I never connected to it much.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of people have no idea. They're like, oh, somebody's doing something against the thing and the government and blah blah blah. That's not what the Grapes of Wrath is about.
No.
The Grapes of Wrath is about the people. The people. Not the resistance to whatever thing you're trying to resist against. No. That's not what the Grapes of Wrath is about. It's about the people who had to move from Oklahoma or Arkansas or wherever the drought was just absolutely devastating their farms, right? They had 2, 3, maybe acres of farmland that they could not till and they could not plant and they could not grow. And it turned into dust. That's what the Dust Bowl is all about. My family, I am descended 2 generations, not 4 generations from the Swedes, 2 generations from the Dust Bowl.
Mhm.
And nobody knows that. Nobody even knows what an Okie is, other than a retard who can't speak English. Right?
Mhm.
They come from the farms and they pick rocks in the spring, and so they're the Okies. Well, no, they're not the Okies. The Okies are the ones who moved to California or moved to New York or whatever. The Okies are the ones who are the ignorant farmers who had to get a job somewhere, and so they started picking fruit. That's
Yep.
where I'm. That's where I am from. I'm from the Okies.
See, and I the reason I care about all this stuff, where I came from, who I am, is because I think that it helps us all to learn to be our best selves, to learn what we came from, what our ancestors went through, to just keep our families alive, to bring us into this world.
Tale of Two Cities. Come on,
And
man.
I will say the same thing I say in every literary discussion. One of the most overrated books of all time has and always will be War and Peace.
Actually, no. I disagree with you. War and Peace is one of the best literary accomplishments of all time.
There's such better books that tell the same kind of story.
You're talking about Anna Karenina. Yeah. Okay. If you want the what do you call that? The yellow books with the black stripes on them. What are they called?
Fuck if I remember.
Yeah. Well, if you want the cut down version, yeah, go with Anna Karenina. But no, War and Peace is one of the best.
It's okay. You're allowed to think that. Little tongue-in-cheek attitude there, but yeah, it's okay. You're allowed to think that, and I'm allowed to think it's overrated as fuck. The important thing is to actually read these books and develop your own viewpoint on them, not just look blindly for knowledge you don't have, basically.
That is correct. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. That's one of the biggest problems with most people is that they don't even bother with the those yellow books with the black stripes on them. I still can't remember what they're called. Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes.
Oh God.
They don't even bother reading the Cliff Notes.
I will also say Jane Eyre is incredibly overrated.
Oh, Jane Eyre is totally overrated.
There are some good parts in the book, but really, they call that a romantic story. Her family beats her and torments her and then puts her into a school that does the same shit. And then she ends up with a guy who does the same kind of shit and ends up that he has locked his first wife in a attic. I mean,
hooray.
Yay, what a wonderful story, right? It's like, okay, who's the winner in that whole story? Oh, nobody, because they're all fucking psycho. And a good portion of the characters all die throughout the book, which is always charming. Wow. It's like, this is not romantic, people. It's not romantic at all.
Look at me. I'm smoking a pipe. I never thought I'd smoke a pipe online, but here I am smoking a pipe online.
Well, that's because you're weird. Anyway.
Well, it wasn't intentional. I just ran out of cigarettes. Wow, these goddamn things run out of tobacco really fast.
But I mean, I've read the books at least. I love To Kill a Mockingbird, and I know that one is one where people debate back and forth.
Yes, To Kill a Mockingbird is
A contentious book to a lot of people.
very contentious, yes.
But I love it. And I was, 6 or 7 when I read it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't even start reading till I was 7, I think.
My brother taught me to read Shakespearean poetry when I was about 3.
And you read To Kill a Mockingbird?
Mhm.
Really?
I loved it as a little kid, actually.
What about Catcher in the Rye?
Read it, couldn't get into it much.
Well,
It's not
you
me.
know what?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing
Oh,
is
I
that
totally
which novels are going to
understand,
speak to you depends on your own personal experiences.
I think that's why Grapes of Wrath spoke to me so much, because my family
Was part of the group that
Well-
went through it. Let's be honest.
well, yeah, my family is literally the Jodes, okay, and not literally the Jodes.
I mean, there are still
figuratively, my family is figuratively the Jodes.
there's still places where people are victimized, abused, mistreated, and stuff like that, and that's still a problem. But I taught my inner city god kids about how much worse things could be by taking them down to the res. They quit crying about being victims of their circumstance.
You know, I
But
hate to say this because it was such a great movement in California at the time. Cesar Chavez, who did the hunger strike in California, and a lot of the pickers who would come across the border and pick fruit in the fall or in the winter. He did a great thing in the 80s. However, my family was only half a generation removed from picking fruit throughout California at that time. And so I have a unique perspective on
I mean,
Cesar Chavez, which, you know, he's a great he's one of the people that is always idolized. Like, oh, it's Cesar Chavez. Well, you know what? My grandfather still had to go out and pick fruit while Cesar Chavez was, starving himself to death. I don't know what else to tell you. My grandfather had to go out and pick fruit.
well, the weird thing is I grew up very rural native, dealing with res accents, all that shit, but my brother taught me everything with like old English, Shakespearean English, and stuff like that. So I'm like this weird conglomeration point where I can slip between different cultures
Yeah.
very easily. And the thing is, when I start doing poetry and I try to recite my poetry I write, I end up sounding British. I slip into a British accent that I've never had and never been to. And my British friends sit there and go, my British friends will sit there and go, when they hear it, like, what the fuck? Bill! Mwah.
Yes, Jedi Bill, I am still alive. Yes. For some reason, I can't figure out why.
I don't know, maybe because you missed hanging out with me.
That is probably the case, yes.
But all fun and games aside, I am going to have to head out to the other room here soon. Because it's getting late and I got to help out with Mom.
No worries. I need to head down to the Circle K and actually get cigarettes because pipe smoking sucks.
Aw, poor thing.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, hey, I got the pipe for free. The tobacco I bought in California, which they explain why it keeps going out.
Never trust Callie. I mean, sorry. Did I say that?
Jedi Bill, of course, you are welcome on the panel anytime you want to. The link is at the top of the chat, and I have been going for 6 hours and 31 minutes, and I'm wondering how long I can go.
Well, remember, if it takes over 4 hours, you're supposed to contact the doctor. Oh, wait, that's something else.
Well, you know, I don't take those little blue pills. I don't need them. Thank you very much. little blue pill that all men seem to want. Little blue pills. Little. Oh, yeah. Oh, I make fun of men who take little blue pills.
Oh. The thing is that everyone remember is we're all mongrels. We're all a conglomeration of backgrounds. We're all a conglomeration of different lives and personalities. And get the fuck over yourselves and try to embrace other people and what they are as well. It's the only way to grow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're Americans. We're Americans, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the whitest redheaded woman I've ever known. And you are Native American. Right? And I'm the whitest, baldest, coolest Spanish mustache having guy ever on the planet, and I'm Swedish. And
then you have,
you know,
and then you have people like Gates McFadden claiming she's a person of color because she's Celtic and Lithuanian, both of which are pale-skinned European races. I'm not kidding. And it's like, for fuck's sakes, you stupid bitch. You are not. But I'm Lithuanian. That's a fucking European race, you fucking dumbass slut.
She's never been there. Oh, I've been there. She's never been there. I've been there. She's never been there. Wait, let me think about this for a second.
She just needs to shut up and go fuck another ghost. I mean,
seriously, like, really? You came up with this all by yourself. Okay, congratulations.
I think this is actually a direct response to my last war with her, because she went on this tirade back during the BLM stuff a couple of years ago, claiming all this bullshit about, you know, if you're this, if you're that. And one of the things that she was pulling was if you're white, you're racist. And I started a bunch of people going, aren't you white, bitch?
Hey,
to her.
do not give sluts a bad name. Okay.
You know what gives sluts a bad name? E-thoughts. Just gonna say. Sorry.
That's
But
all
I mean,
that's right.
I see her listing herself as a person of color, and I'm like, fuck you, you fucking bitch.
Of course, I'm a person of color too. You know what color I am? White.
White as fuck. I mean,
I mean, how much more white can I get? I mean, I'm bald. I have a crazy mustache because I can't grow anything else. Okay, I'm as white as you could possibly get.
that was one of the lines, by the way, that I liked. If you ever watched Third Rock from the Sun, there's one episode where he's learning about racial stuff, and he's talking to Nina about being black, and he turns to Mary and goes, "And you are? Could I be any whiter?" Like,
okay, all right, yep, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm labeling myself. I'm Viking American. From now on, I'm a Viking American. I don't.
in other words, you're the white pirates that came over here. I mean, sorry.
I don't want to talk about anything else. I'm a white American. White. I'm the whitest of the white. Can you get any more whiter than me? Well, I imagine you actually can get more whiter than I am.
But it'd take a lot of
It would take a lot of effort, but yes, you could get whiter than I am. I'm wondering how, but I'm sure it's possible.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I gotta point out we are terrible people. You know this, right?
Are we? Why? Why are we terrible people? Okay, you're not white. Okay? You're a dog eater. That's fine.
But as soon as you hear about the Sioux Nation having puppy soup now and then, oh my God, what primitive savages. Sorry.
I have never heard of that. I've never heard of that. And I shall choose not to use the name that everybody says. But yeah. You're so totally a dog eater. Oh my God. Like, seriously.
No way, I'm allergic to dogs. I mean, anything else, damn near, as long as I'm not allergic to it, is fair game. I mean,
I'm sorry. You are actually Native American. I am the whitest of white persons on the planet. Will you please explain to our audience? I know it's only like 3 people, but seriously, would you explain to our audience what I mean by dog eater?
are you
not
doggy
allowed
in the
to say
window? I'm really quite hungry, you see. Is that a Pomeranian or a pit bull? A real Indian delicacy. Yum, yum.
Navajos are very, very upset about the name that is given to a lot of native tribes. So, I choose not to say it. Now, mind you, I don't really give a shit if my channel is condemned or not. However,
I'll have you know, you fair-skinned, blue-eyed, walking dry look. My people no longer buy, steal, nor lease Pontiac cars.
oh my God, really?
I have to play some Williamson Reed for you once we get off air.
Oh my God.
I'm terrible, aren't I?
You are terrible. Yeah. But you get away with it. You get away with it. Although you're white skinned and red haired and blue eyed.
Nope. Not eyes.
Oh, brown eyed. Okay.
Black.
Well, black eyed.
I have a very natural gothic look, by the way.
Well, that's a good thing, I guess, if you're into the goth thing. I was for a while.
Gothic, not goth. They are actually different cultures, very much.
Oh, come on now. They're
No,
not
they are very different with that little distinction.
No,
because
well, I mean, one is an ancient culture that goes back to 3000 BC.
and the people who follow
other
Gothic
one
are
they read a bunch of really bad poetry, listen to really bad music, and wear way too much makeup.
okay. The big differences in Gothic and goth cultures and modern culture are that Gothic is based in classic literature, dark history, and mythology. It's been around and used in literature for hundreds of years. And it tends to, while there is dressing in black and stuff, it tends to be more sedated styles and stuff. And it tends to be more about lace and elegance, like, Morticia Adams style.
I'm sorry. I need to interrupt you because I've got pussies all over my bedroom because I forgot to close my bedroom door when I came back in with my beer. So
You got pussy in there and you're not even stroking it. I mean,
I've got pussies all over my bedroom and I ain't getting none.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Whereas goth is based in 70s and 80s punk movement. And it's very, very different. And it's a little more into the horror and the twisted makeup and stuff like that. And the cultures are actually very, very contrary to each other.
Oh, you're talking about I know what you're talking about, which I'm not allowed to know about because I'm a conservative Christian and I don't know the difference between the Gothic culture and the Goths who wear too much makeup. I'm not.
Well, hey,
allowed to
Lucy.
know anything about that.
Fur? Sorry.
What happened?
I said, well, hey, Lucy. Fur?
No.
You remember where that came from, right?
That was not. No, I don't.
That was Ingval talking about his daughter introducing him to her goth friend.
Lucy Fur. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I've been to goth clubs. Where they're black.
Although I got to admit, I'm going to disagree on the crappy music. I actually do like a lot of the goth music.
I was into.
But I'm more into gothic trance, which is kind of in between goth and gothic. So.
Well, there's your problem.
I'm also a massive metalhead. What's your point? I mean.
I have no idea. Did I have a point?
I don't know. Or are we just giving each other shit here while we talk about insequential stuff?
I think we're pretty much just giving each other shit now. I am wondering, though, how long I'm capable of going on YouTube.
I'm just going to stop you. My brain stopped it at how long am I capable of going and is coming up with ideas.
No, I'm actually wondering, is there a time limit?
Okay,
you only allowed to go for 8 hours.
You can keep streaming basically indefinitely, but if you do not switch to a new stream link after 12 hours, it will start overwriting the beginning of the stream.
Oh, 12 hours. Okay.
So if you're still going at 12 hours, reset to a new link.
I do not believe I can go for 12 hours.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean,
Really?
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 Really? I know I all these people out there, right? They're doing like I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. It's like, okay, don't do that. I've had to do a whole lot of 24-hour shifts and I'm not a big fan. However, apparently I've been going for 6 hours and 45 minutes and I just don't I'm not tired. And I got a pussy on my pillow.
You're not, but I do actually have to go out and help Mom with some stuff. You need somebody else up here on panel to help you.
Well, I was wondering if anyone was willing to come
Come
up.
on,
I mean,
people.
obviously, the StreamYard link
Join the
is
crazy
there.
fucker. I won't be here singing my inappropriate native shit.
I shall continue to drink beer and not whiskey so that I will not black out. I will continue to drink beer.
Yes,
And
he
that
died
will
with his
keep me
ding dong in
hydrated.
his hands. He scattered cream-filled cupcakes across the land. He thought he was the mostest till he bit that big black hostess, and he died with his ding dong in his hands.
Well, there you go.
I have to play one episode read for you. It'll explain a lot. It'll explain a lot of my twisted native humor, by the way.
No worries at all.
Because that is one of their songs, and it's so.
As a matter of fact, I have to get permission from you, apparently, because I can't find a Native American around here for some reason. Am I allowed to sell fry bread as a white man who is bald?
It's none of their damn business. Fry bread's fry bread. It's had existence in a lot of cultures through history.
It has
Tell 'em to-
been, but
Tell them to fucking mind their own business.
apparently in the Southwest, fry bread is only allowed to be made by Native Americans.
Why? My husband makes it for me all the time, and he's the one that's not native.
I'm just saying.
You know, to all the people in the Southwest, though, I do have to comment on the fact that Mexico acts like they created tacos.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like there's never, ever been anything that's been put between
No, but
two
tacos
slices of
spec-
fried bread, yeah.
No, it's not even that. Tacos specifically, as a term and as a culture, the food originated with natives. The tacos in Mexico are a conglomeration of Spanish food and native tacos as one. It was not their creation at all. They took it from the two cultures that they had usurped.
I would call it a burrito because they rolled it up actually into a burrito fashion. So I would call it a burrito.
Have you
not a
ever had
taco.
Have you ever had Indian tacos?
Yes, of course I have. Yes.
They're fucking amazing, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Heap the fry bread with all that yummy, right?
Some of those. Oh, it's not just the fry bread though. It's not just the fry bread.
It's
the actual
everything.
chili on.
See,
fry
they don't
bread.
use chili in my culture, but the meats that we use is fucking bison spiced.
Oh, there you go. See?
So different versions of Indian tacos have existed on this continent for thousands of years. And
Absolutely, yeah.
they get developed and altered through the ages. Culturally, we use bison meat heavily for mine. And my husband's actually developed a blue corn fry bread that we use.
I assume, no, I may be mistaken. I assume that bison is very similar to beef.
Flavor-wise, it's a lot heartier. It has a lot more nourishment in it, nutrients. My tongue has not been great the last couple days. And shut up, there's so many bad jokes there. Shut up. Anyway, but it has more nutrients. It has more stuff like that. It is a much richer flavor, much fuller. I would actually put it kind of somewhere in between lamb and elk. in flavor.
Oh, okay.
It's got
Oh,
that rich and
yeah.
semi-sweet that the lamb does, but it's very rural meat. It's very woodsy meat, and it's got a little bit of game to it, and it is good.
Okay. I do actually prefer lamb over elk. Yes, I have had both, and yes,
It's got
don't
some
like
of the game, but it doesn't have the hard gaminess and stuff of the deer species either. It, like I said, it's kind of in between all of them because of how it's raised and what it is. It's kind of in between all of them in flavor.
Look
I
at
saw.
that pussy.
Trust me.
Yeah. She's just like, you know what? I'm a YouTube star.
Look at me yawn. I'm so cute. My
What
cat
the hell are you
crashes
doing
streams
up
all
there,
the time.
Murder? Get down.
My cat crashes streams all the time.
Anyway, yeah, I need to go get another beer, and you apparently need to go anywhere else because you don't want to be like here. So,
Oh, I need to go help Mom out with stuff. We got stuff we have to do.
excuses are like
Your asshole, right? It stinks.
I shall return, or maybe I not. Maybe I shall not return. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We'll find out what happens. More beer. More beer is good. Oh yeah. That ironically, the vent is going to vent pipe smoke, which actually smells better than cigarette smoke. But since I have no choice, I have to smoke a pipe. Mind you, I'm going to smoke a pipe because I don't have any cigarettes, which means you people have kept me on the internet longer than I was supposed to be on the internet. And I am resorting to, well, I would say rolling my own, except that I'm not rolling, I'm piping. So, is this like the original way people used to smoke tobacco? I'll go with cigarettes every time, I'll tell you that. Anyway, if you feel like coming on the panel, you're welcome to. The StreamYard link is at the top of the panel. I pinned it. I actually learned how to do that, which is weird. I don't learn how to do stuff very often. I can tell you, I need another lighter. Because apparently this lighter is not meant to actually light pipes. Hi, Nina.
Hello.
How's it going, boss?
Oh, I'm still a little bit in pain, but
Well, I'm sorry to hear
the
that.
other day I took a pain pill. I said, I can't take this pain. So I took a pain pill, so that helped.
Did it.
And how are you doing?
Well, I'm smoking a pipe.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, impressive, right? Like, wow. Like, I should walk down to the Circle K and actually buy a carton of cigarettes instead of smoking a pipe, but I'm smoking a pipe. So,
Oh, well.
well, I don't feel like walking. I don't
Yeah.
feel like walking.
What can I say? I don't blame you there. So,
I have, honestly, I have no idea why I'm still awake.
okay.
I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is normal for me.
Yeah.
I went out and made a pot of coffee. I drank the entire pot of coffee. I should have actually gone to the grocery store to get more non sweetener. No, wait, that's not right. How do you say that? No calorie sweetener. Whatever it is.
Sweet Mo. Yeah. I know it.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have gone to the store to do that. Instead, I went and sang karaoke last night. Well, I sang karaoke. No, I went to the American Legion and I had a couple of drinks with other veterans there at the American Legion. And then I came back home and I sang a couple of songs with Rambling Canuck. And then I went to the bar and I sang karaoke there at the bar. And I had a lot of fun. I had a really lot of fun.
That's
And
good.
and then I came home and I sat down in front of my computer and Jedi Bill was still singing. I was like, well, hell, what the hell? I'll just sing with Jedi Bill. And well, hell, it's 7 hours later and I'm still awake and I can't go to sleep and I don't care and I don't. It's Sunday. I have nothing to do on Sunday. Well, I have a lot of work to do on the house. I just choose not to. And so.
Yep. Yeah, that right. So, how are the cats doing?
Well, they were both hanging out here in the bedroom.
Yeah, I saw one of them from the dresser to the.
Yeah. One of them is in the closet. The other one is somewhere out there in the rest of the house. But one of them is in the closet.
Yeah. Yeah, I have two of them outside. Then I let out early this morning because they wanted out. So they're outside still.
That's good. That's good.
No, that's not good.
I leave the door open. And I hope that those cats go away. And
They're
they don't.
not going to go away.
They just will not go away. They're like, oh no, I know where my food and my water is. I ain't going anywhere. Damn you cats. Go away.
They're not going to.
They won't do it. They won't do it. I haven't gotten the courage up yet to put them on the front porch and just close the door in their faces. I haven't gotten the courage up to do that yet. Although I'm wondering if it'll work.
It's not nice. Wouldn't do anything. Take them to the.
You are aware that cats are totally independently reliable.
Not all of them, no.
Well, I like these two because they eat the mice, which I didn't even know I had, which I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have if I didn't have
Yeah.
the last roommate. I'm pretty sure I would not have mice if I didn't have the last roommate. So we'll go with that. Okay. So I'll keep the mice.
Are
I'll
good
keep
for
the
that.
I'll keep the cats to catch the mice who eat cookies or something. I don't know. I give up.
Yeah, cats are good at that. I had a mouse hunter and a rat hunter. One of my cats brought me a rat inside. And it's like, oh, thank you. Now I was on the bed. I don't mind rats from the pet store. I had them before. But when they're outside,
Actually,
you don't know what they're carrying.
One of the cats actually did bring me a mouse from the house. I'm pretty sure she didn't go outside because I didn't let her out. So one of the cats actually did bring me a mouse, and so I was like, "Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you very much." And I put it in the trash can.
Well,
what else am I supposed to say? I mean, they're cats and
yep.
the mice, you know.
Well, the rat that my cat brought me was still alive. I proceeded to tell him,
That's not fun.
no, I was on the bed. I said, take him out. Do not play with your food. Eat your food. No.
Yeah, well, that's what I keep telling them, and they don't do it. Apparently, they just like to bring me mice. Well, I'm hoping that nest in the wall of my house is going to be dead pretty soon because they literally just sit in the kitchen and go.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting that the mice population in my house is going to go down very, very quickly because I opened the wall and the cats are eating the mice. So, or not eating the mice. I guess they're
just killing them.
Yeah, they're vegetarian cats, I guess.
Cats are not vegetarians. Dogs are vegetarians and meat eaters, but
I wonder. I do wonder about cats because she did actually bring me the mouse. She actually brought me the mouse, and I said, "What are you doing with that mouse in your?" And she dropped it and walked away.
That's her present.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I do believe that all the mice are gone from my house. I do believe that now because they keep whining at me for more kibbles and bits.
Yeah. You need to feed them.
I don't need to feed them. I do feed them once a day. I do feed them properly. They're cats, for crying out loud. I don't give a damn. Obviously, they'll figure a way out if they really want to go out, but they don't. They're here for the water and the food. And apparently, I I pet the cats pretty good. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna say it right. I pet the pussy good.
So, do they purr for you?
They do indeed.
They love you.
I know they do. I know. I think it's just for the food, though. I don't think they love me for me.
No, they love you. They would not purr for just food. No. I've had cats most of my life.
When is Jedi Bill going live?
I have no idea.
It's pretty close to now, isn't it? I don't know. I'm wondering. I know I get to do whatever I want.
Yes.
Maybe I choose. Maybe I choose to ramble on. Ramble on. Maybe I
Yeah.
choose to do that. Maybe I don't. Maybe I choose to lay down and take a nap.
Maybe you
Come
should.
back on crazy tomorrow night. I don't know. You know what, Nina? I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit here and be, me.
Yeah.
And well, I don't have to pretend to be anybody else. I don't have to try to impress anyone. I just get to be here. I just get to be. Oh, hey, look, it's Mr. CCDV. Yep, he's drinking again. Yep, I've been drinking for 24 hours straight. Yep. Ain't no whiskey involved, though. Just beer. Well, except for last night when I got to dance with a very beautiful girl.
No, that's good.
I think so.
I miss
she is actually very beautiful. She's got that annoying habit of shaving the sides of her head, and so just the top of her hair is growing out. It's like,
yeah.
I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay, you're being all rebellious and stuff, but really, just let your hair grow for. You know what? Don't even let your hair grow. Shave your hair completely off. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care. You're still a beautiful woman. But seriously, like half your head is shaved? That's kind of annoying. Being that I'm the guy who has to shave every single day. So maybe I'm a little bit jealous that she can grow hair on her head and I can't.
Well,
I'm not actually jealous. Nina, come on.
I know that.
You gotta play along.
Yes. So, yeah, I don't know why they do that. And then they dye their hair purple and blue and come on.
Well, you got to admit the blue-haired land whales are totally worth watching. The blue-haired land whales are the women who think that Velma is a good show.
Okay.
I assume you've heard something about Velma, which used to
No.
be Scooby Doo of some kind.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well,
no.
it's not Scooby Doo of any kind, so you just call it Velma.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Yeah, I wouldn't do karaoke and fell asleep. So,
Did you say you didn't do karaoke in what?
I said I
what?
wanted to do karaoke.
Oh,
I fell asleep.
aha!
My favorite thing now, I just fall asleep.
You know, I heard of that thing called sleep. Not a
Yeah.
big fan. Not a big fan.
Well, I am. It gets when you're sleeping. Most of the time, you don't know about the pain. Now, sometimes you do. Like when I was in a lot of pain on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday is when I decided, okay, I've had enough of this pain. I need a pain pill. So,
Ah, see, you have an option, which is impressive. Well, yeah, I did actually talk to the orthopedic surgeon, and he said, "Hey, did you know you have a whole bunch of metal in your ankle?" And I said, "Yep."
yeah, I knew that.
And he said, let's put you on this little tiny dose of this little tiny pill that doesn't actually, do anything except make Buffy sad. So, going to the emergency.
I think you're falling asleep.
I think you're right.
I think you need to take a nap.
You may be correct.
Yeah.
And then I may actually need to actually go to the store and buy cigarettes so I don't have to smoke pipe tobacco, which, looks cool, but isn't actually cool.
My dad smoked pipe. I liked his tobacco that he smoked. It was a cherry blend. Oh, that smelled so good. But he quit smoking pipe when Mama quit smoking cigarettes.
Wow, that's actually pretty impressive.
Yep, he just quit.
That's like a one-off. Just like, yep, I'm done.
Yep. So,
Keely Chow, what's going on? Well, let's see. I got home from karaoke and didn't feel like going to sleep and started the live stream, and for some reason people are still here. I still don't understand why. I would have ended, within an hour, except I ended up getting people on. And our latest guest is Miss Nina Green. Hello,
yeah.
Nina Green. How are you doing?
And no, I'm here.
Well, hello, I'm here. That's actually a pretty good statement from Miss Nina Green. she's the boss after all. She doesn't have to say anything. She can just go on back into the back corner and do boss stuff.
Yeah, such a sleep. Favorite thing nowadays.
I am actually wondering, believe it or not, I'm not joking about this. I am actually wondering if people will stay on the stream while I walk to the store and back. I am actually very curious about that. Like, why would anybody stay here and look at my unmade bed, which I slept in once because, bed. Just out of curiosity. I really am honestly curious because Buffy did the ritual thing. And then, he remember. No, he totally does remember. He's just faking it.
We're sleeping.
Yes, I am.
I think you need to take a nap before the store.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.